every single fight. And now looking at history here, Team Secret has beaten Fennel Adversity in the Grand Finals and Fall Split 2 or 3-1. Let's see if that will change today, as now it's going to be another couple of fights and a couple of damage trade here in the mid lane.
I like the answer here for Jace against Lucian. This is the typical matchup if you want to at least not get bullied by a Jace when it comes to the mid lane. At least they're kind of equal to each other because they have good range and also a good early game for both of our side. So what they want to do here is just to make it equal as it seems for the side of Team Secret. Let the game drag on as they can, just for them to gather enough resources for them to get the item power spikes. But top lane though, I think Doming's gonna go.
Yeah, Azar knows he is on the weak side of the map. That's your pose going in to negate damage, but FLA secures first blood.
Yeah, this is what's scary about the Lee Sin, especially if after getting a level 4 or at least a level 3. That's enough time for Doming to deal a lot of damage because the combo would be good, but Team Secret gets a first kill in the mid lane though, popping the Ignite and the Flash for Tatsuri.
Yeah, it's a nice trade. It's a 1-for-1, so it's both even when it comes to kill standing, but FLA with that first blood having a 400 gold lead. This is the power of Lee Sin in your lineup.
Yeah, slowly powering through. They're waiting for Trevor to get for the ganks here, especially in the bot lane. If they who wants to prioritize something, it's probably mid to bot lane, because at least on the top lane, you're sure that Horizon would win against Azar in the top side. It's gonna be a really hard matchup, but at least you're skipping the problem, which is Darius, and answer it later on if you got your other teammates the resources that they need.
Yeah, important to take note. Jarvan 4, you talked about Trevor. I want to talk about the same champion and the same player, because this is a wombo combo potential. Jarvan 4 with the Cataclysm and Ultimate from Rocks, there's just going to be a menace of a duo to battle against when it comes to those 5v5s later on.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking the fact that they went for this lineup just because at least Galio would go for a counter Hero's Entrance if ever he wants to, or at least going defensive would just push back most of the members away from FLA. Considering that most of FLA just wants to go in, Hero's Entrance is a pretty good counter against it. But now, going conservative from both sides, they really just want to get their first items before they go for the fight on the 30-second mark. Infernal Drake, everyone's favorite for sure. They're gonna go and contest this.
I mean, they should enforce. As you stated, 30 seconds is Infernal Drake and Rift Herald. So they have to set up the plays here if they want to take these objectives.
Okay. Yeah, Blade of the Ruin King already picked up by Tatsuri, so this is going to be a good investment for this fight that they're going to go for in this bottom side of the map. Infernal Drake might come though, but with the timing of Doming's back there, that might just reset in favor of Team Secret, but they don't know that. They don't have that info, so they're not going to be starting this. They're waiting for the chance to get the vision on Doming.
Yeah, and let's see if there is an ROI or return of investments on that BRK. As you've stated, the investment that Tatsuri has made in this early game. But
yeah,
at the moment, everyone is playing very safe. They're not pushing through in these objectives.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm kind of afraid that it's slowly turning into a mystery game though. They don't have vision on both sides, so they don't know what to expect if ever they start any of these objectives. They're just wasting a lot of time on both sides. Doming, look at Doming and Trevor. They're not farming. They're just waiting for the chance to pounce in. So this is going to be hard, but now at least they know he might be able to take this level 7 on Trevor, so he might have an advantage here against Doming.
Cataclysm is ready. Hero's Entrance is ready, but top side, Horizon gets a solo on Azar. So this might just be a 4v5 if ever Darius wants to go, or if they want to split push. But 1k HP remaining for that Infernal Drake. No contest coming from Fennel.
Yeah, they didn't have vision here, so that is going to be an easy take for Team Secret. But right now, Horizon is just getting a lot of solo bolos in the top side though, because early game really of Darius is just really good, especially against a Fiora. But Fiora later on would just be a split pushing monster. But no, they're taking their apparel just for a trade, the handshake here, but Rocks might have some other plans.
So close coming in from Team Secret with that Mega Inferno Bomb, but I want to tackle a bit onto the Infernal Dragon. So late game scaling, you're looking at the damage of Tatsuri and the Ziggs. It's going to be obnoxious later on. Even if Fennel Adversity having this early kill lead, how far can they go with this early phase?
Yeah, what I'm scared of though for their side is that considering that they only have Horizon to go for the front line on their composition, it might be really hard. Yes, they're all gonna go in. Dana would potentially be a good target, but because Team Secret also has a front to back composition, that's not gonna happen. Team Secret is probably just gonna be super reactive, or maybe active if ever Trevor could potentially get a Cataclysm to the Hero's entrance, but that's basically it. They just want to peel to Tatsuri and Chewy, and that is the win condition of the team here. But Doming, topside again, might go for a fight.
With a Rift Herald as well, so this might just be looking very dire for Team Secret. Might just be the Tower First Blood for Fennel Adversity, injecting a lot of gold to the side of FLA.
Yeah, they're just getting Arisen. This is good investment for Dom, and getting Arisen this early game advantage would just let him roam around the map a lot more, especially with the referral down to the upside. Zar would have less space for him to farm on, and this is just working in favors of FLA right now. But later on, if ever this is such a small lead, FLA needs to get this bigger because Team Secret is gonna look scary later on in the late game.
Yeah, and you know Fennel Adversity is going to play a bit more aggressive on having those damage up, because Doming prioritizes Yumu's Ghostblade instead of the Guardian's Angel, as typically the first two items, or either items being that first pick for a Lee Sin. So they want the damage coming in from Fennel Adversity, but we'll just see, because now Team Secret 3-man roam bot lane.
Yeah, I like the angle that they're going here for Doming, but mid lane though.
Forcing out the flash though, so safe for Doming. But now here onto the bot side once again, another fight occurs with Rocks going through defending his teammates, but nice engage coming in from Rafi to just push back TS.
Yeah, I'm still surprised no kills have came through after all those kerfuffles that we've seen from all the lanes though. Still no kills came through. This is just a very conservative way to play of FLA. We all know FLA is very disciplined. That's why they're always finding ways to, at least if they know that they're gonna win, that's the only time that they're gonna go. But now they're kind of iffy. They don't know if they can win against TS right now because they don't have that lead. Especially they got the Infernal Drake. It's still hard to pull the trigger against them right at this point.
And remember, Lee Sin falls off in the late game, so the early win con coming in from Fennel Adversity has to be secured. And Team Secret is looking quite on the control on top side quadrant jungle. Maybe looking for an engage or a skirmish here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, looking at the item pickups for Doming, I think he's gonna go Triforce here with how he's building right now. So they're investing all their damage. That's why two people went to Black Cleaver and investing all the damage onto Doming just for him to get at least one burst onto the backline if ever. Because right now, he's the only one who has access if ever he is given the chance. The Dragon's Rage from the backline might be the detrimental factor that they need whenever a fight happens. The Cloud Drake is going to come up. They need this for Arisen. So if ever Arisen gets this Cloud Drake, he's going to be a fast monster that's going to be chasing down a lot of his members, especially that he has the Face Rush. He's going to be zooming later on. So this Cloud Drake, FLA wants to get it.
Yeah, and there's just two sides of a coin here for Lee Sin. One is for uptime, more aggressive, more just annoying champion to play against, or just damage. And we're seeing Doming on that damage items in this game.
Yeah.
With Cloud Dragon, as you stated, this is the setup to Team Secret with that dominance on the river. Is FLA gonna contest, or are they going to handshake for the Rift Herald trade?
Yeah, they don't have any vision though, so would they want to get this? They might go for an engage if ever they can get the chance, but because the flag has been thrown already, Trevor won't have the chance to engage right now for the side of Team Secret, so it's all in the hands of FLA.
Yeah, very, very safe, but Fennel now has the dominance onto the Dragon's Pit. Team Secret, they're looking at that Dragon, still high HP. They might just go for the contest here. They're ready to go. The culling is now out.
Yeah.
Not enough damage, not connecting onto anybody else.
Ooh, this is looking scary, Infinity. 4K, half HP. They might go. Trevor is waiting for the right chance.
Yeah, but look at the quickness of the Grand Entrance. That's a 4-man knockup, 4-man engage from Fennel Adversity. Now Team Secret is split. No kills though for FLA.
Yeah, they got the right timing for Rafi there. He got 3-man with the Grand Entrance, and because of that, that forced away most of the members of Team Secret. No flashes have been burnt except for Azar's, but still, they lost a lot of their space there. And because FLA really wants it, they got the Cloud Drake, and this would just set them up for success later on if they take fights.
Yeah, and even if Team Secret handshake with that Rift Herald traded for that Cloud Dragon, no worries. Fennel Adversity is also going to trade on that bot tier 3 turret, so that's good enough for FLA. They got the injection of gold onto 3 members, and now Team Secret just went in for the trade.
Yeah, went in for it. Team Secret just went in for the Rift Herald. Yeah, that's kind of a shame, but still, they got 2 towers already, so they are very, very safe at one point on the side of Team Secret. They just want this game to slow down as they want to. This is really good. This spacing that they're having right now, this speed of the game, Team Secret is slowing it down, and FLA is just playing on their node, and this is not a good sign. Now, this is a good chance. If ever they get the kill here against Trevor, that might be a chance for them to push more lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. But now, look at that death rush from Fennel Adversity, but not gonna engage. Team Secret playing very, very safe.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're going for here for FLA. They just wanted to get the kill there on the death rush, but Trevor is playing it really safe. He's not going away much from his jungle, and he just wants to get this Rift Herald probably in the bot lane. That's why he's roaming, or rather pathing onto the bottom side of the map, just for them to take more turrets on their side. This Rift Herald would be the biggest win that they could have here, but the flag and drag can use, and FLA is just gonna be backs against the wall here.
And look at Rocks going for the taunt on Raffi. Raffi, so much damage coming from Team Secret, but not enough to get the kill. And they get the trade on bot side, not even using the Rift Herald as of yet. So that's a safety net for later on.
Yeah, I forgot to point out though, FLA doesn't have a lot of siege potential on their team. Remember, they don't have any range DPS. That's why this siege is just super easy for Team Secret, because they have the Ziggs, they have the Lucian. It's easy for them to take down structures whenever they can. FLA, they don't have the chance. Danny, what are you gonna expect? He's gonna flame out those structures? No. But now, right now, they're going for the mid lane.
Burn it
They're
down.
gonna be trying to go for a 5v5 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just waiting for the opportunity. No vision for Team Secret, but the bomb did not connect, so they still don't know. And Rox is going to go for the bush check. They're going in, but Rox is too tanky. They're playing very safe. Horizon, though, half HP already.
Oh, no, Danny.
Trevor is ready to go. Flag and Drag is there. No Cataclysm as of yet. It's ready. Rox has ultimate as well. There you go. The hero's entrance. Danny is gonna get knocked up. Darius doesn't have the flash, and now Team Secret is going front to back. They lose one though as Rox falls down.
Yeah, Danny just became the bait there, the stasis. He was waiting for the Cataclysm to happen. Yes, he used the flash. Trevor tried to find that chance. That's why he flashed in Cataclysm, but because he wasn't expecting the stasis, they got bitten in the back right there when they got engaged.
Yeah, that was just a loss from Team Secret. However, the goal difference is still not that huge, despite the kill lead from Fennel Adversity. Another Rift Herald that will be slow pushing on top side. However, I want to take note before we forget that tier 3 turret mid lane is already gone. So that is important map control for the side of TS.
I mean, first tier turret for TS, that was what they're going for. That's why FLA doesn't know how to play around the map, because their team will really place around the mid lane whenever they can, and because the tower is down there, it's hard for them to get on these objectives. There's a lot of places that TS could go for, and that's why I'm afraid every time that your mid lane turret is gone, you don't have as much pressure as what TS has right now. So they can take this Ocean Drake if they want to. FLA, look at this, they want a 5v5, but TS is not giving it to them.
And look at Rox's position. Horizon not gonna see him, but Ocean Dragon is now alive. This is more important than the Cloud Dragon. Is TS going to contest?
Yeah, for sure. You don't want an Infernal Drake to an Ocean Drake combo on the side of Team Secret. That is basically the ideal setup. They want to go here.
The damage. Yeah. Team Secret is now ready to go, but look at Raffi just disengaging, and now FLA takes that Ocean Dragon, and Team Secret has lost that opportunity, but Rox on the front lines. Getting the kill from Ziggs. Nice pickoff. And now the Cataclysm onto Horizon. The Nuption Guillotine not going to be enough. And TS takes 2, traded for Cloud Dragon.
Wow, what a good trade there for TS. They got 2 kills. Yes, there's no shutdown goals, but that 2 kills is going to be good for their side. FLA just wasn't in a position to go for a fight there. They tried to get the Drake. Yes, they were able to take it, but losing that just gives them a lot of pressure. Their Baron is being called by Team Secret. They want to take this 15 seconds on the clock for FLA.
Yeah, and Azar. Human Ward. Getting that information. No engage coming from Fennel as of yet.
Yeah. I mean, I think they can take this really fast just because of their champion. So FLA needs to think about this very effectively. Domeng needs to go.
Yeah, Domeng is ready for the flag, but look at Raffi going for the engage as well. Grand entrance onto Trevor, very low, and Trevor's gonna be very low. That is the jungle for TS. If they lose that, no steal coming through. The culling are to zone away the enemy team, but Domeng is low as well. Both junglers are low.
Yeah, FLA
Nice
probably
disengage, though.
looking for this though. So I think they wanted just to counter that, just to stop them from getting this Baron. And again, Team Secret was able to get the tower in the top side. That was what they're going for. Yes, we're gonna be risking this top lane turret for you. I mean, this Baron just for us to take the top lane turret. FLA is just losing a lot of their structures, and it's not looking good because they can't get any more vision on this next objective, especially this Baron, because second tier turret of the top
Yeah.
side has been taken down.
And Team Secret is such a big brain. Putting the Rift Herald on top side, just slow push, going for their Ocean Dragon. Yes, they lost it, got the 2 kills, but they got the tier 2 turret top side. So really, really smart here coming in from Team Secret. Now, what is the next step?
Yeah, what they want to do. Team Secret probably wants to go for a clash, but I think that's not the great one. Rafe!
Still gonna be alive though. Miracle play, but Mega Inferno Bomb securing the kill.
Wow, what a kill from the side of Team Secret. I wasn't expecting Rafe to go there. They didn't have vision on the top side of the map. And this is what we're saying a while ago, Infinity. If they don't have vision there, they're gonna go like Trevor.
Cataclysm, Hero's Entrance, but not gonna pick off anyone. So 2 ultimates down for Team Secret in trade for flashes coming from FLA.
Okay, that's good. That's very smart for Team Secret. They're just playing around FLA right now. They're just playing around the mid lane turret that they lost, and they're playing around the top side of the map because they know they have the advantage here. What they just need to do for Team Secret, shove the bot lane tower, then go again for a Baron. Might be a takedown pretty easily because look at that. There's a lot of vision there on the top side of the map. That's why FLA can't even go for a kill even if they want to.
Yeah, what FLA is doing right now is buying time. They need the time when Rafi is available because they can't set up. Yes, Horizon is there to be their front lines, but Rafi will be their main dependent on those CCs. So they have to buy time for Rafi to be alive. And now that Rafi is alive, Baron Nashor is also there to be contested. We'll see what will happen next. The next couple of minutes.
Yeah, this timing is just so great for Team Secret. Azar just wants to get the push on the bot lane just for them to get at least a good place later on right here. But the pull come in.
Oh, Tormenton coming from rocks just to disengage. So much damage, but not going to be enough to really
he's
get
left
the
alone.
kill. Now, it's Horizon stuck in the middle of a fight. Cataclysm also there, forcing out the flash and the barrier
Rafi.
in the brink of time. But Rafi once again gets slayed by Team Secret.
Wow, Rafi just got slain. He was left alone in the pit, and now this is going to be the call for Team Secret. They were able to take that down, and as we said a while ago, FLA is going to lose on a lot of damage come mid-game. And TS, this is the ideal setup for them. They can take this Baron. FLA doesn't have any care in the world, and this is just going to be taken, giving big advantages for TS to get the structured takedowns, and that's what they're going for here.
And even if they start the Mountain Elder Dragon, Team Secret has the number advantage. They're 5-man members of the live, and FLA has lost Rafi. Now Mega Inferno Bomb gets 2 kills immediately with massive amounts of damage.
Wow.
And FLA though gets the Elder Dragon. So 4 kills at the cost of that Elder Drake.
Yeah, this is gonna be the win. TS can go and end this because 40 seconds on the clock, that is a lot of time for the Death Tyrants to come in. Look at the TPs coming in from members of Team Secret. They can end this. They have the Baron on this side. You have only the support and the jungler to defend this.
This is it, the end gaming push. Team Secret is going for it. Rox goes for the taunt. Cataclysm to lock in. The Nexus is down low. It is going to be Team Secret securing the first win of this series.
Wow, Team Secret just got that win, and that is it. The loyal members, or rather the loyal supporters of Team Secret are now happy. They take that game 1 down. FLA just it's super great that Team Secret just slowed the game to the point in where most of the members of FLA don't have any damage anymore. That's why they use that in their favor. And when the time came in, that was just so great for the Lucian and Ziggs. They just dealt so much damage in the late game.
Will history repeat itself? The rematch from the grand finals of the fall split, Team Secret took that 3-1 win against FLA, sweeping in the winners finals, and now they take game 1. It's match point for Team Secret.
Yeah, I was just super surprised, especially that this best of 3 is just working in favor of Team Secret. I mean, history could be repeated, and as the panel said a while ago, they fought each other before. FLA lost, and would that come again to their hands? Because right now, FLA just lost 1 game, best of 3. Yes, the momentum can still shift, but right now, Team Secret wants to redeem themselves from the losses that they had this week.
They played really clean from this game 1, and this might just be that change that we were hoping for. We're seeing it through and through. One more game for that series win by Team Secret, but FLA is there to conquer as well. We'll see as we are moments away from that highlights how Team Secret won that game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very... All I can say during that whole game, it was a very slow game. Not a lot of kills on both sides, just because Team Secret didn't want to commit onto any. FLA wanted to go for 5v5 fights since the early stages of the game. And TS, they didn't give them. They skipped all those problems. Yes, we're just going to be farming, waiting for us to get Tatsuri and Chewy fed enough for us to go for the 5v5. And during the last moments of the game, that is when they pulled the trigger and went for a 5v5 because they know they have the whole advantage. They have the whole package on their hands.
Yeah, and I think it's just important to state here in this specific game that Doming, right? We talked about it earlier, but that Lee Sin falls off late. Even if they have the Cloud Dragon and the Ocean Dragon, yes, later on, they got the Elder Dragon. But Team Secret just ended the game immediately. Because if they stalled that and did not end the game, it can be FLA taking that late game with that Elder Dragon, shielding them away from the burst of Chewy and Tetsuri.
Yeah, they took their risk there on the side of looking at how it worked for FLA. They took the risk here. Losing Rafa in the process here wasn't really what they wanted to happen. And when they take this Ultra Mountain Drake, look at their positioning. It's not really as good. And because they got lost into the shield of Duran from Rocks, that was perfect setup for the Mega Inferno Bomb. And Chewy was able to get 2 kills just like that. And after that, just snowballed in favor of TS. FLA wasn't even able to answer back.
Yeah, I mean, it was like Chewy casting the Mega Inferno Bomb, then later on, immediate taunt coming in.
Wow.
So amazing plays. And speaking of the same champion and the same place, it's the player of the game, the MVP, Chewy, for this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Chewy just played that game pretty well, honestly. When it comes to the Mega Inferno Bombs, they were always scary, always on point. Like, they're always on the sweet spot whenever he chose the Mega Inferno Bomb, and that was why they were able to get the win. The easy wombo combo from the Cataclysm to the Hero's Entrance to the Mega Inferno Bomb was just their bread and butter during the whole game, and that just worked in their favor. I love the way that Chewy played it. I mean, 33k damage, that's just so much.
And that is what we've talked about a while ago, right? And that accumulative damage, there is the Infernal Dragon putting up a punch there, supporting that massive amount of damage coming in from Chewy. They got it from the early game. We've said it. If this comes to late, Tetsuri and Chewy is going to deal so much damage.
Yeah.
So it's just a difficult task here for FLA. We'll see how this would turn out in game number 2. It's match point for Team Secret. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away. When we come back, it's Team Secret 1 win away for that series win.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines, the rematch between Team Secret and FLA from the fall split. It's already match point for Team Secret, one more win, and they take the series down for this week.
Yeah, what they want here for the members of Team Secret is just to play their win conditions. That is exactly what they want. They want to drag the game as long as they can, and that they did. And even though they lost a lot of dragons to the members of FLA, it didn't matter. Because at the end, even though you get a lot of drakes, yes, it wouldn't matter if those stats won't add up to how the Team Secret lineup went in. They had an ADC, they had an AP carry, which is Ziggs, and that's why they had just a lot more damage compared to the lineup of FLA.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs, not only that, they also have Lucian in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So, a lot of damage indeed. But that was actually quite clean coming from Team Secret, right? With Chewy and Tatsuri actually not dying a single death there. Only Fiora or Azar dying 2 times, and then Rox dying 1 time in those certain circumstances. So, really safe. I think what Team Secret is doing, protect these 2 kings, and they did.
Yeah. That's exactly what they wanted during the whole time. Especially Brox played a lot more well with that Galio. He hasn't found a lot of success with that Galio, but right now he played it so well, and that's why he was able to defend. And Chewy was able to get a lot of those opportunities to get the Mega Inferno Bomb in because of the taunts and also the hero's entrances. Coming from Brox, and that is exactly what you want with an engaged composition, or rather a wombo combo composition.
Yeah, it's just amazing, right? The mix-up, Pepper comes in first, Rox comes in next, and then forcing out a lot of flashes coming in from Fennel Adversity. Then after that, you have Azar going into the back lines, and then the damage from Tatsuri and Chewy also massive. We've seen the amount that Chewy did from that game 1 to like 33,000 in 19-minute game. So it's just good play coming from Team Secret. Now I'm curious, what will the bans be and picks be? Is FLA going for this early game win con once again? Or now are they going for that late game win con, matching up the melody that Team Secret is singing right now?
Yeah, especially for the brand of Wildlife, especially on this side right there of FLA, they had the Rakan, but there's not a lot of follow-ups whenever a Rakan comes in. Yes, the brand will do some damage, but he does DPS damage and not as bursty as what a Ziggs could do. Yes, he got a lot of grand entrances in, maybe a 3-man, maybe a 4-man, but nobody was there. Nobody was there to get enough damage in, and that's why it was just unfortunate for Rappy during the whole game. So maybe they just need to double down. If ever they want Rappy to get another Rakan, they need to get more damage in their composition. Not just a lot of bruisers, but more damage.
Or not just that. When we saw that late game plays coming in from Fennel Adversity, right? We saw Rakan being downtime for pretty much 5 minutes of the whole game.
Yeah.
Well, not 5 minutes. I think that is an overstatement. I think it's just 2 minutes, 3 minutes of that match wherein the Baron Nashor was alive. The Elder Dragon is alive because of this constant pickups that Team Secret is doing. If Rafi comes in, Rox goes for the taunt. And then after that taunt, it's GG for Rakan. So that is those things that we are looking at, that minor things that actually affect the game in a significant manner. As now we're here for this game number 2 with FLA banning Ziggs immediately into the matchup, followed up by Yuumi from Team Secret.
Yeah, they weren't able to find an answer to the Ziggs a while ago. Yes, Ziggs is a really squishy target, a very vulnerable target, but because they don't have the tools to get onto the backline, they weren't able to get it. They weren't able to get even close to Tatsuri and also to Chewy during those whole times. So they wanted to ban that just for the safety. And maybe if they want to ban something else, I think Azar's Fiora is probably okay to ban, just because there you go. They needed to ban that just because they don't need the Fiora getting a lot of weak point damage against them.
Yeah, and this is now the thing that is interesting for FLA. Camille is open at the moment. Gragas is open at the moment, which now being banned away by Team Secret mixes things up. Galio is also open. Jarvan 4 is also open. These 2 champions can be picked up by Team Secret immediately because they are on the red side of this game 1. So those are the interesting things to consider when FLA is going for this last ban in the first phase.
I think going for a set here would be great. If ever FLA wants to, if ever TS would go again for the Galio to the Jarvan setup, I think a set would be a good answer. At least he'll pull back most of the pressure from that combo into him and get the haymaker. And now there's a lot of champions open again. Back to that, Seth is probably gonna get picked up by one of these teams on both sides, because Seth is a very valuable first pick. Yeah, also the Jace is also good.
Yeah, it's also open. We know Jace and Camille to be the two most banned champions in the Rift from week 1 up until today, and now it is left open. FLA, what is your first pick going to be?
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking if they want to risk one. So they went for the Galio. They want to deny Rox that Galio, but because Thresh is up, I think Thresh is going to be picked up by Rox here, which is also a good answer because Thresh basically does everything. So that is a good answer for the Galio.
Rakan is also open for Team Secret. They could pick up this Thresh Morgana, Thresh Lux if they want to go for it, but as we stated, the Jace is also left open without being banned away. Now, Team Secret picks it up.
Remember, that's 2 picks, so if ever they still want to get something else for their side and decide Team Secret, a set could also come out. But if they want to prioritize the Thresh of Rocks, just for it to not get denied, that is good. But as I said, yeah, Set is also a valuable pick. They got two of the most banned champions in the game.
Absolutely insane draft that Team Secret has prioritized here for the first 2 picks. Now, FLA, your answer is going to be important here. What would the second and third pick be? There is Ziggs that is banned away, Morgana that is left open. You can go for it, but you already have Galio. So where is this going to go?
Oh, they went in. They doubled down on Doming getting the Lee Sin. I mean, Doming really wasn't the problem a while ago. It was just they don't have enough ways to enable some of their laners, especially Danny, during the last time. So maybe Doming could just go for this again and try it himself. If ever this is going to work, I think there's still a chance for them to go for an engaged composition for the side of FLA. Because if this last pick, I'm kind of thinking what could be the last pick, but they went for the Darius though.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Lee Sin and Galio, right? If Lee Sin comes through at level 5 with those kicks, Doming can come through, Hero's Entrance can come in, right? We're not seeing the Jarvan 4 and Galio Wombo combo, but we're seeing a Lee Sin engage, first setup, and then Rafi can come in with that Hero's Entrance to just bombard a lot of CCs away from Team Secret. So that is going to be important to take note. But Team Secret answered with that Lux here for his last pick for the first phase.
They're going to be banning the Corki here for the side of Team Secret again because they, as I said, because there's not a lot of options right now for Danny to pick if ever, because that's the reason why they picked the Lux. They don't want Danny to have AP wave clear options on their side. The Morgana might be the next one if they want to, because that is probably going to be the last and only wave clear champion that you can have here. But on the side right here, they banned the Thresh, which is good, and also a Zed could probably be open for Arise here if ever Team Secret wouldn't ban that.
It doesn't matter though. Rakan is here. Leona is here. We've seen Rox play this out. So if ever TS wants to go for it, they could go for Lux Rakan. Lux, Lux with Chewy being that damage dealer and wave clear. So there is an option for Team Secret here to go for Rakan. If ever they want to go for it, having that past history of success here in WCS.
Okay, I'm not really sure what they're going for here. I mean, the Leona is still up, yes, which is also good. And the Rakan, they could deny that against FLA if they want to, because they're the first pick anyway. Rox can take this pretty easily, but they went for the Jarvan. Jarvan to the Set is also a good combo, because at least you're gonna get bursted down by both of them.
Yeah, and I think it's more important to deny the Jarvan 4 away from Fennel adversity.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they could go for this Wombo combo, and yes, there is the Lee Sin, there is the Darius already. So this is going to be interesting. Maybe TS is thinking, maybe Jarvan 4 can be that support. And this is going to be amazing because there are that 2 hyper-aggressive frontliners that can set up the play for that Galio. So good deny coming from Team Secret.
Yeah.
Now, FLA answered with a Kaisa for their 4th pick.
And I was thinking if they're going for an Enchanters, there's not a lot of Enchanter options right now. Anything. The Lulu and Yumi has been banned.
Jana?
Yes, you could go for the Nami, which is also good. Aggression in the bot lane against the weak bot lane of a Lux and probably a Leona and a... or maybe a Leona, on the side of Team Secret. So that could be what they want to go for here, especially. But Kaisa doesn't really deal a lot of damage early game.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Fennel Adversity, I think, is going for that balance here in that specific draft. They could have that early game for Lee Sin. Late game, you have Kaisa. So
Yeah.
that, I think, is what FLA wants, because a while ago, the early game win con did not go successfully. Now, they have that balance. So if ever early game win con doesn't work, you have Kaisa as that late game insurance.
Going for set support here for the side of Team Secret. So that could be good or bad at the same
I
time.
mean, all
'cause
of these are flex.
yeah, I was kind of expecting here to go for. I think the reason why they picked up the set is at least if ever this is gonna be a Galio to the bot lane, it would be better. But because right now, yeah, Rox went in for the set bot lane with a face rush probably. It's only gonna be good if it was against another melee support. But now, it could be hard in the early laning phase, but on the clashes for sure, it would be good. But in the early laning phase, I think I'm favoring Kaisa and Nami, especially that they have a lot of range.
I mean, we could consider that. I mean, both these duo laners has pros and cons, right? Lux has that big damage for wave clears, and Kaisa also does the same. So Set will just be that front line. I'm the Chad. I'm gonna protect my ADC or my APC in this matter. And in the same manner, Nami is just that protector. So we'll see. I think this is going to be relatively safe if ever no one wants to go for that aggression. But Doming, with consideration for FLA, we're looking for some early game plays here, expectedly for Fennel adversity.
Yeah, what I'm afraid of for FLA's lineup is they don't have a lot of wave clear. Because you're not going to expect, oh, he can't get lane in the bot lane though. But again, back to my point, I think I'm not expecting them to get a lot of wave clear, especially that Winds of War. If they're going to go for tank onto a Rise, Winds of War is not going to wave clear a lot, which is probably going to be a problem in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with Arise going to mid lane, we could expect him to go for that damage for Fennel adversity, right? And going for an early armor resistance, I think, is a good thing, because you're battling Tatsuri, and when it comes to a 1v1, we all know how Renekton plays. A lot of CCs, a lot of damage overall. So this, I think, is just the counter that Fennel adversity is doing in this first couple of seconds in this matchup. So I think that is good. So we'll see how this storyline would work. But of course, the winning conditions, I think we need to discuss it here right now,
Yeah.
Dash. What do you think will happen? What are the win cons for both teams?
Yeah, we kind of switch up the win conditions for both of our sides. So Team Secret, especially with their composition, a lot of boosters. So it's easy for them to go for clashes, long drag on fights in the early stages of the game. But FLA, what they want is to drag the game as long as they can, just for Danny to pop off. So what they want to do is protect the king, as you said. And that is really what they want to do here. They want to get 2 or 3 items for Danny before they contest a lot of these objectives. And they need to invest most of these resources on Danny, because if Danny pops off, the team wins.
Absolutely. Late game win con for FLA, early game win con for you for Team Secret. Doming with that early game consideration, independence for Fennel adversity. But at the moment, we're seeing a very stagnant early game for this game number 2 here, with Trevor just going in for a jungle invade and getting that blue buff away from Lee Sin.
Yeah, what I like about Team Secret's lineup is, yes, they have a lot of, I mean, not a lot of AoE, but they have a lot of pick on their side. They have stuns, they have the 2 disguise onto Azar, and if ever they would be able to do that, that'll be good for the team. That is
Look at
exactly
Jarvan
what they want to do. But Jarvan to Doming,
Ooh, flag and drag, but good response coming from Rafi, giving a bit of sustainability for Doming. So no kills for that aspect, and even gold for now, 2 minutes into the
my.
matchup.
oh my, if that Shock Blast hit, that could have been a kill onto the top side. But Azar playing it safe, and then Risen with low HP is just gonna be getting those honey fruits, or probably, yeah, gonna be backing away, but Azar gonna deny him.
Yeah, I mean, you also have Ignite coming in from Azar, so if ever those hits connect, huge damage coming in from Team Secret. But rather, I don't think he's playing safe, but I think he's conserving his flash for later on, because if he uses it, Doming can immediately go. Now that he's level 5, those kicks are going to be so obnoxious here in the early game.
Yeah, it's really hard to deal with. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of those flashy kicks from Doming during the last game. He was able to get a
Good set.
lot, or maybe 2, but Rox will be the target here.
Yeah, but just visiting, getting those visions coming through for deep jungle, coming from Fennel adversity, but no kills as of yet. And we are moments away from the Cloud Dragon and the Rift Herald. 30 seconds left. What do you think will be happening here, Dash? What
Yeah,
will
I
be
think-
the priority for both teams here?
Yeah, I think they're just gonna shake hands here. Considering that Arisen is having a hard time on the top side, they could probably risk this Cloud Dragon because at least Kaisa might not. This is what I hate about Kaisa, to be honest, is because honestly, you need to get the Katian lane upgrade, and that would
It is now.
probably stall your power spikes with the Blade of the Ruin King most of the time.
Yeah.
You take a long time to get that first item. It's the reason why Danny is having a hard time at the Rise though.
Yeah, huge damage, but not gonna be enough though. No all-ins for now from Fennel Adversity. Being that solo player from Galio in that engagement. But as you stated, the handshake is here. Team Secret doesn't want to go for the contest onto the Cloud Dragon and instead going for the Rift Herald. And you talked about a while ago about the Occasion Ring. Now it is upgraded for Danny. No BRK as of yet. They have to wait for that moment.
Yeah, they're gonna wait for that moment. I think it'll take up to the next objective before they go in for the fight here. But at least now the Ekatian is upgraded. Oh, Arisen top lane.
Yeah, and we have Trevor into the backside as well. Rift Herald is
no.
ready. Being forced out. That will be the flag and drag for his blood for TS.
Wow, what a good first blood for Team Secret. But now they're losing a lot of HP onto Trevor too, though. But Rift Herald, oh, he's gonna take down the third top side, opening up this one, setting them up for success during for the next Rift Herald.
Yeah, really great early game foundation here from Team Secret. Right, FLA, you went for the Cloud Dragon? Sure thing. We're gonna go for First Blood and the Tower First Blood as well at the same time, which injected gold onto Azar and also onto Trevor, which leading them into a 2k gold lead in the 5 minutes.
There's a lot of leads here for Team Secret. They need to get those. The win condition for this team is like the same like what they did for FLA a while ago, so they just need to stall for time. Team Secret needs to get a lot of clashes, because FLA, they know how to play around this, especially in the early stages of the game. They don't even risk a 5v5 whenever they can. Even though they have the hero's entrance, they don't want to go for it. They're gonna go conservative as long as they can.
Yeah, and I think this will set up the story later on. Infernal Dragon will be the next objective in the next 2 to 3 minutes of this game. Whoever takes that has that late game damage lead against the opposing team. But for now, we have 3-man roams for both sides in the mid lane. Now brought up 4-man roam for FLA.
Yeah, I think I'm wrong here, Infinity, because to be honest, looking at the items right now, they went for 2 Deadman's Plate on Arisen and Arise. So what they want to do is probably engage during the next objective. They want to go for fight with bot lane.
Azar is in danger with Nami. Ultimate, he cannot go away. But look at Lux, just securing that Dominic can't go away. Nice 1-for-1.
Yeah, that is good for FLA. A rather Team Secret, they got 1 kill. But Arisen might not want to go for fights here, because he doesn't have any items. He does have the Deadman's Plate. While be going for a team fight later on, and that's why they can defend this.
Yeah, and now it's going to be set with the ultimate on Arise. Arise is very low. Tactical listens to lock in, gets a kill for Team Secret. That will be their 3rd kill of this game. But Darius uses the flash. Noxian Guillotine takes rocks away. But Arise is also counter-engaged. Nice trade from Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret winning the fight there, but they're not done just yet.
Azar with huge damage. Rafi is forced to back away, and FLA has to retreat.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be another engage for Team Secret, but because FLA just knows that they can't fight this at this point, because they went in for the first item Deadman's Blade on Arisen and Arise, so you're not gonna be expecting them to deal a lot of damage or even wave clear or fight a 1v1 against anyone onto the solo lane. So it's going to be quite hard for them to start this up, especially that they need to get the priority on those solo lanes before these objectives come in, and they're going to be coming in just 45 seconds for the Infernal Drake, and this is something that FLA wants to take just for them to boost up or accelerate that.
Yeah, and this is what we stated a while ago, to be that setup for the story in the early game, mid game phase that can set up the play for the late game as well in this matchup. But Team Secret has a 2k gold lead, so what will FLA do with Trevor also having that level advantage?
Yeah, they want to get this. Whenever you can, push the mid lane, probably get the priority here just for them to get a little bit more good positioning compared to what Team Secret has, because it's really easy to position on the side of Team Secret because they have rocks. If ever rocks comes in, better position for themselves, and most of the members of FLA are going to get taken down. But this is a fast Infernal Drake here, Infinity.
Yeah. That turret is not yet here. Trevor is late to the party, and now it's going to be FLA taking the Infernal Dragon. Nami with a tidal wave, zoning away the enemy team. Gaia with the arrow's entrance. 3-man knock up. Now Team Secret is looking for those trades, but that will be the jungle traded for the top lane, mid lane of FLA.
Ooh, 2 for 1. Team Secret is not done just yet. They might be able to get under the tower in the mid lane. And again, we're opening up FLA. And you remember, whenever we talk about FLA, they don't want this mid lane turret gone. If it's gone, that just opens up a lot of possibilities for Team Secret. A lot of pressure. Even their jungler is just gonna get taken out. But look at this engage that they did here. Yes, they got the Infernal Drake, but as I said, the showstopper is just so good at zoning them out. And the pit right there is just everyone's there. Nobody can get out. They don't have the flashes, and that's why they got converged on. But they want another fight.
TS has stolen the Rift Herald away from FLA, and now FLA is being forced to retreat. Danny uses up the Killer Instinct to go back in, but TS has a lot of HP, and now it's going to be a rise down for the count as TS takes another kill.
Another kill onto the side of TS. Also Rift Herald on their hands, so more towers is gonna get taken down. They want to get the Brave Clear onto the top side just for them to get the push there. More pressure, FLA, they're losing their time. Yes, there's a ticking time bomb, which is Danny, but right now, he's not a threat yet for Team Secret. That's why they're going for all these engages. Look at this. Chewy has the Rabbit and Zetscup. It's gonna be hitting so hard like a truck for the side of Team Secret. So FLA, they need to be careful right now. There's a lot of burst damage coming out their way.
Absolutely. But now, it's a phase where no objectives are available. The turrets are there as well, but look at rocks. They have the information. FLA is just going through, using up the tidal wave. No escape, and FLA takes set away.
Hey, they want some more though.
Chewy, you can't just do that. He is just gonna get killed immediately as FLA has CC locked him. Now TS has lost 2 members immediately at that fight.
I mean, I was hyping up Chewy, but he fell down just as I said that. And now they're gonna be taken down. Bot lane might be their target though. Doming, trying to find some space.
Now Galio with the Hero's Entrance as well. Look at Danny into the backside with Killer Instinct. Now Azar can't have anywhere to go. And FLA takes Azar away.
Yeah, that's a good play from FLA. They're just getting all the space for themselves, get some kills, try to force some towers to get taken down. Even if you lose some, you'll get some. You'll get a tower in the bot lane. And FLA just got, remember, they got 2 Drakes on their hands, so it might go in their favor later on. But Team Secret right now, they're just happy. They just want to take this. They didn't have Chewy anyway during that fight, so they're just gonna wait for that chance for them to fight back. But for the split push, I think FLA won't have any answer, especially for Tatsuri and also Azar that are very strong right now.
Yeah. And remember, right? FLA got 3 kills out from that. They got a turret into the bot side, but still, Team Secret is at a 4k gold lead. So how much more can you go here, FLA, to come back from this gold deficit? Because at the moment, Team Secret is looking very, very strong at the moment at 11 minutes into the matchup.
Yeah, they want to get 4 more. Team Secret with the 4k, rather 3k gold. The top side of Tatsuri.
There's a 1v3, no escape. It's Team Secret losing their mid laner Tatsuri from that fight. I mean, it's a 4v1.
Getting more spaces though. Shock Blast has been thrown and they might go for a defend here. Oh, Doming though, forcing.
Oh, very, very risky play, but they got what they came for.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Again, FLA, they're just taking these towers one by one. Looking at how they play, they're just rotating all around right Infinity, but the Ocean Drake is up. The rotation, the reset from FLA was just right, but TS can't take this really fast like what FLA did a while ago. They need to deny this.
Well, we'll see about that as FLA is now ready to go. Team Secret starting that Ocean Dragon. FLA is on the hill. TPs are now coming through. Tatsuri is here as well. Team Secret, nice delay.
Don't have vision. This is going to be hard for them. They might be going for a steal here for Doming.
Ooh. Waiting for the CD to go away. Now Team Secret secures the Ocean Dragons. Too risky for FLA.
Yeah, they don't want to take it though. That is kind of good call for FLA because they know that Team Secret are already in position and they know that they lost on that same pit a while ago, so they don't want to risk it. Maybe if ever they got another showstopper onto Roxy, they might lose a lot of their resources and get taken down, especially that the Rift Herald has been thrown at the top side. It might be too big of a risk, so they just are gonna give it and just wait for Danny to get that third item before they go for the fight.
Yeah, and look at both bot laners, duo laners. Chewy now has Rabba and Ludenseco, building up into a potential Infinity Orb. And now Danny also have BRK and Static Shiv. This is the one item that we were talking about a while ago, and now Dash, it is up.
Yep, it is up. Infinity Edge, I'm waiting for them to get it before they go for the fight. So if ever, I think now is a good place though. I mean, 2 items is a good sweet spot for Danny to go for fights. 11k gold, they are really investing all their resources onto Danny, and that's very smart. I hope CS has an answer for this.
Ooh. Rox tried to initiate, but Domeng with a quick flash dodged it, but no more flash or FLA. Their jungler, that is the important thing. With Baron Nashor alive, TS can force this.
Yeah, to be honest, Rox is just... This set is just such a good pick, especially for a front-to-back composition. It's super easy to disrupt that formation that they have whenever they go for fights, because you just need to showstopper and facebreaker them all, and they're out of position already. So now Rox is just finding opportunities.
That's not coming from Arise. Will they follow up? That will be the follow-up. Tidal Wave zoning away Azar, and now it's Renekton still going to be alive, forcing out the flash, and the CD coming in from Star's Gate. So TS trading that summoner spell for flash.
Yeah, I was kind of afraid though that Alpha Lay, especially Arisen, is in a position where Rox could get a very fat... Oh,
Shield Taunt coming in from Arise. This is going to be the fight on the pitch. Seth going in for the ultimate, but Lux is there to disengage with that ultimate. Final Spark, just dealing damage.
They lost 3 ultimates on the side of Team Secret there just because of that one fight. That showstopper wasn't able to hit on the right place at the right time. That's why FLA was able to get out. And now Infinity Edge has been built by Danny. And this is the time that he'll go on a rampage if ever he's given a chance. So Team Secret needs to be careful on pulling the triggers, because right now I was expecting them to get a bit bigger on the gold lead, but FLA is just chasing them down.
Yeah, absolutely. From a 4k gold lead from TS, now down in a 2k gold lead. And the item that you were looking for, that is now here once again. 3 core item. Power Spike by Danny with BRK, Static Shiv, and Infinity Edge. So much crit damage later on.
Yeah, they just want to jump on Danny. That is the chance the Team Secret is looking for. If ever they get that chance, but they're going for that brush here. Danny, they saw him though, so this is going to be scary.
Yeah. Nice kill check coming in from Arise. Pushing back away TS, so they're really just waiting for each other to make a mistake before they come through.
Yeah, I think FLA is not a team where they're gonna go for an engage, because they don't have any of those engage tools on their composition. I mean, Domin could go for it, but right now at this point, 16 minutes, he's just gonna get bursted down. So he won't want to risk it. What they want to do here for FLA is just wait for the engage to come, then use all their ultimates to at least protect Danny. Team Secret, they're the ones who FLA are waiting for. They need to pull the trigger at the right time, especially now that Arisen is not here.
Yeah, and that is something that I was also going to take note of, but you read my mind here, Dash. No frontliners at the moment for FLA. Danny is on the front lines now, dealing a huge amount of damage to Azar. And now Azar falls down, and another one for the double kill. No set, no frontline. Trevor and Tatsuri will be that protector alone, but Tatsuri has fallen down. So much raw damage from FLA, and they got the triple from TS.
Wow, what a good play from Danny. Super aggressive, just went in together with the killer instinct. No answers whatsoever from TS just because they're not in formation. That was a good time for Danny to just go ham. No CC is gonna hit you unless Rox was there. And if Rox is gone, you're gonna get so happy with Danny because he's not gonna get touched by anyone.
And this is better for Fennel Adversity. They are opting to go for the Mountain Elder Dragon rather than the Baron Nashor. Now, this ups up the ante of FLA having true damage with this Elder Drake.
Yeah, I mean, with that and also coupling that up with how many Drakes that they have on their bag, that just gives so much more for FLA, and this is not ideal for Team Secret. They lost a lot of those Drakes. I was expecting them to be taking a lot of these Drakes against FLA, because honestly, if you are a scaling or rather an early game composition, getting those dragons is super important for you to be relevant in the late game. FLA just are actually following the script the TS followed a while ago, and they're taking them down with just that.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Baron Nashor is still going to be alive. The winning condition for Team Secret, because FLA has the Elder Drake. So this is going to be a difficult task for them to actually take down. But 2 GAs, look at that, from Arisen and Doming. So a lot of safety from FLA.
Yeah. Wherever they want to go though, Arisen.
Scream and Apprehend. Yeah, Tidal Wave to follow through, zoning away the enemy team. Team Secret is now on the pitch, but look at the kill. He just got one shot. Chewie is now down, and Trevor is also down with no jungler for TS.
Yeah, 0 damage onto TS right now. They took down the only damage source with the Shui, and now this is a chance for them to get the Baron, especially the Trevor is not up. TS would just walk away, and no contestation whatsoever for them on this Baron. This is going to be big. This might be the last fight after this 30 seconds that's going to come out. This Baron is just going to get big for FLA.
And you said the late game is important for FLA, and now we're here, baby.
Yeah, we're here, and they are just so happy, especially that Danny has the 4th item. Almost getting that item lucky. 17k gold, just chilling in the top side. Level 15, he wants to go in whenever he can, because at least if ever someone touches him, at this point in the game, when even the stats that they got for the Mountain Drake, he's just gonna go in. He's just that confident because he has that extra shield on him. That's why he's just so confident that even if he goes in, it's okay. I'm not gonna die.
Dash.
Yeah,
Look
GA.
at the items of Danny. Another GA for FLA.
Yeah, probably, man. He's not gonna die anyway, so getting that GA is exactly what they need. I mean, no, doubling down, top side.
Two-man knockoff coming from FLA. This is huge coming in from Fennel Adversity. And now Trevor has lost his HP in a blink of an eye. And Danny just jumps into the backside with a killer instinct. And now Chu is down. He is very low. They're going under the base. And that will be the quadra for Horizon.
Arisen gets the quadra kill, and now FLA just happy for this. I mean, Doming is just getting the GAs popped off though onto the tower, and this was a great win, honestly, for FLA. They just played their win con like what TS did a while ago, and FLA are happy to take this one in the bag against Team Secret.
FLA bringing it to game 3. This is just the exciting moment. The rematch that I was hoping for, and now we're here. It's a 3-game series here, Dash. This is what we were wanting from that series 1. This is what we hoped so, but Fennel Adversity sure did answer that hope. And now it's about match point for everyone. It's a do or die for this specific series.
I mean, heavy breaths for FLA. They just took that down. They just standed their ground. They just waited for the right timing to fight against FLA, and when they got the Infinity Edge from Danny, that is when they stood up, and Danny just even went in front of everyone. That's just how strong he is at that point in the game, and that's why Team Secret, whenever they... I think that is the reason why here. I mean, whenever you drop a composition in where you want to get the early game, you need to finish the game before 14 to 15 minutes, because after that, the time bomb has been set already, and it's just going to explode, and that's what Danny is, or rather was, during the whole time.
Yeah, Infinity Edge, like 3-core item power spike, and that was just the signal. TS, you are in danger. We already have Danny signaled up. We already have his items. And then to add to that pressure, 3-man GA from Fennel Adversity. Right? So, so much attack and so much defense. They're playing it very safe. And this is known to this team being controlled aggressive. And now, it just came through fruition for this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, during that point, they really don't need anything anymore. They didn't need any damage, because at least they have more DPS than Team Secret at that point in the game. So the only way for them to lose is for them to end. That's why they went in for the GA, just for the safety. That's why they just wanted the defense. They just wanted the extra armor, just for them to not end. If ever they ended that, that could have been a turnaround for Team Secret, because Danny was just so fed. That was it. That was the win.
Yeah, and look at the split that TS did here. However, this is the point in time that Kaisa still doesn't have his items. And we're looking at the 10-minute mark. BRK already completed, building up into that static shiv and then the Infinity Edge. So good stall. Like, good stall coming from FLA. I just want to commend that. It's really, really nice to see.
Yeah, it's really nice to work with here. I mean, during those early stages of the fight, at least now Doming was able to redeem his confidence together with the Lee Sin, and that's why it was just enough. Looking at this fight, look at how Danny just played that. He was just in killer instinct. He was just by the bay every time he went in. That is actually a signal that you guys are losing, because Danny's just so confident that he's gonna he's not gonna die. Look at that. He just went in though. He's just so confident at that point, and that's just a bad signal if the ADC goes in front.
And from that specific moment that you talked about just now, Arisa wasn't there.
Yeah.
Arisa wasn't there. It's Danny and Rafi alone from that, and Doming as well. And you know what? Danny said, no front lines? Don't worry. I'll be the front line now. I have my items.
I mean, Killer Instinct together with the shields. He's just gonna be that man right there. 60k DA. That's just too much. I mean, that is just so big. 30k damage. I think at this point it's kind of normal now for the Dragon laners whenever they're winning at the bigger ends, and 94% KP. That's just so much. It's because of FLA just played around Danny whenever they can. That's why Danny has a lot of assists, a lot of kills.
Yeah, and you said Danny is doing con? Well, he sure showed up for this game number 2, having so much damage and just 94 kill participation, right? So you just know that the team is playing for Danny, playing around him, protecting him as the king of the Protect the King composition, and they sure pulled that off with a very, very clean fight.
Yeah, I mean, ballistas, trebuchets, that's exactly what they need to protect the castle, and Danny was able to survive, and after that, he just powered through and just wrecked the board right there against Team Secret. I mean, we're going to a game 3. I'm just so happy that we're going for an FLA Team Secret game 3, and this is actually what we need. This is a match that we were waiting for since the start of WCS, and we're going to a game 3. They're just making this, making the fans as happy as they can, getting this game 3. So yeah, Infinity, I'm excited for this next game.
I echo your thoughts. I am excited as well, and I know the viewers is excited. But before then, we're gonna take a short break. But when we come back, this is the awaited series, the 3rd game of FLA versus Team Secret.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
third game of the rematch here, Dash. I am excited. This is what we were hoping for, a third game on this series. And now both teams has shown performance. Of course, my name is Infinity, and as I've stated, together with me is Dash for this series. It's TS and FLA, a do or die. The very last series, the very last game, or not the very last series, but the very last game of the series.
I want to hand out some DOS Age of Hopiums from FLA fans, Team Secret fans, because honestly, this game, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not really sure. It's a game 3. The momentum has shifted. Game 1, game 2. We're still in. We're still in for the long run. This is going to be the last one game. And I don't know. I'm not favoring any team here because I'm not sure. It's a 50-50 for me here, Infinity.
Yeah, it's a coin flip, right?
Yeah.
How both teams have played, like in game number 1, how TS played, stall, late game scaling, because the win con for FLA is early game, and now the game has flipped. Game number 2 has flipped.
Yeah.
We have FLA going for that late game win con, and now TS lost. So I don't know for game number 3. What's going to happen here, Dash?
What happens if they both went into the late game team
Late
composition?
game?
Yeah, I'm
Possible.
kind of looking for that. If ever they go for that double ADC for both teams and probably open both of the enchanters, open the Yumi, open the Lulu. Yeah,
Lulu
that
Wing.
could be a fight that I'm gonna be waiting for. I'm just gonna be sitting, chilling on my seat, sipping some water while waiting for them to destroy each other like 50 to 20 minutes.
I don't know if we could chill here, Dash.
Right?
I don't know if we could chill here.
Yeah.
It's such a grievous match to just look forward to, and I am really just like losing my mind. I don't know what's gonna happen. And now that we're in the draft, what is going to be the bans? What are going to be the picks? As FLA is now on blue side and TS is now on red side.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite different right now for both of our sides because I think FLA now getting this would just leave a lot of those options because a while ago, if they were able to leave a lot of those options, they're going to get punished by Team Secret, by the Jace and the set, but it wasn't as punishing as I thought it would be, so it's okay. Because if their win condition is an ADC anyway, they could just leave a lot of those champions open. Just don't let the Morgana and the Ziggs open because the wave clear is going to get disrupted.
Yeah, and it's a difficult pressure right now for FLA and TS. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
It's like heavyweight. Probably more than a
Definitely.
ton. Probably more than 100 tons. We don't know, but we're going swiftly for the bans here. Yumi, Gragas for TS, and FLA banning away Ziggs and Fiora. Huge respects on Azar and Chewy.
Okay, yeah, respecting most of the players here, especially for there's a big respect for the Gragas, especially because you can put Gragas everywhere, and that you're gonna be okay, and that's why they're banning most of these champions that could get flex. But again, I think we're going with the same formula that we did a while ago. The Jason set are open again, and whoever picks it is gonna lose. I hope that's not the case though.
Morgana, Jace, Set. What else? Galio is open. So a lot of champions that are open right now between FLA and TS. And it's such a difficult decision now for Fennel University. If we pick a champion, there are a lot of champions that TS can pick up. So what will be the first pick here by Fennel University?
Galio, probably. Oh, they went in for the Jace.
No.
They want to go for the Jace. So I think Team Secret would be taking that Galio and probably the J4 if ever they could on their side to get that easy wombo combo that landed them the win while ago. But if this is going to be a set, it's great. Rocks could also get the Thresh, but I think they're going to be prioritizing the solo lanes or the trial lanes that we have.
Let's see. Because Galio is also open for them to pick up. Morgana is open. Now Galio will be that priority as you have predicted here, Dash. Now, Fennel University can go for Kaisa if they want to go for that route once again. This is the composition that defeated Team Secret. Maybe aside from the switch in champions here with Galio going to the side of TS and FLA picking up Jace.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to secure onto the Galio. And at least now with the Corki, they have something to work with Danny because it has been banned twice in a row now by Team Secret. So now getting that Corki would just leave out the Jarvan open for the side of Team Secret because they need to prioritize Domek's Lee if they want to. Or if they want to deny that J4, they could also pick that up.
Yeah, absolutely. Lee Sin is also available as you stated. This is a nice call that you put out, but no priorities here for Dom Meng. They want to go for Darius, the Corki, and Jace. So we might expect Jace to be either jungle or the mid lane, then Corki bot lane. Now, what is TS going to do? as now Morgana is open. They're still lacking on that AP. Lux is also open on what they've picked up a while ago alongside with Rocks going for set.
Yeah, they want to get
There we go.
the Lux again for Chewy. So with this Lux, they have. I think the only thing that they need to have here for Team Secret, like what if they wanted to draft like they did a while ago, they need to get more DPS because they lost that onto the late game. But if it's against Danny with a Corki, it's also going to be hard because this is constant DPS in the late game that we're talking about, and also it's magic damage, so it's going to be hard to deal with, especially.
Lee Sin can be banned, Rengar can be banned, Kha'Zix can be banned. No jungles there for FRA. Or rather, Jace could be that champion that they want to pick up for Dom lane, but still unknown. A very flexible draft here for FLA on what they want to do here. Now TS, what will be the fourth pick be? And it looks like it's going to be Rakan, a priority of a ban onto Rafi.
Yeah, I think I'm not seeing the Thresh getting banned here. They just wanted Corki to be happy in the bot lane, banning all of those. I mean, even Azar. They just wanted to ban Azar's Lucian there on their side, so they don't have a lot of options here on their side. So banning the Zed is good, but what they want to go for here is probably a very well-rounded jungler that has a lot of damage.
Yeah, and this is really nice. This is really nice. I think FLA is doing like a double bluff here, or just doing some massive baits.
There you go.
Banning away the Lucian means that Azar can go for it, because at the moment, these are really flexible picks here for TS, and they're lacking that AD aspect, picking up the Lee Sin. And banning away Zed means that Tatsuri can't go for that as well. So a lot of mind games here being played by FLA. But with Lee Sin picked up with TS, FLA, are you going for that late game or early game here with Jarvan 4?
Yeah.
Dash, what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting Team Secret to pick the Jarvan 4 before they go for that. I mean, they went in for the Lee Sin anyway. So after that, picking the Jarvan 4 would just make it so that they would go for the Chase and also the Corki, helping them out together with probably the attack speed that the Machine Flag would give. And the support could just probably be another CC option. If they want to go with a Nami again, that could be good. But a Braum is something that I was thinking of. But the Janna, yeah, kind of okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I think Dejana is an answer to these bruisers, to these engagers from Team Secret. We all know that Monsoon is going to be obnoxious later on for Team Secret and constant sustain away from FLA. But the last pick is going to be Graves here from Team Secret.
Yeah, I like that. I like the Graves last pick. Honestly, if you just put him in the mid lane on the top side, it's gonna be okay because he's gonna be dealing the damage. He's the insurance that they have on the side of Team Secret. I was looking for the damage potential for this team, but because they got the Graves, that's good. But on the other hand, FLA probably is also gonna go with the late game insurance. It's just on different lanes, so it's probably gonna be easier for Graves to ramp up the damage, or rather the early game potential compared to what a Corki does. So yeah, I'm kind of expecting Graves to be TS to actually get the early game in their hands.
Yeah, so another question is Graves going top lane? Because now we have Lee Sin. So this is expected to be the jungle, except if TS is doing a toss-up, and they're going for TS on another lane. But Tatsuri now on the Graves, unexpected, going for that mid lane instead. Now Dash, paint me a picture here, because this is such a flexible type of draft that TS went for, with Graves being into the mid lane, and I would set on top lane. What is your expectations here? What are the winning conditions going to be here for Game 3?
Yeah, for sure, top lane is probably just going to be about against the two Juggernauts. So you're not going to be expecting any kills in the early stages of the game. But what the pressure is on this game is probably on the mid lane, on the bottom side of the map. That is where most of the fights are going to happen, just because those are the people that they need to invest resources on. If they went, or rather, Dominic and Trevor, they need to choose who do they want to give the advantage to. I think the mid lane is super crucial. If Arise gets that early game advantage, that is good for the side of FLA, because at least Arise would deal some damage against TS in the early stages, and later on Danny would replace him. But on the other hand, I think Trevor has a different playstyle. Trevor would go to the bot lane. If the bot lane gets fat, if Chewy gets hold those items, he's just gonna burst down the back line. So that is gonna be the win conditions. You get those early priorities onto the early game champions and let them decide what they are going to do with those resources that they're going to have.
All right, early game win con coming through for this game number 3. And once again, this is FLA and TS. One more win to take the series down for the count.
Oh, top lane though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be Horizon in danger with Trevor going for that
Wow.
early damage with First Blood going for Team Secret.
Yeah, they weren't expecting that early gank onto the top side, especially that they had the face breaker already onto Azar. They actually wanted that. They wanted to go for the fights as early as they can, not even batting an eye on Horizon. Getting that face rush is the reason why he lost it. Yes, he has the attack speed, but he doesn't have as much damage as Azar does in the early stages.
Absolutely. And this is just the scary part on having a Lee Sin played in a game, having an early game advantage. But look at how FLA is doing this. 4-man roam onto the Rift Sculptor makes sure that they have vision towards that bot side. As you stated, this is important from Team Secret on having that security in the early game. Lee Sin visiting bot lane. Now, it's much more harder to do with that Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, I love the fact that this takes from the members of FLA are just taking over. Doming is just making sure that he does have his laners in check. And also, Trevor is just going ham here onto the blue buff, just getting at least the buff, just shading out most of the jungles here. But because Rafi is there, he's going to be forced back out of the way.
3-man roam. Horizon going for the apprehend. The flash is there. Now, that is a good summoner spell burned by FLA.
Yeah, that is good win already. Horizon getting the apprehend, forcing the flash out on Trevor. At least he's going to be having that flash after the objectives comes in. So TS are just looking for that timing. And right now, FLA are just going to be chilling around, waiting for the right timing, get another gank onto Horizon on how Trevor is moving right now.
Yeah, but here's the thing. FLA has vision on that Tribush a while ago, so
Yeah.
they know that Trevor is on top side. And Horizon knows that he's on the weak side of the map, so he doesn't want to just play it very dangerously here in this early game. And we're seeing a lot of roams from both sides.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of their resources onto the top side because Trevor is just giving a lot of space onto Azar. I was not expecting him to give the space onto Azar because honestly, what's good about the top side, if you get one advantage onto one part, Azar is just going to dominate this lane and he's just going to be having that easier part on the top side if they take the referral. But Doming has some other plans. He wants to disrupt this economy or rather the stability on the top side.
Yeah, and this is just amazing, right? With Trevor visiting topside, yes, he lost a couple of mobs based on the timer, but he let Azar just kill. Freezing up the lane towards their turret means that now Set has double the amount of gold that Horizon has.
Double the amount of gold, double the amount of items. He has the Black Cleaver already, so if they want to take this referral, they can take it. They're gonna shake their hands here because they know that Horizon doesn't have enough resources on his hands. They're not gonna risk taking this referral. So Doming should probably just take the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, early game win con, TS, if they could take the Rift Herald, they would. But we'll see how the priorities are going to go here. Now, Horizon has information that Trevor is there, so this might just be the signal that TS wants to go for the Rift Herald.
Wow, really? Doming is really positioning onto the top side of the map, so they want to take this. They're just going to be using Rafi in their favor if they want to take this top lane advantage. They want to get their Rift Herald, so what they want to do is just push this mid lane, get the priority, and take those Rift Heralds.
Yeah, I think this is much more clever from FLA.
Yeah.
Just imagine, TS's win con is early game. If FLA denies the Rift Herald away from Team Secret, now that moves Team Secret's win con away for later.
Yeah.
So with Rift Herald being secured by FLA, this could be a good injection of gold towards Danny, towards Arise, towards the other members for Fennel University. While TS handshakes the Mountain Dragon, you know what? We'll take it.
Yeah. I say this is good. The reason why FLA doesn't have an easier time playing around the map is because their mid lane always gets taken down by the Rift Herald. Taking this first Rift Herald is a good adaptation to what happened during the first two games, and this is going to be at least a bit easier for them to take over the map. And TS taking that Mountain Drake, getting that extra shield is always going to be welcome, and they might be able to take a lot more fights. And Azar is just going to be happy. That extra shield is just going to be good for him on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, having the Mountain Shield Dragon buff of having shield, plus his extra shield from his skill kit, plus extra from Lux.
Yeah.
Like,
Together
how
with the
can you
Haymaker,
just
though.
burst Azar? Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of shields for Team Secret to utilize for later on. So nevertheless, even if they didn't get the Rift Herald, good trade as well. But look at this one. Set going for the ultimate. Lee Sin coming through immediately to follow up. Lux with a final spark. putting Horizon's HP down low.
I thought they're gonna go in there on the side of for Doming because they lost the flash already onto Trevor in the safeguard. That could have been ample time for them to go for the Cataclysm, at least buy some time before Horizon could fight again. And right now, that could have been the call. They want to play it safe, FLA. They just want to take this pretty slow until Danny ramps up.
Yeah. And everyone's playing very safe at the moment. Look at the kill standing.
Yeah.
FLA 0, TS 1. Mountain Dragon for TS, Rift Herald for FLA. And it has not been used. So very safe play for both teams now. What will happen when the Infernal Dragon and the next Rift Herald comes up here, Dash?
Yeah, they're waiting for the Rift Herald to expire before they go for the fight. I think they're gonna go for a fight. Or rather, they're pinging the bot side. So that might be their answer here. They want to go to the bottom side of the map, take the tower down, so at least Tatsuri would just get relegated from the bot lane, having a harder time farming resources.
Yeah. But here's the thing. If they go prioritize bot lane, it's going to be Horizon being pushed back further and further by Azar. It's already 1.3k gold lead by Azar on top side individual matchup. Rift Herald though, now spawned up bot side. They just might want to get the tower first blood.
Yeah, I think this is them saying the top lane is a lost cause already. Horizon, yeah, just chill there. We're just gonna be taking other resources from mid and bot because it's a lost cause. You can't fight Azar anymore at this point.
Yeah, and on top of that, they weren't even able to utilize the Rift Herald to take the tower first blood.
Yeah.
Only 2 turret plates. So a little bit gold, 200 gold, probably on a single member of FLA, but what else do you want? What else do you need? Because at the moment, it's still TS taking that gold lead in this match.
Oh, they go in for the showstopper though.
Nice ulti, followed up by the kick. Now Horizon is in danger. Final spark just securing that outscape by Horizon and the second kill for TS.
This has been an underlying trend. Trevor or Doming just gets 1 kill per 1 kill, get advantage to one part of the lane. Azar just happy, taking all those kills onto his back because at the early game at least, he's going to be a strong force. But Danny is walking in the wrong neighborhood though.
Yeah. And Azar has a flash. He can go flashing and go CC. This will be it. Flash punch.
Oh.
No. We have the Valkyrie away for Danny to be safe. Also the flash available for him. So no flash will be traded down, and clever move because now the Rift Herald will come up. 25 seconds. Infernal at 29.
I thought he's gonna go with a flash place breaker there for just for them to secure the kill, but not. It's a good thing that they did not risk it because the objectives are gonna come up in just a bit. That's why they didn't want to go for the risk there. They have all their summoner spells up. They have all their ultimates up. So if they want to take this Rift Herald, yes, I think they do. So they need to risk everything that they have here.
Yeah, and Azar is the hidden weapon here for this game for Team Secret. He has the gold lead away from Horizon. He has the level advantage away from Horizon as well. So this is a significant play from Team Secret. And if you're looking at it, FLA is going for the Infernal Dragon. They want to take this into the late game, hopefully.
Yeah,
to take that security onto the damage. And now it's just a shake hands between both teams on objectives.
Yep, going in bot lane though.
Hero's entrance. Nice zone from Rocks, but ultis being forced away.
A lot of those ultis are down. Rox doesn't have the hero's entrance anymore, so if they want to go for a fight somewhere around the map, turrets is down, and that's good. Top lane is down. Go for a fight though.
Tatsuri is very low. Rox is stuck in the middle of the Cataclysm. He cannot go away. Now he will just get slain. FLA takes that kill.
Yeah, good call for FLA. Taking down the top lane turret is a signal for them to get bot lane, but oh no, the Rift Herald is in the mid lane already though.
Nice combo coming from Chewy, going in for the light binding, followed up by the final spark. Now, Trevor coming in, Horizon forcing out the flash and a barrier. No summoners. Spell for Horizon in the foreseeable future.
Oh no,
now,
another?
Yes.
Oh,
turret with
no.
the charge and the Rift Herald in tier 2.
Oh no, another bonk at the mid lane. That was unfortunate. FLA, they didn't want that to happen. They wanted to protect the bot lane as long as they can, but because it's now open, it's now going to be hard for them to again roam around the map. But FLA, oh no, that is not ideal for them.
Yeah, and as Ontalus has stated, if tier 3 turret rather, is up in mid lane, there is still an opportunity always to win, but with that being forced away, and now Team Secret having that early game lead. 3k gold lead already here. And this is what you stated, Dash, a while ago. Early game is going to be the name of the game for TS.
Yeah, again, I mean, Chewy is just so fed right now together with the Rapid and Stat Cup. Later on, if he gets a Final Spark onto Danny, Danny's probably gonna get shredded for sure. So they need to be careful if they want to start fights. I like that Danny just went in for the Essence Reaver because they're gonna go
No
late
vision.
game anyway, and they don't have any vision at this part of the map. Arisen though.
Horizon. Ooh, no vision for you. Are you going for face check? Oh no!
Oh no!
Ah, Rocks went out too early, but I think that's the more safer route to go.
Yeah.
Because if ever they showed up and fought that, FLA can just flash in, disengage, or engage what the Team Secret. So, better safe than sorry, as they say.
They didn't have info anyway on the side of Team Secret. That's why they didn't want to risk anything. But bot lane
But
though,
they
I
didn't know.
think they want to
That's the
risk Tatsuri. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, TS didn't know if FLA had the information or not.
Yeah.
So, that was the scary part about the whole thing. So I think
Yeah.
that was just TS being very safe because now they have the lead. Why force fights or why force anything when they could just secure all the risks, and if there's no risk, then they go.
No risk, no reward for the side of Team Secret going in.
Oh my! Once again, it's now Azar locked in onto the Cataclysm, forcing out the flash. So ulti traded for a flash.
Yeah, that is good for the side of FLA. They just got one flash right there, and that is enough. Azar without the flash is just going to be easy to deal with. The face breakers. Face breaker flash won't happen anytime soon. And losing the flash though at this point in the game, especially that the Drakes are coming up on the Ocean Drake in just 45 seconds. Azar doesn't have a flash at that point. So Team Secret, what they want to do is force somebody on FLA for their flashes, just for them to get an equal footing on this next fight onto the Ocean Drake.
Yeah. And if you're seeing the standing at the moment, right? 3 turrets for TS, 1 turret for FLA. 4k gold lead for TS as well. So a lot of gold to the side of Team Secret at the moment. And the Horizon is falling down behind so massively. 3k gold deficit on top side individual matchup.
Honestly, this is great for Team Secret. Just keeping a 4 to 5k gold lead when you have an early game composition, that is exactly ideal. That's what you want to go for. And now, punishing Danny, not letting him get the package would just buy them some time to get this Ocean Drake really fast.
Yeah, and they could instantly start it. Now TS is ready to go. They're going to start this Ocean Dragon. That is the reason they used the Final Spark. But FLA has this information. Horizon rather, is here on the sidelines. Trevor is still going for the fight. Ready your smites. Because here we go. It's going to be TS taking that Ocean Dragon, and now they secured their second dragon in this game. Azar on the front lines, a lot of shield. Now that stasis coming from Trevor, good play. He's safe, and now that Suri is dead though, that's gonna be the important key. They have no more frontline damage. However, they're still going through and through 1-for-1 for FLA and TS with the Ocean Dragon on top of that.
Yeah, a lot of things happened though, but it's still a 1-for-1. I wasn't expecting it to be. Okay, I thought that is going to be the kill for Danny, but still, it was a good 1-for-1. Team Secret taking that Ocean Drake, denying FLA was a good call. Because if they gave that to FLA, they're getting a lot of sustain on 3 bruisers on their team. So getting that for their side was really smart. But now, even though that we're hyping up a lot about Danny, Tatsuri is looking to be really scary at this point. He has 10.3k gold, and he's almost at the 3rd item. At this point, I think, yeah, if he gets this IE, Tatsuri is also going to be as scary as what Danny is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you talked about sustain, right? Ocean Dragon, Mountain Dragon for TS.
Yeah.
Azar's shield, Chewy's shield, Bloodthirster for Tatsuri, and then you have, what? The Dead Man's Plate, and also the Sterix Gauge for Azar. So a lot of sustainability here for TS. So no matter what happens, they can sustain this fight. And now they're having their eyes on the prize on that Baron Nashor. They want to set up the play. If they get a pick, this could finish the game.
Yeah, that's a lot of big boys for Team Secret. They're using a lot of their skills.
Azar
They went in.
Ooh, gets good CC, but Danny is on the back lines. TS played safe. They're not pushing through.
Oh yeah, they just want to. I like the fact that Team Secret just uses the same strategy over and over again. Take down the tower in the bot lane, I mean mid lane and top lane, and just use it to at least get some cover, or rather some vision for themselves before they go for an engage. I think they're gonna go.
Oh, Doming! Trevor rather got a good kick. Now Doming is in danger. He is in the middle of the fight, but now Flag and Drag placed him into safety. However, half HP already for the jungler of FLA.
Yeah, They're gonna force a recall, probably start this Baron. That's exactly what they wanted to go for. Doming with no HP has no business going for here because they need a Ryzen to step up in front if they want to go for a fight. Final spark.
Now good setup coming in from Seth. Going for the ultimate onto Horizon. Now, HP advantage towards the side of Team Secret. The Baron Nashor is still being constantly pushed down. And TS has secured the Baron Nashor. The bait under this fight, TS has secured it.
Good spacing from Team Secret. Getting that Baron is really what they wanted to go for in the side of Team Secret, because if FLA takes that, they're going to be taking a lot of towers. But Team Secret, they went in for the play. They know that Tatsuri is strong at this point, that they can take the Baron, and the spacing for the trio that actually got them some space was so great. Even using all their ultimates just to get that was enough for them to get the Baron.
Yeah, and now Team Secret is also going for an aggressive play here, even stealing the red buff away from Danny.
Oh man, they're just getting all this jungle on the side of FLA. They can't even go in their own jungle just because they lost a lot of turrets in the process. So Team Secret with the Baron, they're just gonna push this. Considering that they also don't have a lot of wave clear, they only have the rockets, it's gonna be hard to wave clear all of these waves.
Yeah, this is the end gaming push for Team Secret. One inhib turret down, mid lane opened up. Elder Dragon will come up though. 15 seconds on the timers. And now it's Azar. Going through and through, but Darius missed out that opportunity. No follow-up for FLA.
Yeah, they didn't want to go for it though. Baron infused champions are still scary to deal with. If they have the minions, they also have the champions to think about. So if they want to go for the push here, FLA needs to push the trigger when they're getting the Elder Dragon. Now they're also going for the same formula. They're getting space for Team Secret.
Yeah, and now TS is just doing a double bluff here, and they're not going for the Elder Dragon. They're going for the kills. Doming is down. Now Zar into the front lines, getting the ultimate onto Arise. Stasis Force. Now that will buy some time, but he has used the flash alongside with a final spark. TS has secured a kill. 2-man down for FLA, and now it's Team Secret collapsing on the bot lane. 4 kills already. The Nexus base is open. The mid lane is open, and the Nexus shall fall. It's TS taking the win on this series.
Wow, Team Secret with a double bluff onto the Elder Drake, and that was what they needed in order for them to end the game. Get the Drake, get the Baron. That was the call for Team Secret. It was great that they were able to regroup after and getting the win for week 2. This is a statement. That's what they wanted. FLA can still be shrouded in their shadows, and Team Secret are still on top against FLA.
We should never doubt Team Secret. They're back at their international form. They're back here for the crown, and Team Secret has won it through and through. Massive series for Team Secret.
Yeah, they wanted to get that move since the start of week 2, and now they were able to get it. And actually the best statement that they had to go for is to win day 3, is because they're fighting against FLA, and fighting against FLA would just actually be a statement that could say what they are right now. How did they get out of the groove, and how did they get back against FLA? And now with this could just be so good for Team Secret right now.
And unfortunately, FLA can't change history. So Team Secret winning it through and through from the Fall Split Grand Finals, winning with the 3-1 standing. And now, with the 2-1 standing, Team Secret once again took the win. And now, Dash, talk me through what happened there in game number 3. We talked about the early game win con for Team Secret. Not the best of early games. It was FLA punching the 1-for-1 uppercuts of Team Secret, providing in that fight. They were stalling the game, but in the end, it's Team Secret still taking the lead and still taking the win. What happened there, Dash?
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting Team Secret to be getting that early game advantage for themselves. I mean, the early game is just their playground, especially with Chewy holding onto the locks. The final spark to the light binding is early game has a lot of damage, and Tatsuri was their insurance. If ever Tatsuri gets a lot of items, even if he doesn't get a lot of kills, he'll be helping on those objectives, and that they did. They got the Baron sneakily. They got all the members who are tanky, giving space for Tatsuri for them to get the Baron, and that was enough for them to say that that was exactly the win that they wanted to go for. FLA, it was just so unfortunate that Danny wasn't able to pop off. It's because Team Secret didn't even give them the chance to. Danny didn't have the space every time. They can't even go front to back every time that they go for a fight.
Yeah, and you talked about scaling, you talked about opportunity. Look at top side. No opportunity for Ryzen. Right?
Yeah.
Azar, constant pressure up until later on in the 15-minute mark or whatever the timer was. You have 3k gold lead for Azar. And that is such a huge statement to make in top side of the map. The hidden weapon for Team Secret has arrived.
Yeah. I was kind of doubtful, honestly, in the early stages of the game in where Azar was the only reason why they got the advantage in the early game. Trevor was ganking like a madman on the top side, just not getting a rise in any of those kills. And that's the reason why they got the win there. I mean, look at this last part of the game though, right? They had 4 kills at this point, at this winning moment. We didn't have a lot of kills during the whole game. It's just because they're buying themselves some time. FLA is just giving themselves all the space. But the most important part why Team Secret won is they always open up mid and top. And when that happens, FLA doesn't know what to do after that.
Yeah, and it was the double bluff with the Elder Dragon. Absolutely insane from Team Secret. And of course, talking about insane, the player of the game, it's Chewy from Team Secret.
Yeah, honestly, Chewy just dealt a lot of damage during those games. The final sparks to zone, the final sparks to get the kills, to get the executions. That's exactly what they want for Chewy to do. But they were able to get a lot of great light bindings in there too. They were just scooting around, but still, that was enough for them to get the win. I was kind of want to get for the honorable mention for Trevor and also to Azar in the top side because they did so well, yeah, during the whole game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Azar taking those massive leads, Trevor setting up the early game for them. It's just amazing. And I like how you stated about the light bindings, because those light bindings from Chewy was absolutely insane as well.
Yeah, and also the last point that I want to give is that because if you're going, honestly, if you're gonna leave set open, don't go for a front to back composition, because you're not gonna get a front to back pretty easily, because the showstopper, I mean, your front line is just gonna get pulled through onto the back line just with one showstopper and one face breaker. And that's why FLA didn't have the space that they can give for Danny, and that's why Team Secret was able to win it.
Well, that's your analysis from Dash. Front to back, important to take note. But that's it for now. It is Team Secret taking the win on that series up against FLA, repeating history here today. But we're now waiting for the next matchup. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be Grindsky, Esports, and Oasis after the panel.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready.
The comeback kings have returned. What is the secret to their power? I'm not sure, but I'm here with two very brainy panelists here. We got Autoluz and Deadeye. Guys, what an amazing match we saw. A recall from last season, a 2-1 in favor of Team Secret. Autoluz, give me your initial thoughts on this match while we see the highlights.
Feels to me that during game number 1, game number 2, and even 3, Team Secret draft was all over, right? Nothing really, I would say, surprising. More of this is the Team Secret I have seen, or we have monitored since Sea Championships. They did some playstyle changes during the Horizon Cup, but this is definitely it. Azar being put on the carry on game number 1. You see the Fiora, Tatsuri being the one controlling the lane and getting priority. Meanwhile, Chewy and his support, now Rox, will be more on the wave clearing duty. And the thing here is Team Secret, I would say that Fennel University is better in team fighting, but Team Secret was able to pick the fights that they will go for. And that's where they're good at. The overall macro or the overall map play from these guys feels like they were not on a 0-2. I'm actually surprised, and I'm happy for it. This is a very pleasant surprise for me. And again, Fennel University on game number 1, going for the brand. Feels to me that Danny should still be on the hyper carry. On game number 2, we saw his Kai'Sa pop off.
Yes, MVP,
Yeah.
player of the game. Let's hear your thoughts on it, Deadeye.
Actually, this series as well is a statement for the side of Team Secret because they have lost 2 series in a row. I do believe morale has been a big factor as well. Now, eliminating, of course, FLA, which is one of the top teams currently in our league, is a morale booster here for the side of Team Secret. And this only showed, of course, the discipline they have showed here against the team FOA, because on the previous matches, we've seen some a little bit of shaky executions here and there, but this time around they're in great shape. As Autoluz have said, this is what Team Secret he have seen before and now showing its full potential.
Right. This is just the reminder that, you know, a Team Secret is here. And also, I think the veteran experience came out because, right, the first 2 days didn't really go so well, but man, they were able to change mid-weekend to face against one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant team to be here in the WCS against Fennel Adversity. I think that's definitely something that we have to praise. And speaking of the team itself, we're going to head on over to the interview. I think Trebor is ready, so let's talk to the man himself. Trebor, congratulations on the excellent win. Hello, sir. First question, how did you guys prepare for a big team like Fennel Adversity? I know you faced them before, but what was the preparation like this time?
Kulang lang kasi kami sa confidence siguro nung past 2 series namin, kaya ayun lang, kailangan namin ng boost of confidence. Binigay ng CEO pa namin, kaya ayun, parang gumanda yung laro namin.
Yeah, it really showed in the series, so congratulations on that. Let's head on over to Deadeye for his question.
Yeah, I think morale is a big factor indeed, Trevor. Hi, Trevor. Of course, my question goes with regards to your boot camp setting here. We all know that you are still playing online together. You're not in a single venue. This setup really affects your gameplay or not?
Sa tingin ko hindi naman, kasi simula ang tagal na namin na naka-online lang pero parang yun nga lang talaga, parang nawalan lang talaga kami ng confidence sa sarili namin and sa team, kaya ayun, ang pangit ng laro namin.
Hey, so basically boot camp is not a big factor, right? All right, it's normal. All right, thank you, Trevor.
Confident work from home, confident on site. I'm excited to see what else you guys got. Autolose, what else questions you got?
You know, I enjoy working from home. You know that.
Yeah, me too.
You know that.
Dude,
Parang Trevor, man. Autolose ulit. Tol, kumusta? So, man, nasabi mo na ito nga, CEO was the one giving you the confidence booster that you needed. And I saw si Manager Yam Yam na nagsabi siya na si CEO nyo daw yung nag-draft for you sa comment section. So, pare, siguro kwento mo lang, what was the message from the CEO to you guys, and how did it really help you? Siguro bigyan mo lang kami ng konting chismis. Ano yung sinabi niya?
Parang actually naging top tier analyst nga yung CEO namin, si Boss John Parang mas may alam pa siya sa amin Ngayon, tinuruan lang kami ng konti about sa picks and sa mindset namin, binago niya. Kaya mas umokay talaga yung laro namin.
Hey.
Talk about support system, Poch. Diba? CEO / analyst / picker drafter.
Top tier, yeah, just the man himself.
Trevor, pare, salamat Uy, good job. Sobrang saya ko din. Syempre for you guys. Kasi alam naman natin yung nangyayari sa inyo in the past 2 games or the past 2 series, and tama ka, nakita din namin yung confidence nyo, a bit shaken, and it's actually a pleasure to watch you being back in the fray, Poch.
Honestly, like I think what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, Trebor. I want to see more of you guys for sure. Any shout outs and message that you want to give to your fans and people watching, because there's a lot of support for Team Secret. You have the mic.
Sa mga fans namin, huwag kayo mag-worry na puro talo kami. Next week, at saka sa mga susunod na laban, mas gagalingan pa namin, and para sa inyo lahat yan.
Boom. So, beautiful. Team Secret's Trebor, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the interview, Trebor.
Thank you.
There you have it. Boom. I know we talked about afterwards in the watch party, maybe some R&R, maybe go to Boracay. Who knows? Shout out to
But Mr. John Yao himself was the one drafting. Oh,
he was. Wow. The boss, right? Like, that's definitely something that would give you confidence. And I like that. Yeah, it didn't go like too motivational. Went with really like. And I also like what he said. Like, you know what? They're always learning. Like they learn from him as well. So really excited to see. Sky is always the limit for Team Secret, but I gotta bring it back to the consequences. I know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not looking too good for Deadeye's. Well, I would say Osiris's friend over here, Deadeye. I'm so sorry you're into this. Like once he got into the panel, it's 0-2. Auto-lose, this might be the first time also that it's 0-2. So this next series is going to be it's going to be really intense because we got Grindsky versus Oasis. We're a little divided on this. So Auto-lose, why are you giggling? I want to get your thoughts on it.
Feels like I'm wearing an unfortunate shirt right now. And shout out to RRQ's management, to Mr. Landrigates, the kingmaker himself. He's requesting for us to shift over our consequence to
to what?
Drinking a shot.
There we go.
Glass of vinegar. So
okay.
we will see. I did say that if I am the losing side this day, I'll be true to my word and I will follow RRQ's request. But we will see. Again, Oasis Gaming versus Grindsky Esports. Again, Oasis Gaming, I myself did actually paint them as one of the top 3 teams. Another team that is currently on a slump. Day number 1 for week number 2, we saw them in action against UDG. It was close. However, that is still a 0-2 against UDG. That's another story. But yesterday against CE, feels to me the Oasis Gaming wasn't playing as disciplined as I expected them to be. Feels that there's going to be a shakeup in the starting roster for now, at least on game number 1. Because yesterday we saw Renzi starting, Etaf taking game number 2, but for now it's Etaf in the jungle. Etaf and Edaf goes way back. Their previous team was Zero Esports, and again, when it comes to synergy of this Dragon Laners, when their previous team disbanded, press F. They actually said on social media that if you're going to take Etaf, you have to take Edaf. To a point that their surnames are actually the same, but they're not related.
Boom.
Kalayo. I
Man.
know it's a crazy trivia that we have. But when it comes to itself, I've been following his page as well. He also streams every once in a while. You could see that the mechanics is always there. Now, when it comes to the pro scene, everyone has the mechanics needed, obviously, but it's all about the confidence, the making the right plays at the right time. And
Right.
I feel Ataf, with his synergy with his mid laner will definitely help here. With an average KD of 3.23, average damage percentage is actually a bit, I would say, surprising to me. I think this is because he's sharing the jungle duties, and we have to, do something about the formula. But for me, again, this is still a solid jungler that Oasis Gaming has.
Deadeye,
Yeah,
any points to chime in with?
Yeah, with regards to Oasis Gaming, and we have talked about morale a while ago with Team
Trevor.
Secret. With 2 series in a row loss as well, on day 1 and day 2, I think it's a big factor as well here for Oasis Gaming. Now up against Grindsky, let's see if they can go for the comeback. I hope they did have a great reset, especially in that loss against Cerebrum there the second day, and pretty much solid team still. Oasis Gaming. I also consider them as one of the top teams here in the league, and I do believe that ETA should step up, especially at the jungle role. And you have bruisers as your comfort pick champions, and you do a lot of damage technically here. But let's see if this series will go up against in the way of ETA.
Yeah, 100%. Because it's kind of you have two sides to the coin here. This team has to have that reset, but let's head on over to Grindsky because they had an amazing performance yesterday going up against Team Secret. They're on a roll, and this actually in Autolus, you said like you know what? I gotta get on this. I gotta go behind Grindsky right now because you can feel the momentum.
I'm getting tagged on social media by
Are
this
you
guys.
serious?
Guys, management, shout out to you guys. But still, I cannot deny the fact that they are on a rampage after that very, very fun R&R that they had. Again, if you missed the point here, Poch, last week, I feel I heard that they were in Pansol. So we are actually dubbing this guys as the Pansol buff boys.
There
Alright,
we go.
So-
Version 2.0.
Exactly, Pansol buff. Imagine, coming back from that R&R and getting that 2-0 already over the weekend. One more win, and they will be getting a 3-0 in a sweep for this weekend. And I feel Grindsky Esports, I actually dubbed them, or in my eyes, I dubbed them as a Team Secret Light, mainly because they work as a unit. There's really no superstar, and if everyone from their respective positions plays their role, then it will just be the moment in where you could say that they have a chance to win. Qeon's one is at the forefront of everything because at the end of the day, junglers are the most beneficial or gets the most benefit from teamworks. Because if your solo laners or your mid laner or your dragon laner is actually making sure that the lane pressure is there, more freedom will be given to the junglers. And we saw that Qeon's one had a lot of freedom yesterday on that Kha'Zix. Average damage of 22% and average gold per minute of 794. Qeon's one is starting to evolve as a jungler to watch for Philippine team.
Yo, was this the Yumi Kha'Zix combo, the
Exactly.
Ibis Meow Meow combo? Oh my
The
god.
flying Ipis.
That was so scary. Talk me through your thoughts, Deadeye.
We have talked about Grindsky at the start of the group stages here that mostly their strategy relies on Qeon's power spike as a jungler here, but on the game against TS yesterday, they have formulated new strategy, just slowing it down bit a bit. Not only Qeon's, of course, popping out there in that performance, but all of the players themselves. They know their role. They know their victory conditions. I think this reformation right now for the strategy of Grindsky is a great addition to their diversity when it comes to execution of the plays. Now, against Oasis Gaming, I'm looking forward of another strategy to be what to implemented here, because so far they have been linear when it comes to their execution, but with the TS performance they have shown so far,
Yes.
the team's first growth is looking bright.
Oh yeah, definitely showing levels, especially when you go through the round robin format of this regular season. So let's head on over to the head-to-head matchup between Etaf and Qeon's One. You know what? Both these guys, you know what? Their resume speaks for themselves. But I want to know from Autoluz, like, how are these styles gonna clash and differ once we head on over to the Rift?
They're both very aggressive. Actually, their jungler preferences are pretty much the same because Lee Sin is at the top of the food chain for both these guys. They have the Rengars, they have the Kazakhs. So I often hear from the pub matches, the community, that junglers are not helping my lane, and that's the reason why we're not winning. And for pro scene, it's actually the other way around. You have to help your jungler. In order for him to succeed, and in order for him to have the impact that is needed, you have to make sure that you prep your lane. We saw a clinic earlier, Azar helping Trebor, and Arisen was being bullied out because of the combination of the top and jungle synergy. So again, Ataf and Qeon is one of the young guns that are very aggressive, and I just love their aggression, because if you are aggressive, then definitely it's going to be a headache for the opposing side.
Oh yeah, the uncontrolled, unrivaled pressure from an excellent jungler is definitely something to highlight in competitive Wildrift. Deadeye, anything to add to that before we head into the predictions? But yeah, you go first.
But of course, the kill participation was to be highlighted there as well. And we all know that Grindsky Esports love to be very aggressive in the early stage of game, with Qeon dictating the tempo there and the help of Bo. And we have seen Bo as well in the supporting role, choosing those proactive supports as well. Now, against Oasis Gaming, Etaf here, I think this is going to be one of the considerations that Oasis Gaming should adjust here. This is going to be a brawl on the jungle role.
Ooh, brawl in the jungle. You've made like a really cool movie trailer for that one. So I'm excited to talk about things. But first, you know what? Something that stood out with me, Autoluz, when you're talking, is the Pansol buff. So
definitely.
I wonder what
was on that.
I wonder what kind of buffs we need in the panel or the
Boracay
casters. Boracay buff.
Boracay
Shout out to
buffs.
Dale. I don't know,
Let's go.
because like, okay, Mika didn't have a good day when it came. We have to wait for that Peacemaker dance. I know Osiris and Deadeye and Autoluz, like, what kind of buffs does the caster destiny? I don't know. Boracay, Pansol also. What do you think? I don't know. I know Autoluz his mind's working right now.
Yeah, my mind's telling me Boracay. I need to go back to Boracay very, very soon. So yeah, see you, Dale. And I'll be there. I'll get there. I'll get myself there. Don't worry.
How about you, Deadeye? What would be a buff for you? To rest the voice. You've been casting for like weekends on end, right?
I don't know. Lola Merejos. Lola Merejos buff? I don't know.
Yeah, just to rest the voice. Shout out to Osiris too. We were telling him in the watch party not to shout too much. And if you guys have like free time, please head on over to the PPGL Discord. I think if you message our friend over here, Autoluz, you could definitely get added to the fun. I would say that's definitely something to look forward to. Everyone's like shouting like zoo animals there. So thank you for allowing me to be there as well, Autoluz. So let's look at predictions, okay? Because we're pretty divided on this one. I'm gonna start because I know me and Deadeye here kind of see eye to eye right now. I predicted Oasis. This was kind of a toss-up because again, you're seeing two teams, one coming from a momentum, like it's there, and the other one had to reset. Now, I just can't let go of the fact of Oasis pedigree. Their resume speaks for itself. SIBO qualifiers, they're good in the standings. They just, I would say, like hit a rough patch. So we'll see. We saw how Team Secret was able to get over that. So now let's see how Oasis can face this diversity. Deadeye, how about you?
Yeah, same thing. I'm looking at the numbers actually as well. But of course, before Grindsky Esports, Mom Chang, love you so much.
Are you second guessing yourself?
Don't do that, Deadeye. Don't leave me alone here.
I love Grindsky Esports, of course, but of course, I have to have my prediction as well. I'm looking at the performances here for both teams. Yes,
Okay.
Grindsky Esports has the big morale. I'm explaining too much, right? But of course, Oasis game.
Go.
Oasis Gaming is somehow need to have that win, and I think this hunger for the win is going to be it. The series
Okay.
against Grindsky Esports. So Oasis Gaming 2-1. I love
Wow.
Grindsky Esports, Mam Cheng. Shout out to you.
No.
No, you've dug your grave, bro. You gotta
You
sleep
just have
in it
to
now,
vote
man.
for one team.
One
And
team,
my
man.
vote goes to
There
the
we go.
team that always tags me on social media if I'm wrong on their team, and that's going to be Grindsky Esports. I'm a huge believer of the momentum that they have. And again, we were in the watch party with Berting Magiting. Berting Magiting is sharing his insights. We know that.
Oh, yeah. And it's very
also-
colorful commentary.
Exactly. And the 0-2 trend for Oasis Gaming, it's not really as drastic as what I would say it's not as scary as what we are seeing Team Secret with.
Yes.
One, because we hold Team Secret on a different standard, and two, Oasis Gaming did actually face Underground. However, 0-2 is still 0-2. And the momentum is definitely on the Grindsky side, and I feel that the energy that was given to them by RNR, it feels to me that GS Reborn is very, very strong. Let's go, GS.
Hey man, if they really win, I don't know. We need to go to Pansol if that's the case.
Oh,
Because
yeah, of
I need
course.
this Pansol buff. Like what's
Pansol
happening there?
talaga.
And look at Deadeye, he's trying to make do.
I'll just
You
do
can't.
this one because there's going to be a snapshot for
let
sure.
me ready for the screenshot.
There's going to be a
I don't know. Oh no, just hide. We have to hide. Kidding.
Okay. Because if not Grindsky will tag me, it will be Miss Abby. Hello po. So at the end of the day, it feels like I will be get tagged. We'll see.
Hey, you will see. I like that you stuck to your guns because you know what, Grindsky. I can't deny that they have that momentum. And Oasis, yeah, you can't say that they face the same adversity as Team Secret, and they can try to make things happen. So we'll have to see, because once this does pan out, either Autolus or Deadeye is gonna break even here, and someone's
ready
gonna take
either
a
way.
shot. Someone's gonna take a shot of vinegar if that's the case.
Yeah.
Oh my.
And then you have to do the outro, I think. Or you have to analyze the entire game. I'm kidding. No.
I'll do the Xiaomi spiel with Asim Natural. Let's go.
Okay, before anything else, just want to tell everyone, if you guys have any thoughts, head on over to Twitter. Don't forget to use the hashtag WCS and WCSPH, and also hashtag Wildrift Champion C, because we guys want to hear your thoughts as well. And if you guys also want to hang out with us in the watch party, because these matches get so hype, you know, we gotta watch it all together, right? We gotta go on the Discord, and also message Autoloose. He can definitely give you the link. We could all just hang out there, have fun. I remember we were just talking about wrestling at one point.
And
So,
let's go.
Any final thoughts before we head into the Rift, you guys? Any final words, I would say, for Deadeye?
Yeah.
There's going to be a close fight.
Close
2-1
fight. Okay.
but in favor of Oasis. So let's see.
Autolose, any final thoughts? Any final words? Uh-oh.
Let's
I
just
like the
get at
cockiness.
it. Let's go.
All right.
Oasis versus Grindsky. Ding, ding, ding.
On that note, ladies
Ding, ding,
and
ding.
gentlemen, let's head on over to the Rift. Casters, take us away.
Let me picture you an image, Crazy Apple. The sun is down today in the east and the Grindsky is hanging around the sky. Oasis Gaming is going to be the crushing wind that is going to blow against them. Would Grindsky's momentum from yesterday keep them up in the air, or would Oasis topple down and crush them to the ocean? Join me, Dash, and Crazy Apple here with me, because we're going to be going to an extreme ride up the sky. We'll just give you some parachutes, because this is going to be a windy ride.
Oh my god, man. I feel like you just described a vacation to Pansol. Just
Exactly.
like what the
Exactly.
panelists were talking about. Hey, yeah, I agree. We need that Pansol buff, man.
For sure.
But yeah, coming into this series, Oasis Gaming and Grindsky Esports, two teams that I think we're looking at as going to be a very explosive matchup.
Yeah.
Grindsky coming up from a high yesterday, winning against Team Secret, getting that 2-0. While Oasis Gaming in a bit of a slump that we're seeing, they have made a bit of change in their rosters. They do have Etaf in their roster right now in terms of the jungle position. Let's see here as the pick and ban start between the both of these teams.
Yeah, they have been using Etaf a lot, especially right now. Oasis Gaming needs to turn this thing around because they need the win. At least if ever they win this against Grindsky, this is going to be a 3-3. But Grindsky, the momentum that they had yesterday, that is big. So I hope they would be able to use that even today against Oasis Gaming. Now, banning all of those champions, probably going to be seeing a set, and a lot of this are probably the meta champions that we have just been seeing so far, Crazy Apple.
Right, a lot of these champions, Morgana, Fiora, Jace, and Vayne, especially that Vayne is more of a respect ban towards Demon Kite. And a lot of Vayne bans are being thrown as well in the WCS just because of how many good marksman players we have on this league, as well as that Thresh ban. A couple of support bans immediately thrown to the side of Grindsky, also taking away that Thresh. That bow is just so good that, as you mentioned, set is still open. Possible first pick right now coming from Oasis Gaming. One more pick that is open in this draft is that Yuumi. Yuumi has been buffed this patch, and I mean, we think it's a menace, but the thing is, Yuumi has not had a good win rate yet on the side of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, and then Azilla, they know that they made the mistake before that they have been picking a lot of Yuumis. Now they're not gonna go for it. They're just gonna go for the safer route, going for the set. I think Grindsky, I'm not sure if they want to go for that Yuumi also, because honestly, if Bo is gonna use that Yuumi, I think it's not. Nah, never mind what I said though. Yeah, they went in for the Yuumi. So thank you very much, Grindsky. But with this Yuumi, this could change a lot of ways for them. They could still use the Corki. There's still a lot of ADCs that are up right now that Grindsky could use to pair up with this Yuumi.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that as you mentioned, Grindsky can use to pair up with this Yuumi. And even though you're hyping it up, the Yuumi on the side of Grindsky, yes, they were able to use it yesterday.
Yeah,
it was a Yuumi, and it was a cat with a bug, with a cockroach.
Yeah,
Kha'Zix and Yuumi. Chianis was just on fire yesterday on that Kha'Zix, and the combination right now that we're seeing on the side of Grindsky, Yuumi, and that Riven, I'm not sure if Bambi plays that Riven because Garen has been one of the pivotal champions I think Grindsky has been utilizing this whole week. It's probably it's probably the champion they thought of when they were at Pansol, having the Pansol buff, seeing the Garen just spinning around maybe at some point there, and this could very well be the third pick in this first phase pick and bans for the side of Grindsky. But also looking at where the teams stand for the side of Oasis Gaming, they have locked in that Darius and that Corki. Gives them a bit more flexibility, a lot of choices as well, and where they're gonna round out this competition, their composition. But at least they already have that marksman for Demon Kite.
I think they're really gonna go for the same. They're not gonna go for the same lineup that Grindsky did yesterday. Grindsky did the same lineup for 2 straight games yesterday, and it worked. I mean, the Orianna for tactical really works so well, especially when the team composition of the enemy yesterday was just a lot of engaged champions. A lot of engaged champions, even for the side of Team Secret against an Orianna. Orianna would just be happy. One happy shockwave is gonna get taken down. But now, we can already wrap up what Oasis is thinking here. Having 2 Juggernauts just says a lot of what you want to do. You just want to peel for Corki, and that's the play of the game for Oasis Gaming here.
Yeah, and exactly. In terms of team fights, it's, as you mentioned, it's going to be this front-to-back team fight for the side of Oasis Gaming. They will be peeling for Demon Kite all throughout that match. And Garen was still not picked. As you mentioned, Ziggs has been picked up by Grindsky. Garen has been banned by Oasis Gaming. I think it's smart ban right now at this point because it is one of those comfort champions that Grindsky has. So taking that off at least gives them that better opportunity to be able to take game 1 of this series. Rounding it out though, it is going to be the Z ban coming from Grindsky, taking away one of those good assassin side lanes, and a lot of damage is going to come from Oasis Gaming. Also another one of those AD picks that could come because as they can see, Oasis Gaming already picked up that Corki, which deals a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, having Corki does really set them up for success. We're expecting Oasis to double down on the AD damage. That's why the Riven was picked by Grindsky, because they want to deny that Riven, because that is potentially one of the champions that they could use. But we still have the Lee Sin, we still have the Kazakhs. That is potentially up that GS could actually get or pick up for themselves if they want to do the same lineup that they did yesterday. But because they don't have a tank, it's gonna be a bit hard if that happens. So that's why they went in for the Lucian. Last pick could probably be the tank that I'm looking for on this side.
Yeah, and I love how you pointed out that there's no tank yet, or at least that one beefy member for the side of Grindsky, because Riven is not historically that kind of champion. And right now, seeing the composition, even locking in both the Lux and that Lee Sin, so much damage is gonna come from the backline from Oasis Gaming. I think this Lux might be going to the hands of, could be mid lane, could still be bot lane, where Corki will be mid lane for Edoff. But I feel like we might see more of that matchup depending on what will be the last pick. As you mentioned, Tank is the champion that Grindsky is using. A Juggernaut will be picked on that Renekton. Renekton can also build a lot of these damage items, a lot of these tank items for his team, instead of going for maybe a Triforce, going for that Black Cleaver and stacking a lot more tanky items on the side of Grindsky. Right now, both teams seem to have a lot of good mix of damage. On the side of Oasis Gaming, they have a bit of poke potential with the Corki Rockets and then that Lux, wherein Darius could take advantage of that. But at the same time, though, I'm looking at Grindsky, and they have the Yuumi, they have the Lucian. There is a scenario here where Oasis Gaming will run up to Grindsky in team fights, and Grindsky will just pop the last chapter, and they'll be able to catch members of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, all I can say here is because they went in for the bot lane Demon Kite to set onto also the Dragon lane, I'm not really feeling it. Honestly, I only see a set being used pretty effectively against engaged supports. But if you're fighting against a Yuumi, your Phase Breaker needs to be timed perfectly. Because if you don't time the Phase Breaker perfectly to cancel out the Yuumi, most likely he'll just wait for the Phase Breaker to happen before he comes out and get the shield after. That's basically the play that Bo is gonna do here in the bot lane. And I'm kind of liking that they went with a 6 versus Lux, because at least that would be a bit better. Because Lucian is left alone in the mid lane by himself would be good, especially if it's against a Corki.
Yeah, it would be good, and it's still something, I think, an adaptation right now in the WCS, because we've been seeing a lot of these Lucians playing in the solo lanes, and often what happens is they get picked into a melee matchup, which gives this Lucian a lot of early lane presence compared to their melee counterparts. Now it's both range right here with the Corki and the Lucian, which makes this lane a bit more even for both Grindsky and Oasis Gaming. Let's see where will be the rotation, because usually when they have these range champions in the mid lane, they look at where the scuttles will be going for towards their team. We already saw Edda putting that deep ward into the jungle of Grindsky, trying to spot out when this Riven will be rotating towards the blue buff side. Also, one more to take note is there's 2 deep wards into the blue buff side jungle of Grindsky.
Yeah, but the same point, like you said a while ago, it's that EDAF with the Corki, I mean, a Corki plays almost the same as a control mage in the mid lane. And that is where Lucian really thrives. So I think this is a much more Bambi-sided fight. But the bot lane though, Demon Kite now low in HP. Bull is going in with a Prowling Projectile, almost getting the kill. Really good fight for Grindsky, getting the advantage in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think it was a fight that must maybe started out by Oasis Gaming, because a lot of summoners were already down to the side of Grindsky. A barrier down for Tactical, along with that heal and exhaust. Only the heal down for Oasis Gaming. So at least it was a good trade for them, forcing Oasis Gaming back from that. As we were talking about earlier, Rift Scuttle control, since there's no clear winner in the mid lane in terms of that shove, it was a handshake in terms of Rift Scuttlers. Blue buff, though, might be getting contested here by Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, do you want to contest the blue buff? Fighting out Qeon is going for the aggression. But because Etaf has a really fast wave clear, he can just take that out pretty easily. That's why he was already on the top side of the map. What I'm really afraid of right now is this game would just revolve around mid lane on how Bambi and Edda fights. Because most of the time, these junglers are just going to invest all their resources onto both of these players, because they're going to be the only constant TPS source of both of our sides. So if they want to get that advantage, What they don't want is to let Lucian get the early game. Because if
Etaf,
Lucian gets
though.
the early game, that would be great. But Etaf, top side.
Yeah, Etaf is sneaking his way into here. It looks like he's gonna get the jump on Tante.
Okay, they have the slice and dice. Dragon's Rage come in. Tante flashing away. They didn't use the resonating strike, so just Tante still alive in the top side, but Etaf was still considered to go for a fight. Okay, he's just okay.
Only
going
level
for the
4.
aggression here. They don't have the dominance.
That's fine.
Yeah, they have the dominance already, so he can go in. They have the 5 stats on his head. He doesn't have the Culti, so no heals for him. So that's a kill on the top side. First blood for Oasis.
Yeah, that was a very risky first blood right there coming from Oasis Gaming because Tante was just about to hit level 5, but the binding here.
Oh, Showstopper onto Tactical. What a good play. Qeon is here on the right time. Might be able to get the kill. They have flashes onto Demon Kite and Dragon. They don't have the final chapter, so this is not gonna be a kill angle. Oasis gets a good kill on bot side.
Yeah, 2 quick kills from both sides of the map for Oasis Gaming. On the top side, it was a risky dive for the side of Oasis Gaming, but as you mentioned, there was no call of the Meek for Tante. He wasn't able to get that heal to be able to out-sustain the damage coming from both Esila and Etaf. On the other side of the map, Demon Kite was able to catch Tactical with the binding, with the snare, and was able to burst him down. 2 quick kills right now on the side of Oasis Gaming as we approach the 2 big objectives coming up in the 4-minute mark, the Rift Herald and the Mountain Drake. It looks like right now, in terms of priority in the Drake pit, Oasis Gaming has that priority.
Yeah, they just want to shake hands here. They just want to sign the contract. Yeah, you take the Mountain Drake, we take the Rift Herald, we're gonna be okay here. But right now, I think it's really good for Grindsky that they were able to get this. I mean, in the early game, they won't really get a lot of potential damage against Oasis because, you know, Tactical Bambi needs a lot of time to ramp up, and also Bambi is going for the Black Lever route, so he doesn't really have a lot of damage to contest on a lot of fights. So this is a very smart play for Grindsky.
Yeah, smart play really as well, but there's another fight here.
Another Showstopper came in. Flash has been burned. That's what's important. So they just want to take the turret in the bot lane, but because they don't have any minions yet, yeah, good timing. Rift Herald is going to get taken down the top side, and they're just going to be trading turrets.
Yeah, this is another layer of that handshake, that trade for both of these teams at this point. Since top side is the weak side for the side of Oasis Gaming, they just gave that up. They didn't even bother to defend the tower since also the Herald was taken by Grindsky. So 2 towers right now traded on the opposite sides of the map. So we'll see right here where will be the rotation coming from both of these teams. It looks like their dual lanes are again going to the mid side. Mid lane right here, but Oasis Gaming still putting a lot of those wards into the jungle of Grindsky, playing very proactively, wanting to catch out Tante here.
He wants to still go for the top side. Tante does still have the Black Lever. 3 members have the Black Lever. That's why they're just gonna couple that up on their side, just stacking the Black Lever really fast, even with the calling onto Bambi. At least Bambi would be, even at the late game, would probably be good, just because he has some damage, because the Black Lever from his teammates would just help up on building those damages. But I think most of their damage would come through from Tactical in the late game. So that's what I'm waiting for Grindsky. Right now, they can't contest any objectives for sure. Oasis still must have a lot of damage, because look at this. Look at Edaf though. He went in for the Edge of Night first item just because he doesn't want to get stun locked.
Right, but look at where Oasis Gaming is at this point.
Okay, they went in, Face Breaker onto the right target, and that is going to be taken down. And the bonus with the cat on that.
Oh
and
my
another
god.
meal right here. They want the Crocodile. They're going exotic right here. Light Binding came in, and that's going to be the damage, and 5 stacks on the head. Grindsky are losing a lot of their members. 3 members are down, and Oasis are going to be happy taking that in their pockets.
It looks like Crocodile Meat was on the table for Asila right there, using the apprehend to get him away into the range, but on the killing spree though.
By another upper hand to the Light Binding, gaining them that kill. The Mega Inferno one would just shoot him away, but still, they got another kill. That's a 4K for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, 4K, and man, these kills have been coming at a very, I feel like, slightly awkward moments for what we expect. But at the same time, these are the catches that Oasis Gaming are getting. And also at the same time, because of getting these catches, they are getting these advantages. Looking at the gold right now, 4,000 gold lead for the side of Oasis Gaming. 3-0 start right now for Asila, putting him in a very good position. Also in the item check, yeah, there are a lot of Black Cleavers for the side of Grindsky. But
Yeah.
on the other side, they're not really building armor yet. They're not not at that point. They're still at that point of being bruisers, still building some of their damage. The Yomos Ghost Blade as well as the Black Cleaver for the Darius. I expect Asila right now to go for a recall to pick up maybe components of his second item, since I don't think he can get a whole item yet. But at the same time, yeah, Edge of Night for Edaf gives him that that safety, so that he won't be like kick. So sorry, he won't be just stun lock. I do agree on that one by Chianis and Tonte. So yeah, a lot of these item choices right now for these players are very, you know, thought about. But at the same time, we are getting to that second round of objectives. Infernal Drake gonna come up just a bit earlier, about 8 seconds ahead of that second Rift Herald. Already the dragon is being pinged by Oasis game. It looks like they want to prioritize this Drake right here.
And they want to get on the Drake. They want to get this next one. Dragon wasn't able to get the face breaker, but they have the Infernal Drake. Just because they forced the flash out of Bambi, they know that they can take this down. They don't have the right timing on the side of Grindsky if they want to take this, especially they don't have any vision. This is the reason why it's hard to also have that, but they have the timing. The flash comes in, and nobody was able to take it down. The package would be able to zone them out, but Blix is looking good for GS, but because Asila is already here, they don't have any flashes on Bambi. They're going on to Asila. They don't have the Noxian Skeleton yet, and he's being taken down. He has the heal. He has the Noxian Skeleton. Not going to be a kill onto their side, but that's a 1-for-1, and also a Drake onto the side of Oasis. That is a flash to the slice and dice on Tonte. Might want to get for more though. Not a lot of damage for GS yet. So Oasis is just going to back away. GS knows this. They're going to respect it. They're just going to give this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're gonna give this Rift Herald. The steal was not successful on the side of Giannis. It looked like a very desperate play from the side of Grindsky there, but at least they were able to get out 1-for-1. If you look at the ultimates right here, almost all of the ultimates, or rather all of the ultimates are down for Grindsky. Yeah, that's why they gave up this Herald at this point. But I want to point out where this whole thing started, why the Dragon was such a priority for the side of Oasis Gaming, why they had complete control of that, and that's on Dragon. Dragon's first item is that Dead Man's Plate. He was able to run towards the bot lane trying to pick off a member, which gave them a lot of priority there, which gave them a lot of this space that they needed to be able to start off that Drake. And because of that, because of the continued aggressive plays coming from Oasis Gaming, that has given them this space to take down the mid lane turret.
Yeah, 5k gold lead, exactly what the Oasis needs. And also there's a ticking time bomb, which is EDAF right now. Going for the Edge of Night was a really safe play for him, and it's super working out because he doesn't really need to commit on the damage anymore, because most of them have the Dragon Showstopper on the top side, getting the kill onto Bambi. No flashes still for Bambi. That's why they're just punishing him whenever they have the chance.
Yeah, Dragon right now is just taking control of this game, dictating the pace for where Grindsky should go. Look at where Dragon is. He's so far forward, but Gianni's going in.
Okay, they're going in. Final chapter coming to their side. Low HP on all members. Tonte doesn't have the dominance, so he's punished. He's killed. And Oasis are just ballooning this gold gap that they have against Grindsky.
Yeah, you just mentioned earlier it was a 5k gold lead for Oasis Gaming. Now look at it. It's almost 9,000 for Oasis at the 10-minute mark. This is going bad to worse. The snowball for the side of Oasis game is just getting faster and faster. That that death cap is almost complete for Demon Kite. He's gonna have a lot more damage later on. But still, the highlight of Oasis Gaming right now is Dragon. You really don't want to give him these kinds of champions wherein he can start off fights. I remember back in week 1, he was playing this Alistar beautifully where he predicted the flash and got the double knockup. He's doing it again on a different champion here on this set. Grindsky now needs to look at Dragon. They need to catch him out on very aggressive plays. Etofno trying to jump on tactical wasn't successful, but yeah, Grindsky needs to gather themselves, need to look for that opportunity to take advantage of some of the aggressive plays that Oasis Gaming has been forcing upon them.
Yeah, the Fansol Bop is not working for Grindsky right now. 9k gold lead onto Oasis. They are just crashing the momentum of Grindsky. They can't even fight back. This 10k gold lead is just a big gap, but right now they want to go for a fight on Nisilla. He's the most fed member for them. So Oasis, they're gonna take it. A 2v1 is easy for Darius at this point with the Sterix Gauge.
Yeah, it has Sterix Gauge, has that Bramble Vest. He's just too tanky at this point, and it's also a 0-2 Riven. It's so hard for Riven when she's not ahead in a game to be able to deal any damage, and that's what you're feeling right there. And yeah, the Pansol buff, man, it's not showing it in game one for Grindsky.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can do right now. Oasis Gaming has so much control over the jungle.
Yeah, Dragon is just enabling almost all of these players, but oh no, that was a blue steal, right? So yeah, they were able to get the blue steal here with the Prowling projectile. Good thing for Grindsky, but this Dragon is just gonna get taken down. With a 10k goldie, they're not gonna be risking. Oasis is just gonna be taking all of the Drakes that they can, and it's a good thing that they're trying to position themselves for a kill here in the side of Grindsky, but I'm not sure if they have the damage at this point, because Oasis does have a lot of items. So it does have, if they stat checked members of Grindsky, they're just gonna get taken down.
Yeah, they could very well be taken down right here, but it looks like the mid lane turret is on the plate for Oasis.
Okay, they just got that light binding. What a perfect timing together with his Dragon's Rage, and I think Qeon is not in a good position to be in. Showstopper onto the package. They are just not letting up. Qeon is now low in HP. Tante late to the party, but might get the best rank today. But now again, Grindsky backing away Oasis, just taking down a lot of towers here.
Yeah, taking down a lot of towers, even taking the second tier turret there in the bot side of the map. 4 turrets to 1 in favor of Oasis Gaming. Right now, we are going into about the 14-minute mark. Baron is up for the taking for Oasis Gaming. Now we have to think about, what is Grindsky gonna do? How can they get back into this game? And the thing is, I feel like Oasis Gaming has just been dictating the pace, has been forcing the issue on Grindsky. Dragon has just been running up to them, and when he looks at the member of Grindsky is obviously going to be very respectful, going to be very scared of what Dragon would be wanting to do here. But Qeon is looking for a pick.
Yeah, he wants to go for a kill. ETAP does have the Edge of Night, as we said, would just help him out whenever someone dives him out. And Qeon can't even get that chance. And I'm begging the question right now, though, Crazy Apple, because honestly, if this Baron is taken, this is probably the game, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be the game right here, Dash, if they take it, but
the face breaker came in. Bambi was left alone again, doesn't have any flashes, and he's gonna get taken down, but still alive. The backline, Qeon was able to take down Dragon, which is good, but he fell down, and now they don't have any smites. So Oasis, yeah, you fell down. We're gonna be taking this Baron.
Yeah, they're taking this Baron, and look at where Bambi is at this point. He's being chased down by Oasis Gaming.
Okay, yeah, they just want to zone them down, though. So what they had there was, because Dragon is down, we might be able to open up some space for ourselves just because they take down Dragon. They have Tante and also Bo on the ready against Acela. But at this point, they don't have any damage. Tante is not in any point stronger than Acela, even with the Bo buff right here.
Yeah, and going back to the draft, like, Yuumi was left open. We were looking, hey, is it gonna be picked up by Oasis Gaming? They haven't had a lot of good success yet, and right now it was picked by Grindsky. They had that one win yesterday against Team Secret, but I feel like they're missing that key ingredient that they had from yesterday and today, and that was them being the more proactive team. That was them looking for that space, looking for the holes, the chinks in the armor of the enemy team, and they weren't able to get that. They're not being able to snowball, which is making this pick less effective for them at this point. And right now, Oasis Gaming is doing, the textbook League of Legends play, and that wait for the team to get into the jungle. Let's get that pick, make it a 4v5 so we can get this Baron very safely. But look at this, where Oasis Gaming is. Shanice is going for the check.
Yeah, Dragon's Rage onto the flash, not on the right target though. Final chapter comes in, so ETAP is now low in HP. Qeon is now low also, but they're still backing away. Bo was able to sustain a lot of the HP for his members here. I'm really having a hard time on where Grindsky wants to position here. I want to ask you though. I mean, it looks like a 4v5 situation every time that you have a Yuumi on your side, right? That's why it's super hard for them to position really well, considering that they have Tante and Qeon also that are not as tanky as I thought they would, because they're bruisers. They're not supposed to tank a lot of damage.
Exactly, but again, another catch right here by Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon went in with his Showstopper satchel, putting him back. Still, Oasis are just happy about this. They're going to be taking this Elder Cloud Drake whenever they can, because they have a lot of damage though, but I think Grindsky wants to risk this.
Yeah, Grindsky would need to risk this, and they don't really have that tank. As you mentioned, Bambi getting caught out here.
Oh, forced to flash onto Bambi. Noxian Guillotine gets the kill. And now it's a 4v5. As you said, if this is a 4v5, they're just going to be taking this objective before they end this game.
Yeah, and doesn't seem like there's any way for Oasis to for Grindsky to contest this. 2v4.
No, not a good final chapter to be in, though. There's the package dividing the fight in their favor. This is good for Qeon, though, but no, he's left alone in a 3v5. Not a good fight to be in for Grindsky. They don't have the damage. They don't have the members. 15k gold lead on the board.
Yeah, 15k gold lead. Again, another pick for the side of Oasis Gaming. They're still looking here. Grindsky is trying to look for that opening, but the thing is, the best case scenario for them to go and win a fight against Oasis Gaming is maybe catching them, getting that objective, maybe being able to funnel 5 members, catching them all with the final chapter of the Yuumi, and then throwing all of your AoE damage. That's gonna be the Mega Inferno Bomb, the hit coming from the Riven, and also the Renekton jumping in. That was the best case scenario. The thing is, that's super hard to pull off at this point in the game. Oasis Gaming is very much aware of that being a possibility. Baron now is being taken down. Grindsky is slower to the play. They can't get there in time, and this looks to be the first game in the bag already for Oasis Gaming. They are just going for the recalls, getting more items. Awakened Soul Stealer as well, built up by Demon Knight.
All I can say is that because they don't have a hyper carry on their hands for the side of Grindsky, it's really hard to make an enchanter work with an Ardent Sensor. Honestly, they don't really have enough of that attack speed. I mean, Lucian doesn't really need a lot of attack speed though. That's why it's not working. But now they're pulling him out. Bambi is falling down. Nothing right there to get it with Bo. Just a bonus right there to get it. Bo is basically like a filling now onto bread, and now it's just like peanut butter, and that's why it's just gonna get taken down. Another kill. Grindsky, they're pulling back. Tante is just gonna run away. Chianese and Tante won't be able to answer back here. Oasis is so much ahead. That's why they got the win here.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot to dissect right there. Oasis Gaming was just able to outplay Grindsky in multiple occasions, especially in the early game. But I think if there's one person that Grindsky needs to look at, needs to maybe think of banning out or maybe forming a composition against towards is Dragon. Dragon has been enabling Oasis Gaming to propel themselves in these early games. He had on this set, he first built that Dead Man's Plate. He kept pushing the tempo, kept going into the jungle of Grindsky, looking for members to be able to pick off. And just in the end, Oasis Gaming was also very methodical. I think this is also one of the things we've been seeing the past couple of days with all of these teams being more methodical. Yes, they got a lot of kills. There were a lot of fights that were happening, but at the same time, they were still having their eyes on the major objectives. And that's a good thing for Oasis Gaming. But for Grindsky, they need to get back to the drawing board. They need to look where to get that, where the adjustment should be made. And I, for one, think it needs to be on how to deal against Dragon.
Yeah, especially that they have Enchanter on their lineup. Most of the time when you have Enchanters, you have someone to boost up. And during that time on their lineup, they don't have anyone to boost up, a hyper carry that they can look out for. And that's the reason why they did have a hard time. I think at that point, the Yuumi was more of a liability than an asset. Because most of the time when they get killed, they get two. They get the Yuumi and they get wherever Yuumi is latched onto. That's why it was easy for Oasis to balloon that gold gap in their favor. And also, yeah, like what you pointed out, Dragon was such a menace to deal with during that game. He was enabling a lot of the lanes, even better than their jungler. And that's why I was super surprised that Dragon was able to make it effective, just getting the showstoppers at the right places at the right times. And that was enough for him to get all the kills that they need in order for them to get almost a 20k gold lead there.
Yeah, right. And it's so hard as a team to feel like you're dealing against two junglers on the other side. And you can see right here, like the first blood, right? For the side of Oasis Gaming, I think that was more of really the great understanding of the game that we have seen Oasis Gaming have. And even though they lost yesterday to Cerebrum Wildrift, I believe it was a 2-0, but still you can see here how they're picking themselves up in the start of this series, making a lot of this aggressive methodical plays. They're not really overextending themselves on multiple occasions, and if they don't get the catch, they go to plan B. The thing is, for Grindsky, we have talked about this with this team before. When Plan A doesn't pan out, it's a hard time. They have a hard time looking for that Plan B, that Plan C, and you could see the plan for Grindsky, even in the draft, was let's get Yumi. She's open. Then let's think about what other components we can add.
Yeah.
And Oasis Gaming already spotting that hey, they picked the Yumi, we left it open. Let's ban the champions we think that are gonna be good with the Yumi. Ban out that Jax. They banned out a lot of these other champions that would be essential with that composition. They also took away a Darius. They also took away Set, which are two of these beefy front lines that could be needed, that could be helpful when you have that Yumi. And just read a lot of things that are going through in this game on why Grindsky I think ultimately defeated here in game 1. Could go back to the draft, it could also go into the game, but at the same time it's so hard to say that it's only one thing, because it's gonna be a multiple things that the coaching staff needs to look at in this game.
I love that you made that point right there, Crazy Apple, right? I kind of see the same thing though. The draft doesn't really reflect anything. I don't really know what the draft is actually going for. They had the Yumi, they had 2 bruisers, which is why I was kind of confused during the whole time. But again, player of the game Dragon, no surprises there. He was the one who was roaming around the map. 10k damage, even though if it's more of a support role, it's still working out. And also drafting a front to back, they kind of, I can also say that Grindsky was kind of leaning towards not drafting a full front to back composition just because there's a Set. Because Set just makes front to back compositions negligible, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to have like a front to back because he's just gonna use his showstopper. You're gonna have a beefy tank at the front line. I'm gonna throw him at you and deal a lot of damage to your team. And we've seen that in a couple of moments. But the thing is, as well, for Sets, if they get a bit behind, you won't even have time to pop your shield to be able to sustain through the damage. So it's still those things you have to think about when you're picking the Set. Do I pick him now? But there's a hypercare in the other team. So some of the things, some of the intricacies, but at the same time with how Oasis Gaming utilized the pick, that thing became irrelevant, and it showed more that you can't pick just one tank when you're going against a Set.
Especially against the Set, you need 2 choices at least. I mean, put the other one in the back, put the other one in front, just for them to have still a front line onto the front and back composition. But again, everyone, we're still going on to game 2. Oasis got the first game. We're just gonna be going for a short break. We have bigger casters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Yeah. I painted a picture a while ago, right? The Crazy Apple, but I think it's kind of different right now. I mean, the airplane is now kind of swinging around because the wind is just so strong. So that's why Oasis was able to get that 1-0. So this is a great advantage for Oasis Gaming, getting that momentum against Grindsky, putting a cap on the win against Team Secret yesterday. And again, guys, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. Crazy Apple, tell me about that game one.
Well, Grindsky, we thought that they were gonna come in hot with all that pansol buff, the mainit, that streak from yesterday, taking down the Kings of the Sea on Team Secret. But as we saw earlier, it felt like just Oasis Gaming all the way. From the start of that game, Oasis Gaming was able to take hold of the momentum early on with that first blood in the top side of the map.
Yeah.
And it even felt like it was just not in the in-game that we had problems with when it comes to game one. It felt like the pick and ban was very scattered, as we were talking about it off cam earlier. For the side of Grindsky, they did pick up the Yumi, but there was no cohesive. We couldn't see the cohesive strategy coming into that game, and as we saw, it felt like it was very scattered for both of these. For Grindsky, when they had that Yumi, as you mentioned as well in the cast, it was a bit of a liability at some point, because instead of just getting one champion to kill, it became 2-for-1 for Oasis Gaming. So yeah, coming into game two, we have to look at what will be the adjustments for Grindsky.
Yeah, Grindsky, they just need to double down on what they want to do rather than countering the enemy, at the Oasis Gaming. But right now, they still have a chance to get that Yumi again. But I think if it's a first choice, I could go with anything else. They still have the Camille to work with, yeah. And there you go, there's the Camille to make it work on their side. Now, with the Camille on the lineup, they just need to play around this champion, and this could go good for Grindsky. Oasis, good answer. Darius again, very flexible together with the Morgana. That just makes it better.
Yeah, it makes it better. It also opens a lot of possibilities for Oasis Gaming, picking that Morgana. Morgana on their hands has been into different situations. A lot of the times, if I remember correctly, has been put on Demon Kite, so they can still go for some of these stronger picks, like maybe the Lee Sin to go back on the hands of Etap. And we saw earlier he played this champion very, very well. And now, if you saw my face, I kind of like squinted a bit because I saw the Galio, and we had the cast yesterday, I believe, where we were talking very negatively about the combination of Galio and Camille, because Camille has a Hextech ultimatum, she goes in, and then you pair it up with the Galio, and Galio kind of needs people to be stuck together when he uses his ultimate so that they can be hit by the knockup. Thing is, Hextech ultimatum separates everybody and just focuses on that one guy. And couple that with the Corki, and Corki also loves people when they're grouped up together with the package. There's a bit of anti-synergy happening right now with the composition of Grindsky, but at the same time, it all depends on how you're going to use these champions. At least they have now a champion on the Corki to take away from Edaf, and also possible hyper carry on their side.
Yeah, that is exactly what they need on their side. So the Yumi is still up on the table if ever Oasis wants to take it, because there's still a lot of possibilities for this composition. I mean, I think Oasis composition, I think I know what they're gonna do. They want to go in with the Black Shield on whoever they're gonna be boosting up. On the side of Grindsky, I'm not really sure yet. If they want the Galio to the Camille be the core of the composition, it's not very ideal. They need something to wrap things up. I was about to say that they could have tactical on the Orianna, which could be good together with the Galio with the ultimate. Just don't use the Hextech ultimatum. That could have been good. But again, they were able to deny it. Good deny by Oasis.
Yeah, good deny by Oasis, as you mentioned, taking out the Orianna, which was yesterday. Tactical was using this very, very effectively against Team Secret. And as you mentioned also earlier on in game one of this cast, Orianna is very good against compositions where you run towards her, her. And that's a Darius, that's an Alistar. They all basically run towards you to be able to do a lot of effective things. But right now, we're gonna see what will be the fourth pick coming from Oasis Gaming. As you mentioned, they want to run all towards the members of Grindsky and pick someone off. This Alistar has been put in the hands of Dragon, so Dragon will be the guy initiating a lot of this fight. Yes, I was thinking Jax is a possibility right here, but they could also go maybe, I think, an assassin in the hands of Ida.
Oh yeah, they could go for that. Yeah, if they want to go for Zed, that could also be good for EDAP, or even a Fizz-Akali would be good
Yeah.
for this composition right here. But they went for the Lucian. They want to double down on the aggression that they did during the last game. They want to show Bambi how to use Lucian. Maybe that's what the angle that they're looking for here. But again, I think there's still a possibility of a Garen Yuumi for Grindsky. I mean, the Garen has been banned. Sorry. Zed onto Bambi. I don't know if they want to go Enchanter here because they don't have any more chances. So yeah, probably no Enchanters this game.
Probably no Enchanters. The Galio is most probably going to go into the hands of Bo. So what we're waiting probably here is going to be the jungle pick for Chianese. He could go on maybe, I'm thinking an Olaf, but it looks like it's going to be
Okay.
a jungle Camille
Yeah,
or Zed. Maybe.
I'm kind of confused.
I am. We are confusion at this point, Dash, with what Grindsky is picking. But the answer for Oasis Gaming, you can see that maybe they have a better idea where these guys are gonna go. They have picked that Graves. So in the end, team compositions from both of these teams, Grindsky has the Corki as their late game insurance policy. He can be able to build a lot of these damage items and deal a lot of that magic damage with his Olos. On the other side for Oasis Gaming, they have two guys right now who are also pretty proficient in that late game. And one thing that I do love when I see these Graves pick is he has the same potential as when you mentioned earlier on the Orianna. He loves people running towards him because he can use his buckshots and just immediately explode these members. I remember seeing a Zed using his death mark on an ally with the Graves, and the Graves just hits him twice and he dies. So
Really?
we'll see where these guys are gonna go. What do you think?
Dante on the top side. Zed against Darius? I'm not sure if that's favorable, to be honest. I think we're still on the same boat like what we had a while ago. I'm not sure what this team composition wants to do because it's super scattered. Yes, they have the Zed, they have the Camille. Yes, that's a lot of damage potential onto early to mid game. But what the composition wants to do is important. Especially when you're drafting a Galio, you're supposed to have another frontline. Because you
Yes.
can't get the hero's entrance way better if the Galio is the only frontline that you have.
Yeah, I really agree with that point. And
I'm not sure.
I think yeah, we're very hesitant right now. We're very confused with what Grindsky is going for, but at the same time, we are getting into game 2 of this series.
Yeah.
Grindsky will very much know what they want to do, but instead of looking at where Grindsky is at this point with their composition, let's look at where Oasis Gaming is. They have put this Lucian in the mid lane on the hands of Edaf, and I feel like this is a story that we tell a lot of times, and Lucian will be the one who will be dictating the pace of that lane. He could
Yeah.
very well just keep shoving it towards the Galio so that he could have an advantage. We could also see where the junglers are at this point. Looks like Dragon is trying to spot out where Chianese is. If he does put down the ward there, he would know that he is at the Krugs at this point. But looking at this game, look at where it happens. The top side of the map is Scylla going for some harass.
Yeah, Asilla is just gonna be happy here, taking the 5 stacks on the head of Tante, just because Tante doesn't really have much damage until he gets a serrated Dirk, which might be a bit later on. So Oasis Gaming would just be happy to the early game, getting that damage. Demon Kite is just gonna wait here. I think Oasis still has the better hand on the objectives later on because Grindsky has a lot of members who needs a lot of resources before they become relevant. And now they're going to the bot side. They don't have a lot of damage. Yes, they had the Tormented Soul.
Stun?
They're flashing in Dragon. Oh no, he overstepped his bounce, but I think Tactical was the one who overstepped his bounce. He flashed in and Dragon
get
is
him first
the
blood?
lone HP. Oh, what a first blood. But Bo is gonna go down and Tactical. It's not an ideal trade. 2 for 1 in favor of Oasis.
2 for 1 in the favor of Oasis. First blood goes to the hands of Grindsky. Yes, it all started with the double knock-up from Dragon. I want to highlight the great flash from Bo, counting down the timer when the Alistar had that stun when he throws his auto because of his passive. He flashed as soon as Dragon was about to throw the auto, negating that stun, putting Alistar off, timing overextended. Chiani's going for the top side gank, but wasn't successful. Wasn't able to bonk Estella to get that CC. Going back to my point at the bot side, it was a great first play from both. 3-man though.
Oh no, another knock up to Pulverize, and Tactical was
Tactical?
left in the air and left along to the dust. And he got the kill again. That was Oasis just setting up another kill, a 1-for-0 in favor of their side.
Yeah, exactly. Great series of plays coming from Oasis Gaming, knowing that Tactical burned all his summoners, so they went back for the for the gank, staying in that tri-bush, being very, very sneaky, getting a kill. At least they rewarded that for the time spent there, but now 1-3 in kills, about 600 in the gold lead for Oasis Gaming. We are a minute away from these objectives with a bit of that momentum lead right now and experience lead on the side of Oasis Gaming. Whatever I feel like whatever objective they're gonna choose should be a handshake for the side of Grindsky, because they are weaker right now at this point in the game. Zed still needs to get his items. Camille still also needs to get her items. They're gonna have a harder time if they want to challenge these objectives. So a better thing for them to do is just go for that handshake, go for that trade on the Rift Herald or the upcoming Ocean Drake.
Yeah, the only reason why they were able to get the gank at the bot lane was because EDAF pushed the wave in the mid lane just for them to get that set up in the bot lane, because we all know Bambi would have a hard time to get the wave clear. Winds of War today attack, it's still gonna take a long time if ever EDAF would be pushing that wave. So that is a good setup for them. 13 seconds on the clock, we still have the Ocean to the Rift Herald. So for now, I think this is gonna go in favor. I mean, this is gonna go for a fight. I think GS and Oasis wants this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I think both of them really do want it, but at the same time, it's going to be hard for Grindsky to take this. If you see the back timings right now, it's a bit ahead for Oasis. They have back a bit earlier. Qeon and Bambi are already contesting vision here. Control into the river. The Rift Scuttle did go to the side of Oasis Gaming, giving them a bit more of that vision and that movement speed in the side of the river. But both teams right now are not looking at the Ocean Drake. Instead, they have their eyes set, but it looks like into the Rift Herald.
Yeah, shoving the wave in the mid lane. Very smart play. They want to take this tower, or rather, their priority into the mid side. But they don't know that ETAP is taking priority onto the red buff. So if ever they want to pull the trigger here, they still have the package to work with. So that could be a good timing for their side. But right now, Oasis might go for a fight here.
Yeah, there's only, I think, 4 members right now. Oasis is going for the fight.
Okay, wasn't able to get the apprehend Azilla. They took a long time, maybe 5 seconds for the grind there. A hook shot was perfect right there. What a great timing onto the package, but still, Oasis was still able to get the Rift Herald, which was important. Hero's Entrance onto the back line, was able to get it. Azilla is going to fall down, and Dragon is going to be next on the chopping block. This precision protocols are just hurting the members of Oasis. This is going to be GS turning things around. They were able to get the double kill, and that's going to be an ace. This is EDAF falling down, and that's a takedown. Grindsky takes a triple kill onto Bambi, and that's an ace.
An ace for Grindsky. We had so many doubts on the team composition, and I think we're still gonna have doubts even after that fight, to be very honest with you guys.
Yeah.
But Grindsky was able to pull it off. They were able to have great timings. The precision protocol, as you mentioned, was so good on the timing for Qeon. Was able to dodge the initial engage coming from Dragon, but because of that fight, because Grindsky was the team who backed away right now, it looks like Oasis Gaming also has their eyes on the Ocean Drake. Binding did land though, but I feel like momentum, blood is boiling right now for Grindsky to try and take this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, they just don't have a lot of damage potential. I mean, Grindsky is all damage for the early game. Oasis, they just have a lot of peels. They have a lot of wave clear. Ocean Dragon taking 1k. Final Spark coming in. They get the vision, and no! They get the steal! And together with the knockback in order for them to get the safety. Dragon, 1 HP, and that's gonna be the death mark, marking their death. That is 1 down onto the count. Make that 4 Oasis. All of them are crumbling down there, not converging on the same target. Demon Knight is the next, and DNAP is also gonna fall. Grindsky are just winning fights for fights.
Yes, Grindsky keep winning these fights. Oasis Gaming looks to be crumbling when these objective contests are happening. And man, Grindsky, you can't doubt this team with what they're trying to do, because they just keep trying to prove us wrong. And right here, you could see, we were envisioning, right? Grindsky, Galio, Camille jumps in, and the Galio ult is used. But what if this idea right now comes into mind? you don't use the Galio ultimate on the Camille. You just use it on different members. You use the Hextech ultimatum to box out one member from Oasis Gaming, preferably Dragon, so Dragon can't use his ultimate, or maybe Isilla, so he won't be able to get his 5 stacks. While the rest of Grindsky, along with Tante, along with Tactical, utilize the tankiness of Bambi to win these fights. And it feels like that has been the objective right now, or rather the win conditions that I've been trying to do in taking these objectives. But the thing is, it's still a very tricky thing to do, because you need, as Bambi, to be very disciplined, to not pull the trigger easily when you see Chianis getting caught out. Because one thing about Chianis, yes, he is ahead. He is 3-0-4 right now on this Camille, but he is a very aggressive player. Sometimes we might see Grindsky being forced to pull the trigger, and they're not be able to use their abilities optimally, which Oasis Gaming might be able to catch them. But Hextech Ultimatum using
Hextech Ultimatum onto the final spark. Isilla gonna back away, but Tactical is on the mission, was able to get the kill. Hero's Entrance would be able to get the knock up. E-Tap is now low in HP, but still not gonna be able to get the kill. That was a good play. Oasis, they're all here, so this is gonna be a fight that they want to go for. Still a 1-for-1, and their bot lane is getting pushed. They're just taking their time. They're forcing them to fight them. They're forcing the fight. Bot lane is ticking. Rift Herald is down, and now that's going to be Oasis backing away with a second tier turret down in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that was a great series of events for Grindsky. They essentially distracted the members of Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming wanted to get something back. As usual on this team, Dragon would want to start out fights, so he went and tried to get a pick off in the top side of the map, while Tante was just persistently going for the split push in the bot side of the map. We also see Bo right there, I think, using the final spark to clear some of the waves in the mid lane to prevent Oasis Gaming to be able to react into this Rift Herald right here. But going back earlier, yes, Grindsky did give up a kill, but they did get more global gold. But right now, a lot of members of Oasis Gaming going to the bot side of the map.
Yeah, going for this desperation play. They want to get the kill on Tante, but Tante is a very slippery target. If they want to get someone right now, it could have been Grinds, or rather Tactical would be a good target, and even Bambi, because Bambi is building a lot of AP. So what they want to work for here for the side of Grindsky, they're taking a lot of towers from Oasis. Oasis, I forgot to point out a while ago, their composition, that's why I was vouching for their composition, is because we know what they're going for. They want the insurance for ETA. They want the early game to be on their side for them to take all these objectives. But what happened? Grindsky are the ones pulling the trigger, taking all those objectives, and that's why right now Oasis's win condition is out of the books. It's not there anymore.
Dash, Grindsky got delivered the script and they threw it away. Dragon going for the pick right here.
Yeah, Bo gonna be the target, not gonna hit the Dark Binding, so yeah, that's gonna be Bo very safe, not even using any of his summoner spells though. He's confident that he's not gonna die yet. Infernal Drake is gonna be the next target. Chianis might go for another steal. Probably gonna go for it though. 2k HP, still going in for it. They got it again! Another steal on Chianis! What a disband is taking him all! And here comes the Hero's Entrance to the backside. Denmark is just gonna take down the backline. Was able to take it. And look at this Tactical. It's just mowing them with the missile barrages on the faces. Demon Kite gonna be the next. Quadra kill. This is gonna be the Penta. Demon Kite. Oh no, get this to this man and the Penta kill onto Grindsky. Tactical gets the Penta on this game.
Pentakill for Tactical, the first pentakill for WCS, and they might just be thinking about ending this game right now. The Rift Herald is still in the mid lane. It's about to hit the mid lane inhibitor turret. No, does it look like they can be able to finish this game, but you can feel the hype I'm feeling right now, Dash, with the series of events for Grindsky. We doubted this team coming from what we saw in Game 1. Game 2, we still doubted the draft, but Grindsky knew better what they wanted to do, because we're casters. That's why we're not professional players. They knew what they wanted to do. They essentially just used the ultimate from Bambi to be able to safeguard one of the members, to utilize as much potential on the crowd control potential of the champion and this Galio, while Chianis would be the guy on the sides trying to just poke and prod in what could be the chinks in the armor of Oasis Gaming. And it helps. It really does help that Grindsky, Chianis was able to steal 2 objectives under the nose of Oasis Gaming, and right now Grindsky is in the driver's seat to
Yeah,
be able to win game 2.
Yeah, I think Qeon just needs to soak in the swimming pool a bit. He needs to get marinated a bit there. That's why game 1 it was kind of iffy, but game 2 he's down, he's ready, he's gonna fight against Oasis right now. But now Dragon can be target, forcing them to use the Unbreakable, so Dragon doesn't have that in like 30 seconds before the next point happens, which is good for Grindsky. They're just pulling on all the stops against Oasis, and they're just taking every objective that they can. Even though the Tante is not that fed, he's posing a threat to the backline.
Yeah, and man, okay, Tante, yes, posing a threat to the backline on that Zed, but still that's not his main job though. Yeah, we see him having a lot of damage because he is on that Zed. He is one of the guys right now who is joining the fights. We saw him having that effect earlier on in the team fight where he used his Denmark and was able to scatter the members of Oasis Gaming. But Tante's job primarily, as we've seen in this game, is the split push. He has always been in that side lane, always a thorn at the side of Oasis Gaming. If you look at the gold, you could see who are more of the members who are joining these fights. It's Regalio, it's Chianese, it's Tactical. A lot of the resources right now are pulled towards them. Even Bo building that Luden's Echo. He's now building damage on the support, but 2 people getting apprehended.
Oh, apprehend onto the Pulverize. It's a good thing they have the package, but they have a lot of members low in HP. Hexic Ultimatum came in, was able to get the kill. Tactical is just dealing a lot of damage. Look at this. They're taking them down. They were the ones who pulled the trigger, but they're taking down Call an Ambulance, but not for Grindsky, because they're taking down Oasis Godlike onto Tactical. That was them taking them down. What was that play right there, Crazy Apple?
Dude, Tactical, this guy, when he gets ahead, we've been seeing Grindsky utilize Tactical on a lot of more supportive champions, but when given opportunity to carry, he's showing us right here. Game 2 about to go to Grindsky.
Oh, wow. That was a good statement from Grindsky. Yes. Actually, just laugh on those doubters, Grindsky, because you're going to make this composition work. Yes, we doubted it for sure, but that was a really great show of action, a show of mastery of these champions. Oasis, yes, the reason why they lost this is because they weren't able to fulfill their win conditions, and that was the end of it at that point.
Yeah, Oasis needed to they gave up too much early on. As you mentioned, they had more of this linear plan team. It was very balanced. It's something that we know very well, but
Yeah.
Grindsky had this, I would say, a more solo queue-esque team.
Yeah.
Because everyone picking what they're comfortable with, picking what they think could benefit the team. It felt like, we need a tank, but everyone's picking damage. I'm the mid laner. I should play damage dealing champions. And I'll adjust. I'll fill in what we're missing and place the Galio. And that's basically the team composition of Grindsky. But yeah, I do want to point out that it's sometimes chaos like that puts enemy teams off up tempo.
Yeah.
And that was what was utilized as well by Grindsky. They just played to their strengths. They played towards Chianese being this very cheeky kind of player, going into these always going for these objectives, always trying to go for those steals, and they just kept capitalizing on it. And Oasis Gaming, they had a plan, didn't work out.
Yeah. I mean, on the other end of things though, a Crazy Apple, all I can say is Oasis is a very fast team. The way that they play the game is very fast, and you shouldn't get caught up on their facing, because what happens most of the time is because they're gonna take over. But what they did, Grindsky just upped the ante and was able to play the game in speeds that Oasis wasn't expecting, because they have a lot of solo. I mean, their picks are really solo queue as you said. But because of that, because of the way that the composition is working, they were able to play on that speed, that exact speed, because they have a set in the top lane, which doesn't really need a lot of investment. He was able to make work of Azilla. Azilla wasn't able to get the kill because he can always get out of the way with the Living Shadow. And all this plays just came down to how they played around Tactical after giving them all the kills that he needs. Yeah, Chianese and Tante was able to make it work, but because they gave way to Tactical and getting all those kills, Tactical was just a beast of his own in the late game.
Yeah, that was one scary quirky That was one scary corgi as well, flying with that corgi, man.
Right.
That dog was just killing a lot of the members. And it's a throwback to what we saw in Evilis on that dog on the Nasus. But at the same time, yeah. Oasis Gaming, I do agree. They play the game at a very fast pace. They always try to set up these kills alongside Dragon, where he would start out these fights. That's why they would usually pick Dragon on these supports that could initiate fights along with a more safe AD carry. But before we get into that point with Oasis Gaming, and to highlight tactical 5.33 KDA doesn't say the whole story, because this man just got the first pentakill of the WCS. And this guy, we have been questioning his champ pool, because we saw him a lot of these more supportive champions. We see him a lot of these AP carries in the bot lane. But now, playing that Corki, you could really see that this guy also has that instinct to carry games.
Yeah, I think he needs to play more of those late game champions, because most of the time, whenever Tactical gets confident, he knows that he can get those kills. He has the Corki, he has the Orianna in his bag. I mean, yesterday I've seen him play Orianna so aggressively, getting a lot of shockwaves, getting some very good ones out there. So I think they just need to keep Tactical on those positions, and maybe Qeon would be able to help them out. Even with the Camille a while ago, was able to make sure that everybody is well fed.
Yeah, and going back to our what we were talking about earlier with Oasis Gaming, I really just think there's just small things that led out of control for Oasis Gaming right there, because you knew they had a plan. We saw there are some plays that Dragon tried to do, and just by, I think, like a knife's edge, was able to be outplayed. More of timings. It didn't feel like it was these very voluntary things that they thought about. It's just these timings that were slightly off for the side of Oasis Gaming. So if they just look back at that and say, hey, we still got this, we just need to shore some of these things up, they can still get back at this at Game 3.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot for Game 3 today. It's been a lot of things happen between Grindsky and Oasis. This is going to be, like what I said a while ago, I painted a picture. Now, it's all stable again. The airplane is not going to crash. So I think Oasis needs to up the ante if they want to fight against them on this next Game 3. Oh, yeah, for sure. The console buffs is actually working. But again, everyone, we're just going to be back in a short bit, because we're just going to be taking a short break. We have in your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everyone, to the airplane that is actually looming around the night sky today. It's Grindsky versus Oasis. It's been a very, very great series of matches. Game 1 and Game 2, what a good play from both of our teams. Now, it's backs against the wall for both of them. We're expecting excellence onto this last game. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's a plane that just keeps on flying around because we still are not, the plane's still not landing, it's still not stopping, it's still not sure which land strip, which runway it's gonna go. Will it go towards Grindsky to award them the victory, or towards Oasis Gaming? And just that game 1 and game 2, a quick summary could be whoever gets the hold of the early game will eventually win the game. And Grindsky, their recovery after game 1, it really felt like game 1 was Oasis Gaming playing their style and being able to dictate the pace of the game. Grindsky went back to the drawing board and said, hey, let's just pick champ. We are confident in playing and we'll show them what we can. That they did. They were able to play their style, show Oasis Gaming that this is the Grindsky way, and was able to snowball to a victory in game 2. Now we're getting to game 3.
Yeah.
What would be the adjustments for both of these teams?
That is going to be the question, right? Because honestly, during that game 2, I was honestly surprised by Grindsky picking up a lot of these champions that you usually don't see together mashed up in one team. But Grindsky made it work. So I'm not going to be doubting those champions anymore. I mean, it's not much of a solo queue-esque composition. It's just that they have a lot of ways to make themselves valuable to the team, and that's why they were able to make it work. But Oasis right now, onto the other side, they're on the blue side. They won here. I think whoever is on the blue side would be winning. So let's see if that's going to happen again onto game 3.
Yeah, let's see if the pattern is still gonna go through with blue side always winning these games. So to look at the bans right here, Grindsky, since they are on the red side, they have opted to take out Camille, which was one of the champions that they've used in game 2 in the hands of Qeon in that jungle position. While on the other hand, Oasis Gaming is very fast right now with the pick and bans. It's going to be the Morgana, Fiora, and Garen ban for Oasis Gaming with the first pick set. So it seems like right now where Oasis Gaming is coming from is, well, game 1 went well. Game 2 just really on the knife's edge where it felt like we lost a certain momentum. Let's try and rinse and repeat game 1. We'll see if we can take that into game 3 with a victory.
Yeah, I mean, going on for this, it's still going to be hard because they went in for another set on the side of Oasis. Remember, set was the bane of their existence on the side of Grindsky, and that's why they had a hard time during game 1. It was Dragon who's the one who's using it, and what's hard about this is because it's a first pick, you don't really know where it's going to go.
Yeah, you don't really know where it's gonna go. It can be flexed also into the hands of Wasilla, since there's still a lot of champions that Dragon is very good at in terms of being this initiation champion, being the second jungler for their team. Could still be the Alistar pick for the side of Oasis Gaming. Could also be the Galio, who is still open. But the answer quickly from the side of Grindsky is the Darius and the Corki, where Tactical just got the first pentacle of the WCS. So Tactical feeling very hot and very confident with the champion. I feel like it's gonna be a good pick for the side of Grindsky. The answer from Oasis Gaming though are that Lee Sin and the Ziggs.
Yeah, I like that they're going for this setup right here on their side though. They're going for a very, very niche setup on their side, going for the Kha'Zix onto Qeon against the Lee Sin, which usually is the 1v1 in the jungle. Most of the time it goes the other way. It goes onto the side of Lee Sin most of the time, but still, it could be quite different. Demon Kite probably going for this Ziggs. At least they have a lot of wave clears on their side. GS just preempting a lot of those assassins to take down a Tactical if ever. That's why they're banning Akali.
Yeah, I do agree. Taking out the Akali takes out one of those side lane pressures, takes out one of the assassins that could very well jump Tactical, because that's what they didn't see in game 2 in the side of Oasis Gaming. There was no real threat to Tactical. Tactical can just play the front to back composition, try to just hide behind the Galio to be able to throw all of the damage coming from the Corki. The answer though from Oasis Gaming, since they see that the pick on the jungle is that Kha'Zix on Qeon, they have banned out that Yuumi, since this was one of the combinations that Grindsky used on their victory yesterday against Team Secret. So taking that away alongside the Thresh really limits right now what could be the support pick coming from both.
Galio. I think that is the answer here for Grindsky if ever they want a Galio on this side, because there's no ban on the Galio yet. So if they want to secure Bow, or at least secure the mid lane for Bambi, they should just pick the Galio and just let Bambi decide on what to go for next. Because at least if ever, right now they have the Galio. If ever Oasis goes in, if the showstopper comes out, the hero's entrance would be there to stop the continuation of what's gonna happen after they go in with the showstopper to the face breaker, which could be easy to pull off. So that's why Grindsky needs a bit of that peeling potential on this side.
Yeah, could be a combination that we see if the Galio does get picked, but okay. A bit of a just a bit of a graphical issue, but the thing is, it's still Zed, Renekton. We are final on that, so it will go with that. It's gonna be the Zed on the hands of probably Bambi, but Honte was the guy who used it earlier, more as a split push threat. And Zed and Kha'Zix are a good assassin combination. They can go to the backline, immediately take out one of the targets. They can just jump in very easily. So this is one of these duo assassin combinations we've been seeing in other teams. The answer though from Oasis, thing is, Dragon usually plays a lot of these support that do initiation, but it's gonna be the Janna on the hands of Dragon for a bit of disengage going against that Kha'Zix and the Zed.
Yeah, Janna with the Monsoon. Not sure if that is actually the best way to go for around this on the side of Oasis, but maybe they have some plans on their end. That's why they want to go for it. For Grindsky, yeah, going for the Nami just to pair up with the Janna so that they would be quite equal in the bot lane. So all of the pressure would probably be on the side of this Zed and also the Renekton in the mid lane. That is where most of the action would come out for sure for Grindsky versus Oasis. Because in the bot lane for sure, Demon Kite and Tactical are just gonna farm out together because they don't have enough damage anyway.
Yeah, they don't have enough damage. They also both have Enchanter support, so there's not gonna be a lot of action right there. Although the only thing that could happen there with some action is when Nami is able to catch the Ziggs with a bubble. It may be accompanied with Qeonies with the gank. So maybe that's the only thing the time we see something happening on the bot side of the map. But looks like both of these teams have finalized their compositions. Win conditions wise, terms of late game scaling, Grindsky has more of that late game scaling because they do have that scaling marksman on the Corki, but on the other side for Oasis Gaming, they have a lot of the siege potential and poke potential coming for that Ziggs. Ziggs also deals a lot of damage later on just because of how quick he can throw these bombs, and since all of his abilities are area of effect, a lot of champions can get hit. So essentially scaling, multiplying his damage even more. We also have seen Demon Kite on a lot of these AP carry champions has been very proficient on them. So we'll be looking at what will be the focus for both of these teams in terms of objectives. I think since you have a Ziggs on the side of Oasis Gaming, a good idea is to be able to get this Herald early so you can break the mid lane turret very, very fast along with that Ziggs. So the Satchel, throw away one of the turrets immediately.
Yeah, that might be the threat here for the side of or Grindsky at least. If ever they want to set up the early phase of the game because they want Qeonies and Bambi to set up for them, earn the early stages and make that work. So if ever, that is going to be the clear here for Grindsky. The clear objective, make Kha'Zix and Zed actually enable Tactical to get that late game. They just need to actually put the pathway for Tactical, and that is it. But Oasis, they probably have a different way of going at it, because honestly, what they have here is a lot of burst damage. Yes, they have the Janna to at least mitigate some of the damage from Grindsky, but the early game is their playground. They need to get all these dragons before Grindsky becomes a living time bomb here with Tactical.
And I think that's very fitting as well, having the early game as a playground for Oasis Gaming, because as we mentioned earlier in the start of the game three is that early game has been the key for both of these teams. Whoever holds the early game has been able to snowball it into a win. Game 1 was the scenario for Oasis Gaming, and Game 2 as well for Grindsky. So having that early game advantage already puts one of Oasis Gaming in a better spot to be able to win this game. But at the same time, there's still that late game potential from Grindsky. There's still that thing where they've won Game 2. They're feeling a bit more hot, but the Rift Scuttle right now is being contested by both of these teams.
Okay, they want to take this, but Grindsky has no business going for here. They tried to go for it. They were able to get it. Qeonies is going to get punished. He's going to fall down. That's going to be the first blood onto the side. Edaf takes it for him, and Oasis gets that first blood. Good advantage against Grindsky.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure about that play, to be honest, because the only thing that could happen there is Shiani's going in, securing that objective, securing the Rip Scuttle, but at the same time he's still jumping in, still needs to use his flash to be able to get out, and I think the kills would have still gone the same way, where the first blood would have gone to Oasis Gaming. So I felt like that play was a bit low percentage for them, but Tante and Shiani's again going for this Rip Scuttle.
Yeah, Dragon already here. They don't have enough damage right here to work with. They're 4v3, but here comes the resonating strike onto the backline to the showstopper. Was able to get a lot of damage. Grindsky. Oh no, they were able to get it, but the turnaround comes in. Tante has the ultimate on his hand, so he might be able to get something out of this Bambi. He's gonna get the damage out. A triple kill already onto Bambi. An answer back from Grindsky.
Great answer right there from Grindsky. Yes, it was another risky play coming from them, and that has been their game plan for I believe the whole tournament. They are the coin flip team, as we have mentioned in the first week of the WCS. They love going for this very risky engagement. Etaf.
Okay, got the Dragon's Rage, was able to hit both of them. They don't have enough damage at this point. Bambi is now taking that, but he might be able to get the kill. Oh, the shield is not enough. Grindsky. I thought that was in favor of Oasis already, but they were able to turn it around.
Etaf had the level advantage on Shianis. That's why he was so confident walking into that, not thinking that Bambi was still in the lane early. He was last seen in the mid lane, was never seen to go for the recall. That's why he never expected that Bambi was there, gifting Bambi the 4th kill of the game.
Man, he has a black lever already at 3 minutes, so that is a very big statement here for Bambi. He's getting all these kills. Now the level advantage in the mid lane with just pose right there. We're gonna be seeing its advantages onto their side. So right now, it's just gonna be quite chill for now for the side until the 8-second mark. But right now with the advantage on the Bambi, for sure Oasis is gonna be afraid on taking any objectives that they're on.
Right, you can see the clear item disparity as both of the objectives have spawned into the map. There is a black cleaver, as you mentioned already, on the hands of Bambi. Eduf just came back to base to get that black cleaver, so they are a bit on a bad timing here. Eduf though already starting their rip route, so it looks like it's gonna be a handshake between both of these teams.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a trade, but I think Grindsky has a plan in mind. They might go for this kill. It takes a long time for Oasis to take this, so ETAP is going to be backing away.
Package?
So, yeah, they had the package also, so that's why they're afraid of Grindsky.
Yeah, great respect right there from Oasis Gaming, because there is the package from Tactical. He can be able to use this, but Herald is reset. Oasis Gaming still here.
Yeah, not a good position to be in though. Showstopper might come in onto Isilla, onto the back line, was able to get it onto Tante, and this is not good for Grindsky. They're losing a lot of their members. One more. Bambi is just so fed, and that's just working in their favor. Demon Kite might be next on the chopping block. He doesn't have anything on his hands. He doesn't have even the mana. Triple kill onto their man, and godlike at 5 minutes in the game, Grindsky are just making it work against Oasis.
Pansolvaps, what can I say?
Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, Grindsky, almost all of the kills going towards Bambi right now. He has 7-0 on this Zed, even has the Rip Herald on him. This guy is just snowballing out of control, and Oasis Gaming needs to take back control of this game if they want to win this series, because it's not gonna be a very good week for them, because yesterday they already lost a series. And in the power rankings that we've had, especially from the panel, Oasis Gaming is one of the top teams here right now in the league in terms of power rankings, and with what they've been showing us today against Grindsky, when they don't have control of the early game, they are having a hard time. Even Grindsky right now is feeling so confident. Shiani's going for that, contesting the Krugs of Etaf, getting more gold for himself, taking away gold from the Lee Sin at this point, and just I am looking at Grindsky to play around Bambi, because Bambi is just so strong right now.
Yeah, Bambi is absorbing all of the pressure just to give space to Tactical. So at least now Tactical would be just happy taking all the wave clears, taking all the waves, all the resources that Bambi has been leaving on his trail. So this is just Tactical making work of a Demon Kite is just going to pull down with an Auction Guillotine onto the mid lane. But I think Qeon is just preempted. Remember the Rift Scuttler that he took a while ago? He's just showing how good he is on using Smite. So that's why right now they got the Cloud Drake, they got the Rift Herald. So wow right there, Qeon.
Is that what you say? What you call a handicap at the start? Anyway,
Right.
a handicap that Chianese wanted. But yeah, as we were saying, they are a very risky team. They love going for these coin flips. They love going for these 50-50s, and with high risk comes high reward. And Grindsky has just been able to pull this lead off. It's a 5,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. Half of that is in the hands of Bambi, and right now Etaf has been spotted here.
Yeah. 4v3, so this is a good fight to be in. And rather 3v3, so if they go for a fight here, Tante, it's a bit fed. He does have some items, but because Edaf is here, they can go for a fight here. Chianese is going to be the target. They had the stun onto him. Resonating strike to the kick. The Dragon Spray. Chianese was able to bait them out, almost surviving, and now he's going to be here tactical. Does have the damage. Tante was able to get the kill. He has 5 sacks on their heads, so if he wants to be the executioner, he's going to go for it. He has the guillotine. Was able to get the kill, and now Edaf and Demon Kite, the last remaining members, was able to get the kill onto tactical, and 3-for-2. I think that's a good trade.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Bambi's here.
It's not yet done. Bambi would go in. He does have the damage. He has the death mark. Demon Kite gonna be the target, and that's gonna be the 4 kills. And now it's worked for Grindsky.
Oh my god, just a long series of fight right there. Very chaotic from both of these teams. But Bambi, you know how long that fight was? He was at the top side of the map. He ran across the map going to the bottom lane. He didn't even have Yomos to be able to help him run faster. And because of that, how long that fight was, it went to a point where the Mountain Drake is here. It is gonna be an initial 2v3, but members of Grindsky already running here. Is still the only guy in the river for Oasis.
Yeah, doesn't have the Showstopper yet though, so he took a lot of his time though. Showstopper comes in, and Scylla is just gonna fall down.
Legendary.
That was kinda too late right there for Scylla. So now, this is just gonna be an easy takedown, but I think, they want to take this still? This might be a very risky one for Oasis Gaming if they want to go for it. They just need to back away. If they try to go for this, oh no, that was unfortunate for Demon Kite. The satchel pulled him back to Grindsky's side. That's why he was forced to use the flash.
Yeah, I was about to say Oasis needed to get out of there because Grindsky just smelling blood in the water at this point. They want to get the series win right here against Oasis Gaming, and that was a very unfortunate pick on Demon Kai. He was forced to use his flash right now. He is gonna be flashed in this next fight against a Zed with 9-0-0.
9-0 Zed, 10k gold, 9 minutes. That's just so big of an advantage. And now with the tidal wave, there's going to be more. And that's going to be the takedown onto Isaf. Was able to take the Rip Herald. And now they're backing away. They're just going to be harvesting the seeds that they put. And now Bambi is going to go in. Isilla going to be the next target. But they are not going to be committing just yet. Isaf might be the target. They're just punishing them, taking their jungle. So yeah, Oasis just came out unscathed. But they got there, the Rip Herald.
Did you see how aggressive Bambi was? How much he was feeding himself? He flashed over the wall, man, trying to go for a 5v1. He just wasn't given to him by Oasis Gaming at this point because he's just that far ahead. Looking at the gold, about a 10,000 gold lead, 9,000 gold lead at this point for Grindsky. And if you look at the items, look at Bambi. He has 11,000 gold against 7,000 of Edaf. He has twice the gold at the top leader of Oasis Gaming at this point. And man, Bambi, 3 items on this Zed. That's why Oasis Gaming, they were so far away. They were at the top side of the map because that's the only way they could play this game at this point. Stay away from Bambi. Bambi just snowballing out of control.
Yeah, and again, just because Bambi is so fed, it's incentivizing them to build armor in the side of Oasis. And they might forget the threat that is tactical, but I wasn't able to see that. Chianese just fell down. And that is good. Oasis just finds way to give... They're just finding pathways for them to get some struck down goals, just for them to lessen the goal gap. That is 8k right now, just because of that kill from Chianese.
Yeah, but Rip Herald though summoned in the mid lane. If it does get the bonk, doesn't look like it.
Yeah, wasn't able to get the bonk. That was unfortunate for Oasis. 5 members were there, but because they don't have any way to deal some poke damage or at least engage against them, they don't even want to use the Showstopper just because they're super close onto the mid lane turret. Right now, Grindsky would go. E-Tap gonna be the target. They have the death mark onto his head, but he's not gonna fall down. What a good way to play. And that is just Bambi just marking his territory on the top side.
Yeah, but before I get to my point here, Tante,
Okay, wants to go for a fight again. Asilla might have the showstopper, so they're just not going to be going for this though. So if ever they want to go for a fight, they need 5 members to just go for a pick.
Right, but let me paint you a picture. Let's be it my turn right now. Dash.
Yeah, sure.
The silver lining for Oasis Gaming, we have seen twice now Chianis being very flirtatious with his positioning. He has been almost getting picked by Tante, trying to force a pick right here. Okay, they're letting me make my point. Come on, Oasis Gaming. Come on, Grindsky. There is still that possibility wherein Grindsky will be prevented from snowballing this game further and further if Chianis makes a bad step. Because Chianis is the guy who has been very aggressive. You see his positioning compared to where his team is. He's still in the bot lane. There are no Grindsky members here along with him. So we mentioned this, I believe, in game 2, wherein Grindsky Chianis is just this guy who's always aggressive, always looking to make these plays. But the thing is, being a very coin flip kind of player, you can make or break a game for your team. So right now, that's where I'm looking at. That is the silver lining for Oasis Gaming. Yes, Bambi is snowballing out of control, but it seems like things are getting a bit more calm. But look at the map. There are a lot of members right now near that Infernal Drake.
Yeah, I'm kind of not liking this position from Bambi. Yeah, they're risking this position just for them to get it. Azilla went in with a showstopper and is now left alone. That was a good play from Oasis. Now they're taking over. Grindsky, they lose their members. Now Azilla is going to go on to Azilla. He's going to pull down. They are turning things around just because they have the items though. This is just Grindsky. The stat checking every member right there. The backline is not going to take it over. Bambi is just going to get the kill. The shutdown is not there. 4 members are still alive, but Oasis Dragon is left alone with her umbrella. Now that is going to be Grindsky just wanting to take the push, get the inhibitor turn in the mid lane.
I love how Grindsky keeps on telling us, no, we won't let them win. We have this under control. It doesn't matter if we give away Chianis to them as a freebie. We're still going to get 4 more kills on our side and complete control over this map. Infernal Drake right now looking to go towards Grindsky.
Yeah, they got the stat check there during that fight. I was kind of afraid that Grindsky would lose out in that fight because the positioning is better for Oasis. But because they have the better items, yeah, they could go for that. They won't have any carry in the world because they have the better items anyway. But now, because they didn't help out Chianis, you might not get rewarded with the Infernal Drake. They're taking a long time to reset. So Oasis still wants to go for this fight. I think they have no business actually going for this because it happened a while ago. They lost just because of the stat check. They need to just go for picks. Tante is really aggressive because
the fight's about to start right here.
Chianis is going to be the target. Azilla onto the back line. Not going to be able to do anything. But look at that. Bambi is just buying a lot of time for his team.
It's over.
He's absorbing a lot of pressure. They all lost just because they went into the wrong targets. Oasis is just going to fall down one by one. And the last member, Etaf, is left alone. And this might be it. They're going to be ending this game. 30 seconds at the clock. Etap is just going to give this kill. Oh no, Tante is just going to give it. And that was Grindsky just capitalizing on the positioning of Oasis. What a good way to end this. What a pentakill from Tactical during game 2. And that statement from the last game. Grindsky is still the airplane that we are saying a while ago. They're still looming around the night sky today, right now.
Doubters, be gone. That's what Grindsky is saying right now. That is what is plastered on their plane as they land in the Grindsky hype train here in this series. Grindsky, man. I love how you painted the picture. I love how it's still the plane. I love it's still how we're still landing. But Grindsky, man, they took control over the early game with some great kills over towards Bambi. And can you agree with me, Dash? In my headcanon right here, my headcanon right now is Chianis was the freebie. He had the most deaths in his team. It's like the handicap, as you mentioned.
Yeah, honestly, it took a lot of risks there. I mean, during that first fight there when they got the scuttler, I mean, that's a scuttler. That is some goal that you could get. And he went in, flashed away, gave the freebie, maybe that was him being the bait though. Like they're gonna be getting Qeon every time. Oasis was always so focused on him during the later stages of the game. It was Qeon who always died because they're focusing on him every time. Bambi, Tactical, and even Tante were enabled, and that's why that is a very smart play, to be honest.
I mean, if that was planned, it is a very...
That was planned for sure.
I believe you, Dash. I believe you that it's planned. It's this like, I don't know, 9,000 IQ play coming from Grindsky.
For sure.
Getting Bambi ahead, giving him all the kills. At one point, we thought he was also gonna get a penta alongside Tactical, but instead we got a double legendary on the side of Grindsky. Both Tonte and Bambi ended this game with a legendary streak, and it's just really, I think this is a game that teams will have to look at if you want to keep on defeating Oasis Gaming.
Yeah,
because
I think
because Oasis Gaming has looked flustered when they're behind. You need to get the early game going, and Grindsky just showed that in full display right here.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised though, right? I was expecting Oasis to be dictating the pace here, especially in the early stages. Because honestly, when you go for a Renekton, a Set, a Lee Sin, you're picking off early game. You want to get that advantage because you have a lot of combat stats earlier in the game. Because you have some damage. But because Bambi got a 4-0 at the early stage, that was enough for them to get that. The tidal wave so far from Bo was also, honestly, it was just perfect. We can just say that most of the times it was because everyone is just distracted that Bambi is just putting the spotlight on himself. That's why we're almost always focused on what Bambi is doing. But everyone on the side of Grindsky, they don't really have... Honestly, their positioning was scattered around, and that was the play. Yeah, we're gonna 1v1 everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just as how you painted it. Oasis Gaming was scattered. They are very flustered when they're not ahead. When Dragon is not the guy who's leading the way for them, and he's not the one who's starting out these fights, they're not able to convert to leads for themselves. And yeah, player of the game, obviously, Bambi on this Zed. Being gifted 3 kills early on, he was able to snowball from that point. 16 KTA, 1,000 gold per minute. I think if we look back at the VOD right there, I think almost the whole game, he had twice the gold of the enemy top laner, of the enemy Baron laner, and it's just so... He's just that strong at that point that he even flashed over the wall to go for the 1v5. And Oasis Game was like, nope, we're not gonna go for you. We're just gonna run away and not even look your way. And it's just Grindsky has been this team where we think that they really have a hard time ending games, but the thing is, if you give them that big of a lead, it doesn't matter if they have a hard time ending games. They can just keep on slapping their big wallets on you, and they're just gonna keep on winning these games with a lot of stat checks.
Honestly, just because of that fun soul buff, maybe they got the... They know how to end games right now. They matured during that time that they were team building. They now have better communication, and that's why they know how to play around the objectives. This is why I like Grindsky right now. They've been defeating some teams that are at the top of the power rankings right now. They're a different build team right now, and like what I said a while ago, I painted you a picture. They're still up there. They're still roaming around the sky, not landing because the momentum is still on their side.
Yeah, they're just, as you mentioned, a very built different team. Grindsky, congratulations to them. They have gotten one more series, and this, at least for Oasis Gaming, this is the end of the week. They have a week to prepare, to remedy whatever they need to do, whatever they need to change in their lineup, whatever they need to change in terms of their draft. But yeah, Oasis Gaming has a lot of thinking to do.
Yeah, they probably need some things to work out. I mean, we're just going to be taking also a short break, everyone, before we go on to the panel. We have been your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys next time for more Wildrift action.
A bright light feels right. the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high. It feels like lightning, burning it up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes.
Who knew that Pansol was a hyperbolic time chamber? I'm already booking my next trip there. Autolus, Deadeye. I am speechless with what we just saw, but Grindsky never die. Congratulations, Grindsky, taking it 2-1 over Oasis. Autolus, yeah, you called your shot, Grindsky. How you feeling now?
Feeling I don't know, it's refreshing, you know. After what happened yesterday of being tagged, I just checked my social media that you are already tagged by Grindsky office. And yeah, basically, man, what a weekend for them as a 0 standing side by side with UDG as the two teams that did go undefeated. Looking at the game highlights, this was game number 1. They played the Yumi, was kind of baited by Oasis, and again Oasis plays very fast. They went for an angelic pick on the locks for Team and Kai. It was very effective. You know, our casters was all praises on this one. And again, although Yumi is very much a very, I would say, OP champion in the current meta, it still is very, I would say, very telegraphed when it comes to the composition. You still have to at least make sure that you put out the pressure. And if you're getting owned like this, 14 minutes and 30 seconds, 10-1 or 10-2, it's still very difficult to win games on that Yumi. So, yeah, game number 2, I will be leaving for Deadeye to analyze what happened. Yeah, because I feel refreshed.
Yeah, there we go. Deadeye, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, basically, you know, game 1 was just a snowball for Oasis gaming, and I really thought that snowballing effect will continue in the next series. But surprise, Grindsky Esports just popping out of nowhere here with the Z. Basically, the Z pocket pick, showing their secret ingredient here against the side of Oasis Gaming. This performances coming in from Bambi is just insane here. I think we are going to see some respect bans for the future matches against Grindsky Esports here. And we have talked about, of course, the early game strategies here. And I have pointed out, of course, that basically it was a linear strategy that Grindsky Esports just delivering here in the first week there. But here, right now, the diversity, of course, of their execution only shows here. I think the Pansol buff really delivers a lot of positive benefits here to the time to the side of Grindsky.
You know what? Go for it.
Yeah, no, also I just wanted to, because I was waiting for the moment for the Pentacle highlight to appear. Because man, this is the very first for the WCS PH 2022 that we saw a pentakill. There were quadricles and Corky by Tactical. Wow.
Yeah. Player of the game, Tactical. He was definitely one to pop off. But let's head on over to the interview because we've got Bo waiting for us on the other line. But I'm pretty sure that we have the entire team. Grindsky, there they are. Congratulations, everyone. Let's go. Everyone, congratulations. How does it feel having a flawless week number 2?
Ano po, parang kailangan namin ulit ng Pansol Buffs.
Management listening?
Kasama na si Otto.
Wow.
Okay, I'll pack my bags na, guys. Wait lang,
Sige, Deadeye, go for it. Your question to them.
Oh my. Personally, before I do ask the question, I'm sorry, Grindsky. This time around.
No!
For doubting such a prediction. But anyway, of course, up against Oasis Gaming. On the previous interview against Team Secret, you said Bambi naglublob 24 hours sa swimming pool for that preparation. How about against Oasis Gaming? What preparation did you, of course, do here?
Preparation, ano bang preparation natin?
Kasi na-challenge siya, di ba sabi, ano daw Garen lang daw alam.
Oo.
Tinalik natin sa akin.
Nag-show kami ng other picks ni Bambi.
Levels, let's go. Okay.
Guys, magiging kayo!
Let's go! I love it.
So,
okay, showing us.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah, go for it.
Go to Luis.
Okay. Sige, game related naman tayo kay paring Tactical kasi siya ang unang pentakill natin sa season. So anong pakiramdam ni Tactical nung hinahabol niya yung Morgana, 'di ba? Tumatakas pa eh.
Oh, pass the mic.
Sumisigaw po ako ng impeta.
And yeah, just very fitting that Grindsky, with all the energy that you have, yung refresh ng Pansol buff. Sabi nyo nga, di ba, magsa-schedule kayo. So, another question, kailan ba yan? Kasi nakita ko si Maintenance Guy, nag-post siya eh. Team building na daw ulit eh. Kailan ba? Coach Ray, kailan ba?
Sana pagka bumoto ka na ulit sa amin.
Alright,
Auto-invite ka na.
Invite.
Checkmate
I
moment
love
for
the
me.
tactic. Grindsky, thank you so much again for giving us amazing games, turning doubters into believers. Bo, any final words or message you want to give to everyone? You guys have the floor.
Looking forward muna kami sa rematch namin sa UDG bago mag-shot. Tapos shoutout ko lang yung mga boss namin, si Sir Wayne, Sir Don, Sir G, tsaka si Mami Cheng, si Sir Dennis, tsaka si Boss Jomar, yung cook namin. Pati yung Grindsky Aries.
Shoutout sa wife ko. Pinakamagandang wife ko. Isa lang naman yan. So, Headmeister, no? So, shoutouts dito sa Team Sipol. Ito yung bago nyo habang team. Yan, nakikita nyo.
Team Sipol, let's go.
Ano yan? Si Otto, kasali na rin yan. Ay, sino shoutout?
Shoutout pala sa mga makotonod nyo sa bahay dyan.
Hey!
Shoutout sa girlfriend ko, Syra. Let's go!
Let's go! All right.
Hey guys!
Thank you guys so much. Again, there we go. Grindsky Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause to them. Yes. Turning doubters into believers. Autolus making him dance already, making me and Deadeye look like fools. But well-deserved. Never a doubt, Grindsky. I can't wait to see them next week. So what an amazing match. 2-1. That seems to be the trend. But we gotta save our energy, boys, for the main event, which is Cerebrum Esports, Cerebrum Wildrift, I would say, versus RRQ. How do we paint the picture of this match? How do we set the context of this match, Autolus?
For Cerebrum Wildrift, they have been very... No, not really one trick, but they have been very defined when it comes to their strategy. They will be grouping up and will not let the opponents breathe. I think that's the best term for it. They will group as 5 and just take objectives left and right. If given their comfort picks, I believe they will have they will have a very good opportunity against RQ. Again, I did say earlier today, I'm a huge believer of momentum, and Cerebrum Wildrift did just get their first win yesterday. And that was a 2-0 against Oasis, no less. Looking at the lineup that they have right now, we have Hivalis, Zalpi, Pigo, Howie, and Fleur. We did interview Fleur yesterday. Ganda lang is the name of the game for this wonderful support. And of course, we would like to highlight him as our pro player to watch for this day. Fleur, I feel like his play style, what he said yesterday really resonated with me, because he said that if one person calls to do this, everyone will pile up on that action and no one would question it whatsoever. And that's the importance of communication in Wildrift. Fleur being at the lead, the shot calling reminds me a lot of the talented supports that we have here. Oftentimes we see supports being the shot caller, and Fleur is no stranger to that.
I love what you said there, that like if one calls for the shot, everyone has, I would say, like a hive mind. I think that they're really living up to Cerebrum, right? They move as one unit, and you really feel that pressure. Now, I'm gonna shift the attention to Deadeye. How do you think Cerebrum has been performing so far in WCS?
Now, actually, this shocks me, to be honest here, because we have seen Cerebrum play style is indeed linear as well, picking the same champions, doing the same strategies time and time again, but still they improve each and every game, and that's very, very commendable here, especially in a competitive scene where your opponents will likely ban your comfort champions here. And now here the second week we have seen the Nasus ban frequently against the side of Cerebrum Wildrift, but they indeed pulled through against Team Oasis there, and it only showed, of course, that this team plays their own style. In the interview, Evilist said that they don't care about what the enemies will go up against them. They'll just play their own game here, and I think this is the strength, the core of Team Cerebrum. So let's see up against RRQ if they'll be able to pull that one with the same strategy.
Yeah, that core will definitely be tested, because up on the screen next is going to be their opponents for tonight is RRQ. They showed that gods can bleed yesterday, taking one game out of Team Underground. But you know what? I say it was a moral victory. Auto lose, do you agree? Because they did make Team Underground kind of show more of their hand.
Yeah, definitely. It's a win already by itself, having to force UDG to show cards that I feel they're hiding from everyone, including us, for the more meaningful games, also known as the playoffs. But one thing that really is interesting here for RQ is Exosen. Exosen is now being put as the support of this group. And don't know if I can say this on broadcast, but Coach Kaigu, I will probably be, I don't know, I will be probably indebted to you for a lunch or something. But I had a chat with him yesterday, and I asked him if they were really practicing with Exosen as their support. I was told that it's just their experience and practice.
Wow.
They weren't really practicing Exosen as their support. That just goes to show the veteran minds that RQ has right now. Looking at the champions that he has played, it's not for support role, and the numbers that he has right now is definitely not for the support. The average damage percentage of 10% is actually a big leap if we're talking about supports. But this is RQ that we're talking about, going YOLO and finding a way to win against all odds. RQ has tagged me today, and Rodin as well. But whoever loses the bets today, or the prediction guesses today, has to drink some vinegar. Exo7 Floor, what a matchup! What a matchup!
Yeah, I definitely want to get Deadeye's thoughts on that. Like having mid laner moves as support, it can help you, and it has been very unorthodox, but it works for RRQ.
Yeah, it did work, but I can say it also gonna be a double-edged sword here, because unlike any teams, they have a pretty solid player who plays their own role here. Switching from Exosen from mid to the supporting role is already a big challenge. This goes to the same situation that Dragon has on the Team Oasis Gaming. He said that even though he's performing very well in the supporting role, he's being challenged of the switching of roles here. I think it goes to Exosen's experience as well. But let's see if up against Fleur, which we already have witnessed how beautiful Fleur plays that role. Exosen, this poses a challenge for him, and we know Fleur has the great momentum right now. We believe right now that morale is indeed a great factor when it comes to playing the competitive scene, but I think RRQ still has bigger chance to win this year.
If Fleur has an iconic phrase of ganda lang, Exosen also has an iconic phrase here, experience lang. So ganda lang versus experience lang. This is a very, very cool matchup, right?
Ganda lang versus experience lang. I don't know which one weighs more heavy, because we talked about morale, we talked about confidence boost, and how that helps out the teams. And you know what, deeming today as hashtag positive vibes, good vibes Sundays, it seems like it goes a long way. So I wonder how the moral victory of RRQ taking a game out of Team UDG, or you know what, the amazing performance of Team Cerebrum up against Oasis. It's really up in the air with how these go. Let's head into the predictions. We heard a little bit of Deadeye's prediction already. Do you want to explain why RRQ though?
I think RRQ is pretty solid. Even the loss on the UDG, they did take one game there, and it's already a statement that they can be in par with a top team in the league. And Cerebrum, of course, momentum is there on their side, but when it comes to the numbers, I'm always looking at the numbers here to have my predictions. It's gonna be RRQ for sure.
All right, looking at the numbers, I was looking at my gut, and my gut kind of says RRQ as well. Cerebrum, they have a chance, but I think it's RRQ to this one. What about you, Autolus?
RRQ. I think so. We
Okay.
have to settle this down
He's
with
tagged. He's
the
been
series
tagged.
score.
The series score, man. So we have our predictions already. It is going to be RRQ all the way. I mean, RRQ, unanimous, 3 of us, but now prediction scores. I'm going to go with a 2-0 because I really think that they're more hungry than ever to, make sure that what happened to them in Underground is going to happen again, but in their favor. So they just want to go through everyone, go through the motions of everyone. And unfortunately, it'll be at the expense of Cerebrum, Wildrift. So RRQ for me, 2-0. How about you, Deadeye?
Yeah, same as you, Posh. I'll go with Cerebrum. RRQ
Changing it
winning
up?
the
What's
series
this guy
2-0.
doing? Okay. All right. We're locking this in, man.
Okay,
How about you,
RRQ
Autolus?
2-0 for you guys. And, just for the benefit of the viewers, I'm actually in the position to just win. But I'm a guy that really would go for the haymaker, and I feel RRQ would be getting the series 2-1.
2-1.
If I lose this, then I will be doing the vinegar shot while you will be doing the eye thing.
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
the menthol in the
mental
eye.
is
Okay.
ready here. Mental
There
is
it
ready.
is.
But if
Oh,
I win, but if I win, brother, then you have to do both. How's that?
Both. Oh, double or nothing. Double. How
That's-
confident are you, Deadeye?
Oh
Putting
my.
you on the spot
Oh,
here.
sure. Let's go.
Sure? Wow, we have it on record. You saw how green that was? It was going up against the green screen. That's
Oh,
how
yeah.
menthol-
Exactly.
Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen. Look how, that's going to be all over his eye.
Oh, wow.
And-
Oh,
yeah, of course,
wow.
the
Vinegar shot.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, my.
Double or nothing.
So,
oh my god,
Cerebrum,
Deadeye, I'm
okay,
nervous
1
for you,
point.
bro.
And then RRQ 2 points. Okay, let's do it.
Wow. Okay, how about this? If Cerebrum wins, double shot for you.
You
Yeah.
guys,
How about you?
I'll do. We all do a shot.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. If
I'll take
Cerebrum
that.
wins, we'll all do a shot. But Deadeye still has to do the eye thing
Yep. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
because
Let's
you're not
do
going
this.
away for that one. All right. All right.
Oh
That
my.
sounds like we've kind of put ourselves against the corner here. I'm really scared. But let's check out what's happening in the Twitterverse. So let's see. Using the hashtag once again, WCS PH. Here we go. Oasis Gaming, not a good week for us, but we'll bounce back soon. GG's at Grindsky. You gotta love the class. Oasis Gaming, I'm sure they'll bounce back. Like Autolu said, you know what? Take this week to reset. Maybe they gotta book that Pansol trip. You know, we got some contacts in Boracay. Just message Autolu, the Auto Guild. They gonna hook you up, right?
Station 1.
Specifically Station 1. And with that, no, I just want to plug again, if you guys want to hang out with us, we do have a watch party happening at the PPGL Discord. Again, just message Autolose. We're having a ton of fun there, just memeing about stuff and also kind of breaking things down. I'm definitely learning a lot. So, yeah. Okay, so just putting the stakes out there again. If Cerebrum wins, we're all taking a shot of vinegar.
Okay.
All right? If it's 2-1, Autolose gets it. It will be Deadeye be taking a shot of vinegar and the eye thing.
Exactly.
But if it's 2-0, Deadeye's just doing the eye thing while
And I will be
Autolose.
drinking the vinegar.
And
That's
we gotta break down these matches, guys. Oh my gosh.
Good Vibe Sunday. Let's go. Good Vibe Sunday.
Yeah, for sure. I know I know that Mika is probably laughing her butt off right now. Big shout outs to Mika for giving us that consequence. But we can't wait any longer. Let's head into the Rift. Casters, take us away.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines. We are on the last series of the day and the last series of the week. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple with me. This is RRQ versus CE Crazy, and both these teams were actually hyped coming into this series, and now I'm excited to see what will be the outcome of this series.
I'm so excited as well, but at the same time, I'm more excited to not be part of the panel today because,
Absolutely.
oh my god, the consequences that they're gonna go for. And Deadeye, shout out to you if you do lose this bet right here, man. Good luck to you. But yeah, as they mentioned, good vibes Sunday we're having here today.
Yeah.
And RRQ versus Cerebrum Wildrift. As you introduce them, they were coming in hot in today's series. Cerebrum getting their first series win yesterday, while RRQ showing the whole league that gods do bleed. Getting the game off of Team Underground was such a good, I think, such a huge feat for them because they've been looking very unstable in terms of RRQ. And them getting that win against Team Underground, who a lot of the teams here and us in the caster desk have been saying it looks to be the best team right now in the WCS. They're still undefeated but in terms of series, but RRQ getting that one game win against them, I really think both of these teams, both Cerebrum and RRQ, are gonna come in hot in today's series.
Yeah, and it might not be a series win by RRQ up against UDG, but definitely a statement that they made yesterday. But now, it's all eyes on the screen as a draft of CE versus RRQ for Game 1 with an immediate ban and respect onto Marky and Floor for this first bans with Vayne and Rakan banned away.
Yeah, and for our viewers who maybe were not watching the WCS yesterday, what are you doing? But anyway, you're watching here today with us. You might be surprised that Exosen is in the support position. He is now in the default lineup as a support while Helios is in the mid, and Devil J will be manning the top side of the map. Looking at the bans, as you mentioned, yes, respect bans across the board so far. It is the Vayne and the Vayne ban against Marky, Rakan ban from Floor, as well as that Nasus. They don't want to see the dog right now to be in the hands of Ivalice, and right now both of these teams are finishing up their bans. A lot of power picks are open. Set is still open, while the Jace has been prioritized by Cerebrum.
Yeah, and when we talked to Ivalice like the past couple of days here in week 2, right, we talked about the NASA's, his transition onto the Darius, because he can't see the light of day anymore on that dog, on that NASA's because of this constant permaban up against CE. So he has to force a different champion, and now he needs to do the same up against RRQ. But we're swiftly going through the picks here, with Jace and Lux being first picked by CE, and Renekton and Riven for RRQ.
Yeah, Renekton and Riven are just, at least for the side of RRQ, is very standard and at the same time very flexible because we have seen both Chaz and Helios playing that Riven. So at the same time, there's still a lot of flexibility on their side. Yumi was open and has been picked up by RRQ. We have seen mixed results from this champion. It was a menace in week 1, mostly manned by Team Underground, by Orthros, and now it's being used by RRQ. Let's see how they're gonna utilize this champion here.
Yeah, and with Yumi being picked by RRQ, yeah, I was going to say Thresh needs to be banned away by RRQ because Floor needs that champion. He's really great, and when you have Thresh and Lux, you have so much single targeted CC.
Yeah.
And now CE needs to force a different champion for Floor. Maybe Rakan, but it's banned away. So who's gonna be that remaining champion that you need to pick up, as they have already banned Galio as well. And now, with that respect ban, Ziggs also removed from RRQ.
Yeah, they needed to take away the Ziggs because there are a lot of AD threats right now on the side of RRQ, so limiting that magic damage potential coming from the side of RRQ is a good option right now. We might be seeing maybe a Corki ban, maybe a Morgana ban for the side of Cerebrum. It is gonna go to the side of the Varus ban.
Garen is open.
Garen, yes, is open. But we're also going to look at maybe what is RRQ going to go for here, because Marky has been going for a lot of these magic damage picks. Maybe the Garen would be prioritized, could go both into the mid lane or maybe the top side of the map.
Yeah, and this is interesting because we've seen how Helios play the Riven. Absolutely insane player. This is the specific champion that really just shook UDG down from game number 2 on their specific series, and now they have to force something else because I'm thinking this is not really exactly a Garen draft. So Twisted Fate being locked in, and CE immediately followed by a Jax Lulu.
Okay, right now I'm thinking where are these champions are gonna go for the side of Cerebrum, because they have locked in their composition with that Jax and the Lulu. It feels like they took away the Jax because Jax could have very well been picked by RRQ because they have the cat with them. RRQ have also locked in this Twisted Fate. It's I
There
think
we go.
the first time we're seeing Twisted Fate here in the WCS, and what Twisted Fate brings to the table is his global presence. With his ultimate, he can gap these side lanes very effectively. I am now looking at what would be the adjustment here for RRQ. Will this TF go into the hands of Marky? Because I think why we're not seeing a lot of Twisted Fate here in the WCS, because the meta has been when these champions hit level 5 at around the 3-minute to 3.5-minute mark, the bot lane, the dragon lane goes to the mid, the middle goes to the bot side of the map. So you don't have that pressure right now coming from the Twisted Fate. Now, if you're gonna put this Twisted Fate in the hands of Marky, you can still do that rotation. Put the Twisted Fate in the middle lane to be able to make plays across the map. We'll see if that's gonna be the final lineup right here from RRQ when we do the rotations.
I have to disagree there. I feel like it is going to be Riven mid. We talked about this a while ago, so they have to force a Twisted Fate bot lane because they need something else to match up against that Lux. So this is going to be the expectation here for RRQ, and now this is going to be such an interesting case for both teams. And I want you to paint me a picture here, Crazy Apple. What is the winning conditions here for both teams?
I right now in terms of Cerebrum Wildrift, they have, I believe, a Lux and a Lulu in the bot side of the map. So these two champs are just going to be playing very, very safe. In terms of, at least in the late game scaling part, RRQ would be the ones who have a lot more late games, would have a bit more late game scaling because of that Fiora. And I feel like they're going to be able to dictate a lot of these fights when they have that Yuumi. But at the same time, Cerebrum Wildrift also has a lot of tools in their hands. They have the Jax to go into the late game. They have that Lux for potential to get these picks. So we'll have to see how these teams will navigate each of their victory conditions. But at this point in time, it feels like, at least in the mid lane, it's going to be that advantage for Pego.
Well, we'll see. That is the mid lane advantage for CE. Now, RRQ. Now, the question is,
flash.
how would this Yuumi going to go here? Huge damage coming from Devil J. Huge pressure top lane.
I think that's a bit of a miscalculation aside of Devil J, because he hit the level 2, he had more than half of his fury, so he was thinking, I can get the stronger damage ability with my second ability, get the sun, get the ignite, but it wasn't enough to get the kill. So at this point in time, I don't think that was enough of a trade for him, because summoners are still both up for Ivalice at this point. The lane right now is not clearly in Devil J's control, so it's gonna be very, I feel like it wasn't that worth summoner spell right there.
Yeah, it's just the early game, right? I think Devil J, although I think that was a good attempt. Because if they get the kill on the Ivalice, now this changed things up. Now Ivalice will fall down behind on top side, and we all know how Ivalice just changes the whole ambience for CE when it comes to that mid-game, late game. He's the one who sets up the play. Now we'll see how this works out, because there's just a constant stagnant moment for now where everyone is just playing safe, aside from what we saw a while ago from Devil J on top side.
Yeah, but also I want to add as well, to make that play work for Devil J, you saw the map movement as well from both of these teams. Immediately, Cerebrum Wildrift supported their Jax to get that scuttle. Renekton burned all his summoners and put Ivalice in a bad spot. He was also shoving the lane. If Devil J and RRQ as a team went towards that scuttle, they could have very well gotten that because they had control over at least the top side of the map. They could have challenged it. But knowing both of these teams, they are very methodical. They're very, you could say they're more on the passive side. They're not Grindsky where Qeon just jumps in and randomly gets killed because he tried to go for the scuttle. That's not RRQ. That's not Chaz. That's not Helios. So I think that was more a call right there, knowing that Pego still had more control in the mid lane compared to Helios.
Oh, yeah. But look at Zalpi. Look at Fleur. Cream and Rome from CE, Double J. Very
They're
dangerous
trying
spot.
this. They're trying this right now because we're about to hit the 3-minute mark.
There we go.
We're gonna get it.
Now, Pixie, actually CC, now Final Spark gets the first blood for CE.
Great call right there from CE. I love how you spotted it out early on where both members from CE were essentially snuck into the brush and just waited for Devil J to make a more aggressive move into that part of the map. Still, we are nearing the 4-minute mark. It's still not gonna get immediately translated into an objective advantage, but still Cerebrum Wildrift had the timer on the flash for Devil J. Since it was still down, they were able to pull off that kill with little risk. Right now though, in about 20 seconds, Herald and Mountain Drake are gonna be up. It looks like both of these teams might be looking at getting the Drake just because of what their composition has right now, but it will depend on who will get there first. RRQ might get more information just because they do have that Twisted Fate.
Absolutely. That Destiny is going to be such a huge utility for RRQ. If ever they want to go for this Dragon, or if they want to go for the Rift Herald. But as you talked about during the draft, maybe the Twisted Fate after from the bot lane goes into mid lane, and I think that is just fantastic, right? Because he has that control. So now this is where your prediction comes into fruition in the 4-minute mark. But this looks like just a handshake from both teams. Mountain Dragon for RRQ, CE, Rift Herald.
Yeah, but at the same time, you could see Cerebrum is trying to be annoying towards RRQ, using that redemption, just spotting things out, making sure that they are at the same timing between these two objectives. Because if RRQ were a bit faster there, they could have very well jumped into the Herald to try for that contest. But at the same time, as we mentioned earlier, both of these teams are very passive in the early game. CE was the one who was able to pull the trigger first, getting the first blood, getting it to the hands of How on that Lux. And Lux has been such a pivotal champion for Cerebrum Wildrift. He has been very good at hitting these light bindings, so getting him ahead on this champion could be very much be a key right now for Cerebrum Wildrift in terms of their win condition. So at least have that early game presence to wait for Zalpi to get to his items on that checks.
Yeah, and here's the thing. When we're talking about the first blood, it's good and all CE getting that early lead. However, when we're looking at top lane, it's Renekton still getting that advantage, still getting that 100 gold lead. So now this begs the question, how relevant is that kill?
Well, at the same time, it is because the wave has been shoving towards him and he got that early advantage early on, but still he's getting bullied right now. Yes, he is even in gold, but looks like this tower will very well be going to their side. A fight here.
Nice ultimate comes from Yumi, roots floor, but that is just a support kill. But nice pick off nevertheless.
Yeah, nice pick off. Tower though traded for Cerebrum Wildrift, getting the top side tower. RRQ went for the dive instead, tried to get that kill. Right now, tower is below half HP here in the bot side of the map. Let's see if RRQ will go back there, because as it stands, there is a tower lead for Cerebrum.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic for both sides. However, RRQ is falling down behind when it comes to turrets taken down, but gold lead is not that far. And Zhao P now forcing out the Rift Herald mid lane. This might just open up the map control for Cerebrum.
Yeah, it might just be, but RRQ will try to challenge this.
Ooh, that is a turret down for CE, now taking their second turret in this game one.
Yeah, second turret goes to Cerebrum Wildrift. It was bit of a misrotation for the side of RRQ, knowing that Cerebrum already went for their backs, already destroying a tower in the top side. They could have thought that maybe the next step for Cerebrum is to destroy this mid lane, because while still having that mid lane, it gives this Twisted Fate a lot of space to go into the side lanes. But now, because the mid lane is destroyed, it opens up the map for the side of Cerebrum. They can go for these deep wards and also prevent Marky from making a lot of these proactive plays. RRQ is trying to answer with some control here in the bot side of the map, maybe thinking about catching Pego right here, but doesn't look like it's happening. And right now, if you look at the pings where Cerebrum is pinging at, it is that side of the mid lane. They are pinging out where Marky is rotating to at the moment.
Yeah, and I want to just point how Marky is putting his items down, but after that kill
that was quick.
RRQ, but we've expected it, right? No vision coming in from CE, and then 3-man roam from RRQ. They just want to take that turret. Now going back, Marky, Roa, and then the next item building up to the Lich Bane. If they pick up the Lich Bane, then after RFC, Marky can just set up the play for RRQ wherever he goes.
Yeah, it's going to be the play most likely for RQ, but that's going to be hard because he needs 3 items, so he needs to get there, while at the same time If you've noticed the usage of Final Spark from how he has just been using it mostly in the side lanes, he's just been clearing waves to slow down the progress of RRQ, to slow down RRQ from getting control over the map. Because what is the win condition of Cerebrum? They need to get this Jax ahead, they need to get him to the late game, and beautifully what CE is doing is just clearing these waves over and over again. But since both objectives are coming up right now, it is going to be a bit of an ARAM game. A lot of them in the mid lane. CE is about to start this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, now Destiny is fourth. All information's up for RRQ. Now CE is very cautious, looking at the risk. Now P jumping in. That's the Sun coming
pinch.
through from Renekton. That follow-up is there. Now RRQ is jumping in. Collapse is going to be amazing with a final spark connecting onto two, and now Devil J's low.
Yeah, Devil J is low, no kills. Ival is also low as well. Final Spark, the final last chapter right there from Exos, and was a bit late, I believe. But right now, because a lot of them are low, all of the ultimates, I believe, on the board are down. It's gonna be just your typical handshake between the two teams in terms of objectives. Riffrail's gonna go to the side of Cerebrum, while this Cloud Drake is gonna go to the side of RRQ.
Fantastic trade in objectives. When we're talking about Marquee getting or needing the 3 core item Power Spike, they now have 2 dragons in their favor. So if we're talking about late game, we have to consider those dragon buffs for RRQ.
Yeah, we do have to consider those Dragon Balls for RRQ. It's gonna stack up in their side, and the third Drake of the game is gonna be that Ocean Drake. So chances are, well, it's gonna be the Elder Infernal Drake later on. So that is the timer right now in the heads of CE. But Devil J being a very sneaky croc right here.
Yeah, he can't do anything. He has to force a recall because if he go for the flank, that's 4-man coming in from CE. So he just needs to just go for the reset, buy some items instead, and maybe try to defend that tier 2 turret bot side, because they have the Rift Herald coming up. So much pressure coming into CE.
Yeah, so much pressure right here. It looks like they're trying to defend for RRQ, but there's 5 members of Cerebrum right here. Great job on Cerebrum on these rotations.
Ooh, forcing out the flash is such a huge detrimental thing for RRQ. However, Ival is stunned, follows up with a root. Great engage coming from RRQ over CE. Wildrift is there, knocking up RRQ, disengaging the fight. And now with that final spark, securing the kill for Devil J.
Yeah, the securing the kill right there, but RRQ Helios is still shoving this top side of the map. I think the recall is going to come in for the Darius as Ivalis is able to complete that recall. They're still being chased down right here. Twisted Fate uses ultimate to jump on members of CE.
Nice kill coming in from RRQ. This is what we are hoping for if you're a fan of RRQ. Getting those trades are quite important. So despite those turrets taken down, the gold is still even.
Right, but at the same time, I think it's in terms of the early game of where we are right now at 11 minutes in the game, the thing is RRQ should have more tools to be able to get these pickups, to be able to rotate across the map, to be able to to start a lot of these fights. And it's not what's happening right now. It's Cerebrum Wildrift forcing the issue on RRQ, forcing RRQ in these weird rotations. I was about to call earlier how weird of scenarios we were seeing often in the first 12 minutes of this game. I think a good example of that was with Devil J, right? We were talking about, hey, there's a sneaky croc inside the bush. But the thing is, he was there to look for a pick, and see, it's like, we're going to have 4 members here. Almost a steal. Doesn't go their way, though. It goes still to Chaz. But yeah, going back to my point, it just feels like a very weird game for RRQ, and Cerebrum Wildrift has just been the one who has been dictating the pace of this game.
Yeah, and just look at the CD of Final Spark. So I don't know if that's just a huge detrimental thing for CE, forcing out the Final Spark on that blue buff, but nevertheless, his ultimate is back up for How. But what I want to tackle is the RFC for Marquee. It's almost done. A couple of gold left. Rapid Fire Cannon is ready. Those gold cards are going to be obnoxious for Cerebrum Wildrift.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the start of the fights for RRQ. If they are able to catch someone with the gold card, they could very well combo it immediately with the Yuumi ultimate and then just kill that one guy outright. But at the same time, it needs to come from a very well-organized team. And I don't doubt RRQ. They are a team who have been very they are here in the top 8 for a reason. They are a very good team, but there are moments where you could notice that they are a bit scattered at times. There have been split calls that I've seen on this team, so it's gonna be a bit harder for them to be able to execute. Dragon though is up and has been started by CE.
Destiny is ready. Information is there for our RQ, and CE taking the Ocean Dragon, the first dragon for Cerebrum Wildrift. With Baron Nashor alive, I think CE wants to check things out because right now, Tier 2 turret top lane down, and CE is ready to go mid lane, having their eyes on that Tier 2 mid lane turret.
Yeah, but Ibalis is now the only guy who's going for the recall. The inhibitor turret is being sieged right now by RRQ.
Yeah, if this is destroyed, it opens up the base. Now RRQ went in for 5-hand strategy. They're going in for that super minions to actually change things up. But now CE responds, tries to go in for the flank, gets that kill. RRQ is stopping nearby, and they're taking 3 kills in the process, and the fight is not even over. But Darius comes in. I believe takes the kills onto Dental J, apprehends onto Marky, forcing out the flash. Gold card is there, stuns up onto Darius, and Darius is down for the count as he is pinned down. CC chain is flawless from RRQ.
Yeah, CC Chain is flawless and only 4-1 in kills. Only Floor right now on the defense. Looks like also the mid lane in inner turret is about to fall down. Looks like RQ is also looking at bot lane right now. Another turret gonna go on their side, and it just suddenly opened the floodgates for RRQ. I was talking about earlier where it felt like RRQ was not really doing a lot of things in the early game, but when they saw their opportunity, when CE was a 5-man unit in the mid lane, Marky using his ultimate, utilizing the side lane shove by Helios in the Baron lane, they were able to pick up the inhibitor turret, and the members of RRQ immediately went to them to help them, save them while they were in the jungle, and RRQ was able to get, I believe, four turrets out of everything that had happened. Super minions right now flooding into the top side for CE.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to remember, RRQ's win con is split pushing. You have Fiora, you have Helios with the Ribbon, Devil J unrenected. So it's all about split pushing, it's all about safety, and a 5v5, who's gonna AoE engage? It's only Helios. So it's such a difficulty for them because when we're looking at CE, who's their AoE engage? Zalpi, Ivalice. Pago can even go for knockbacks, right? Lux can also go for light binding, so much. So pick off is going to be very important. And RRQ is doing just that. Getting the kill onto one. Floor is down. And now that's going to be the double for Chaz.
Well, you don't go for team fights, right? If you are RRQ, so what they went for pick off, yeah, exactly. Alongside with the cat, when you have a cat and the Fiora, you can just run super duper fast. But yes, as you mentioned, they're going back to their split push win condition. Who are on the bot side? Helios and Twisted Fate. It's having. Yes, there. I think Cerebrum was going to the Baron about to check, but when they saw these two members, they need to engage here.
Oh no, RRQ, if they take the Baron, this might just be over. This is the end gaming push.
Nice
flash. Is gonna be there. Helios is going back away.
Oh my
the Baron
God.
Nashor is there. Only one inhib turret left, and RRQ is ready to win this.
RRQ is just playing this game in a very good macro level. I was thinking earlier, they could utilize the Twisted Fate more to be able to snowball the game using his ultimate, but instead, as you mentioned, they were waiting for that rapid fire cannon. They would instead loop around CE. I believe this was mentioned earlier in the panel. Cerebrum Wildrift has this tendency to play as a 5-man unit, as this big ball of death. And how do you counter a big ball of death that is very immobile? You just run them around the whole map, and that's exactly what RRQ has been doing with the split push. I also want to point out that I believe this is the first time we are seeing a split push strategy being executed very, very well here in the WCS.
Look at Fiora. Look at Fiora. Ooh, that was scary. And now Riven and Twisted Fate is split pushing, and Chaz is going in for the Infernal Elder Dragon. So much happening all around the map, and Destiny is there giving information for RRQ whether they can go for that top lane push. But the answer is no. They're now going for mid lane. They have the pressure in all lanes as RRQ is ready to go as well as Yumi ulted. That is a 2-man route, and now Floor is down. Pago has to be forced to back away, and Marky with that split push finishing the game. First game for RRQ.
First game of the series won by RRQ. Congratulations to them. You can see the smiles on their face. I could really feel that. It's more of them thinking, hey, we threw CE for a loop. They just kept stretching them thin. It's so hard when you're a team that needs to group up as 5, when you're really good at team fighting and the other team's like, no, we're not. We're never gonna team fight you. We're always gonna go for the split push, and in the end, it was still the split push strategy that gave RRQ that win with a Twisted Fate at the side lane, just barreling down that Nexus.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing to see, and people are wondering, why is EXO-Sen into support role? Well, this is your answer. And what Oculus has stated a while ago, right, in the panel, this is just based from their experience. EXO-Sen is not really a support that RRQ has practiced with. So it's all about that seniority, and EXO-Sen, when we're talking about experience, from League of Legends PC scene into Wildrift, he has it all.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of experience as well, not only on EXO-Sen, but also on Marky on this team.
Absolutely.
So like the Dragon Lane of RRQ has, I don't know, 20 years of combined experience in League of Legends, and that's how veteran these two are. And I want to believe that's why how creative they have been in these compositions. And yeah, right now CE needs to think about how they can remedy this, because I really feel like they were playing to their win conditions early on. For the side of Cerebrum Wildrift, they were able to crack the mid lane turret early. They were able to try contain the side lanes as much as they could. But the thing was, when RRQ had those 3 items on the Twisted Fate, they were just able to play around it. And RRQ had a very creative strategy. I'm wondering what they're gonna go for game 2.
Yeah, and what we talked about a while ago, right? RRQ 5-head strategy. We have Fiora, we have Renekton, we have Riven. We're going in for some split push. And on top of all that, they have the safety net because of Marky with that Destiny. So it's just absolutely insane. So when it comes to team fights as well, we talked about the weakness of RRQ in this specific draft. They can't go 5v5 head on, but when Marky unlocked RFC, when they've unlocked this specific items for Marky, they're already good. Because Rapid Fire Cannon can give you so much range, and that golden card, if ever he's down for the count, he can just go in, stun his enemies that is approaching him. So safety net for the whole team of RRQ. And on top of all that, EXO-Sen Yuumi, you have AoE CCs.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's not a lot of things to dissect there, because it's just really RRQ throwing CE on the loop. Maybe for some of the league's analysts, they could talk about more of where the timings were for the side of RRQ. But looking at our player of the game right here, it is gonna be Chaz on that Fiora, and it's kind of yeah, he is the guy who has the highest KDA. He was the one who was chasing down the targets alongside EXO-Sen, but it really feels like it was the brains behind whoever thought about this for RRQ, who I think would be the most apt to be the player of the game, just because RRQ knew their win conditions getting into the draft, getting into the game, and they just executed it very, very well. And it's hard how to counter this on the fly. I think this is going to be a challenge to Cerebrum Wildrift, because they are coming into this series very, very hot. But right now, it feels like they've been stopped ice cold just by the strategy from RRQ.
Well, we'll find out. What are the changes for CE? How would they adjust? What are the problems that they will solve here as a priority for RRQ? Because that is game 1 from RRQ taking the win, so it's already match point for this series. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple. We're gonna take a short break, but don't go away. When we come back, it's RRQ, 1 more series away from that win.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.